Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Sanctuary by Mercedes Lackey. Narrated by Ryan Burke. 1. It was the silent, blue time before dawn. The air hung cool and still above the pale sand, not a hint, not a breath of breeze. So still one could hear the tick of grain against grain as a thin trickle at the crest of a dune. The desert stretched out all around Sanctuary, as if beneath the calming hand of a god, or a goddess, perhaps. Nafet, whom the Altans called Neferet, the goddess of night, had not yet withdrawn the hem of her robe from the land. Rehaket, the sun, still lingered in the summerland beyond the star bridge. It would not be cool for much longer, nor still. Karun stood on the roof of one of the 4 buildings that surrounded a courtyard that had been given over for use as the dragon's sand wallow, and leaned on the parapet to watch the dawn come in over the desert. Not difficult at this point, although there were still refugees finding their way here all the time with the help of the Bedou, also called the Veiled Ones. There was no structure in the entire city that was more than 3 buildings away from the open sand. He was, given a choice, not usually awake at this time, but in a little while the dragons would slowly begin to rouse from their slumber, and they would be hungry. Here in Sanctuary, unlike in Alta and Tia, there was no butchery from which to feed them, no temple sacrifices to provide the carcasses. If the dragons wished to eat, they must hunt like their wild brethren. Hunts were always more successful when the jouster and dragon hunted as a team. So if the dragons wished to eat, their riders must waken and go out with them. Karun might be the first one awake and out today, but by now the others of his wing were stirring at the very least. He generally didn't beat the rest by very much. Besides, the terrible heat of the desert at midday in the middle of the dry meant that their schedules were much changed from Alta. Here they flew at dawn and dusk, and spent the hottest part of the day well away from the burning rays of the sun. The sun, Altan Rehaket, was not the kindly solar disk, the bringer of life here. Oh no, not beautiful with banners. He was not even the Rehaket that the Tians knew. Here in the desert, he wore the harsher visage of Se-Aketh, the tester, the scourge of fire, he who had no mercy, only an unwinking eye that tested to destruction. Even the dragons sheltered beneath the canopy from his eye at midday. Sometimes Karun wondered, was this where the Magi of Alta had gotten the idea for their unwinking eye, their scourge of fire? Karun preferred to greet Avatra with a clear head and unclouded eyes, this morning especially, because it was all the more needful on this day that each dragon of the wing fly to the hunt and return with prey before the sun reached its zenith. Because today they had another reason besides the sun's implacable hammer to be well in shelter. There would be a great sandstorm today, so said Caleth, and Karun saw no reason to disbelieve him. And when Caleth meant a great sandstorm, he was not speaking of a quarter day of wind and blowing sand. Karun and the others had not yet weathered a great sandstorm, but the Veiled Ones had, and so had Caleth. The midnight Camiseen, the storm without rain that brought the darkness of night at midday. The Bedou spoke feelingly of a sky black at midday, of wind too strong to stand against, of air so thick with dust and grit you could not breathe, of a storm full of sand like millions of minuscule knives that flayed clothing from the body and flesh from bone, and packed every open orifice with wind-driven dirt. Get in the shelter of a rock or a dune, and you might survive, if you could get a clear space for your face, breathe through cloth, and manage to keep from being buried alive. There was no sign of such a storm. The thin, clear light and the cloudless sky held nothing but peace. Karun did not trust the promise of such peace. He trusted Caleth. Caleth was, without a doubt, God-touched. Had he not led them all here, to the once buried city of legend they now called Sanctuary? If he said such a storm would blow up, Corun would believe him. Certainly the Veiled Ones did. Those within the area of the storm had either taken themselves out of its path or moved into the city, little though they liked living within walls even a single day. Corun nodded to himself as he looked out over a city that seemed very strange to the eyes of one accustomed to the straight, clean lines of the buildings of Alta and Tia. Once Caliph, then Prince Caliph, had been nothing more than the quiet, studious twin brother of the more charismatic Prince Toreth. True, he, with Toreth, was one of the 4 designated heirs to the thrones of Alta, but until Toreth had been murdered, he had been something of a cipher to most. Well, he certainly wasn't a cipher now. A winged one of Alta, in truth, and a priest of Haras of Tia. He spoke for the gods of both peoples. Gods which were, Corun was coming to understand, one and the same. Or at least there was so little difference it mattered not at all. Caliph was accepted by the Veiled Ones, the wanderers of the desert, the blue people, as a seer, a hand of the gods and a mouth of the people as well. And if Corun only had an imperfect understanding of what that meant, well, he knew it was a position of great respect, and that was enough for him. As the city slumbered under the clear, pre-dawn sky, Sanctuary hardly looked like a city at all, more like a collection of squared-off mounds, very like wind-sculpted, sand-polished mastabas, nearly the same color as the sand around them. Hardly surprising no one had found it until Caliph led the Veiled Ones to it. Even if it had not been buried beneath the dunes, when Corun thought of a city, he thought of nothing at all like this. To his mind, the word city called up the image of the tall, angular sandstone or granite edifices of Memphis, the capital of Tia, carved and painted with images of the gods and great kings, reaching 5, 6, 10 times the height of a man, or the city of his slave days, the mud-brick, 2-storied, mathematically laid-out buildings along the narrow streets where ordinary folk dwelled, or possibly the white-columned, long, low buildings of Alta, reflected in the shining surfaces of her 7 ring-shaped canals. He did not think of buildings the color of sand, with rounded corners and edges, walls as thick as a man's arm was long, and scarcely an opening to be seen anywhere. But that was because the buildings of Sanctuary were armored against the blistering desert heat by the thickness of their stone walls, and against the sandstorm by their curves. Not even the dragons, much as they reveled in heat, spent more time in the sun than they could help, once the great disk had reached past the point of mid-morning. Some of the buildings, in fact, were mere antechambers into a labyrinth of rooms carved out of the rock bed beneath the sand, a network of man-made caves, which all connected eventually to that most precious of desert treasures, the water source that lay at the heart of Sanctuary itself. Water. Water was the reason for anything made by man in the desert. Men sought for it, fought over it, bartered what was most precious to them for it, killed and died for it, and for lack of it. And yet here, though long years gone, and until the gods permitted it to be found again, was a kingdom's ransom of the precious stuff. Beneath the sand, beneath the rock that lay beneath the sand, there flowed a river of the purest water, a quiet, steady stream, clear and cool, that widened here into a channel as wide as Great Mother River, and deep enough that it took an effort to touch the bottom, before narrowing again and flowing onward toward the Altan Delta. Corun supposed it must come to the surface at some point, but no one had yet been able to pinpoint that spot, not even the wise desert dwellers, the Veiled Ones, who themselves had, until now, not even guessed that here was the life-giver that fed a great many of their oases. Here was the reason for Sanctuary existing at all, the reason it had been built in the far past. Here was the reason why Sanctuary was able to prosper now. Even the Veiled Ones required water, and in this part of the desert that they called the furnace and the anvil of the gods, they deemed it more valuable than the caches of gold that the new owners of Sanctuary were still discovering when wind freed another building from the grip of the sand. Which might happen today, actually. Caliph had hinted as much, calling the storm the instrument of the gods, and saying that in the past it had given what was needed when it was needed, and certainly Sanctuary was still surrounded on all sides by dunes and hard-packed sand. There was no telling what might lie beneath some of those mounds. A voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. "What do you think the sandstorm will show us when it passes?" "Sometimes I wonder if it isn't only the dragon's thoughts you can read, Arket 10. Karun laughed, turning to wrinkle his nose at the only female jouster, to his knowledge, ever to fly a dragon. Arket 10, sister of his good friend Orist, dimpled at him, as awake and alert as if this was midday. Well, she had always been a lover of the morning, already up and doing while he and Orist were still shaking the sleep from their eyes. It was a small fault, that. She was, in all other ways, to his mind anyway, anything that anyone could ask for in a companion. Not perfect, but who wanted perfection? It would be far too tiring to have to live up to the perfection of another. A companion who had flaws now, that meant you could have an affectionate rivalry without feeling as if there was no chance that you could ever come up to the standards set by your friend. She was not too tall, but Karun himself was by no means overly tall. Besides, the best jousters were light and lean, for the less of a burden they were to their mounts, the better. Light and lean, Arket 10 certainly was. Reed slim and shorter than he, and he was no giant. Her lively black eyes met his with a look of acceptance and candor, and her ready smile warmed them further with good humor. If she did not have the finely chiseled and perfectly regular features of one of the images of the goddesses, she had a face that was full of personality. Since coming to Sanctuary, she had chosen to forsake wigs and wear her own blue-black hair cut in the short helmet style favored by the rest of the wing, which made her look superficially like one of them. But the gentle curves under her simple linen tunic made it clear with only a second glance that this was no boy. She wasn't beautiful, but truth to tell, Karun found himself somewhat intimidated by beauty. The elegance of court ladies made him flush and feel tongue-tied, and that was when they ignored him. When they had spoken to him or glanced at him or, worst of all, smiled, he found himself looking for someone to hide behind. But when Arket 10 smiled, which was far more often here than she had back in Alta, she always made him smile in return. What more could anyone ask? Once one of the fledglings of the Altan Temple of the Twins, one of her strongest gifts was that of silent speech with animals. While in the past she had sometimes disparaged herself for having such a minor gift, it had been worth more even than being God-touched on that black day when Caliph's twin brother Torith had been murdered by the Magi, and his dragon had nearly thrown herself, and every other dragon in the compound, into suicidal hysterics with grief. Until first Ari, the Tian jouster, then Karun, and then the 8 other Altan boys had raised dragons themselves from the egg, it had been unthinkable that a dragon should actually have a bond of affection with its jouster. Dragons were at best controllable, and only when drugged with the dust made from a dried desert berry called tala. No one had ever thought that a bonded dragon, if it lost its jouster, would choose to give its loyalty to another. But that was exactly what had happened when Torith died, and his midnight blue and shaded silver dragon Rieth Katan had nearly died of her grief and loss. When Arket 10 spoke to Rieth Katan and comforted her, that dragon had bonded again to the fledgling priestess, and had become her dragon, renamed Rieth Ka, thus making Arket 10 the first ever female in the Jousters' compound as anything other than servant or couch companion. Just as well, since it had only been possible for her to hide from the increasingly imperious demands of the Magi in that one place in all of Alta. The dragons did not like the Magi, and not all the Tala in the world could stop them from making that dislike evident. The feeling of animosity was mutual, and the Magi had made it their business to remove the Jousters, heroes of the war, by steady attrition. "Well, if you're thinking that we're better off here, no matter how hard life is, than there, well, I agree with you," Arket 10 said. "I'd rather starve and bathe in sand than stay in Alta one moment longer. Not," she added with a shiver, That I think I'd be aware of where I was by now if I had stayed there. Karan nodded and grimaced. Akhet-Ten was clever, if perhaps sometimes a little too inclined to flaunt that cleverness, brave, if a bit rash and headstrong, loyal, if stubborn, kind, if a little sharp-tongued, and the best sort of friend. And she was right. If she'd stayed, well, if any of them had stayed, they'd probably be half dead from injuries and overwork, or entirely dead. Except for Akhet-Ten, who would be locked up in the Magi's Tower of Wisdom with the rest of the Winged Ones, somehow being drained to give the Magi the strength for their magic. But, thanks mainly to Caleth, they'd escaped. They were safe in Sanctuary, and if the future was shrouded in uncertainty, it was at least a future that held freedom. As for Akhet-Ten, it was Karan's hope she was inclining toward becoming more than just a friend of late, though he was not pushing too hard. Akhet-Ten could also be very stubborn if pushed, and hated with a great passion the least hint that she was being pressured into doing anything. He probably had the Magi to thank for that. Still, his position could be much worse. He'd once thought that she harbored a secret passion for Toreth, and that had turned out to be false. The last thing he wanted to do was to give her even the faintest of impressions that he was putting pressure on her. Akhet-Ten was not a desert antelope to be swooped down upon, knocked over, and devoured. Rather, she was like her own blue-black dragon Rieth-Ka, to be courted with circumspection, tact, and delicacy, so that when she made up her own mind, it was with the impression that she had been the one who'd had the idea in the first place. She came up beside him to lean on the parapet and looked down into the sand pit where the dragons were just beginning to stir. All the dragons shared a sand wallow, rather than each having their own as they had back in Alta. There hadn't been much of a choice in that. The Jousters' compound had been tended by a small army of servants, builders, and slaves. There were no slaves here in Sanctuary, and precious few servants, and none to spare for building something like the complex of quarters and sand wallows the dragons were used to. Fortunately, they were all, with the exceptions of Avatra and Ari's huge gold, emerald, and blue dragon Cachette, out of the same batch of eggs. All but Cachette had romped together as nestlings and fledglings, and had trained together, under the guidance of Karan and Avatra, from the beginning of their lives. There was no serious quarreling, much less the fighting that happened among unrelated wild-caught jousting dragons, and though there might be the occasional squabble, it was soon sorted out without much worse than a swat or a nip or two. For her part, although the lovely Scarlet Avatra reacted to being forced to share her sand with the infants with a pained disdain that was sometimes quite funny to see, she never bullied them. As for Cachette, who might have been expected to react poorly to the herd of youngsters, the eldest of the dragons actually took to the half-grown dragonettes with a great tolerance, and even some show of occasional pleasure. "I wouldn't even try to get inside your thoughts," Akhet-Ten teased. "I find myself listening to echoes." "Ha!" was all he replied. "You only think that because you've spent so much time around your brother. All boys have heads as empty as last year's lattice pod." "Last year's lattice pod isn't empty," her brother Orist exclaimed, coming up the stairs to flank Karan on his right. "It is full of the seeds of wisdom, I'll have you know. Ah, they're starting to stir." He leaned over and made kissing noises at his own beetle-blue dragon, who rewarded his attention by slowly raising his bright blue head from the sand wallow and turning to gaze at Orist with sleep-glazed, ruby-colored eyes. Orist's face was full of such infatuation that Karan smiled. Not that he was under any illusions that he didn't look like that around Avatra. It was quite clear to anyone with eyes that Orist and Akhet-Ten were brother and sister. In fact, at first glance, they might look like brother and brother. Both were slim with broad cheekbones and delicate chins, making their faces the same almond shape. And both had the same merry eyes. "Come on, little prince. It is time to greet the sun with sharp eyes and a clear head," Orist cooed down at his dragon coaxingly. "You need to wake up, precious jewel. We need to be in the air quickly this morning." He turned to his sister. "You did remember to tell them all about the sandstorm, didn't you?" "Last night before they went to sleep," she promised, with a hint of reproach. You don't think I'd have forgotten that? They know. I was careful not to confuse them either. When I told them, I took care to show them images of what they know. A black storm, wicked wind, and evil air currents. That was enough. He's just sleepy from the heat of the sand. He'll remember it for himself in a moment, and he'll be more impatient than you to get hunting. Without waiting to hear what her brother had to say, she turned and skipped down the staircase on the side wall of the pit, to trot along the ledge surrounding the neck-deep sand until she came to where her own dragon was just now waking. "Don't tease her. You know how she feels about her responsibilities," Karan told his friend. "Look, see? Your little prince has just remembered that if he doesn't get up in the sky soon, he might not eat today." And indeed, the young male had raised his head to look to his rider with sense and a bit of urgency in his gaze. The dragon snorted at Orist with impatience, and began to pull himself up out of his wallow, golden sand cascading from a blue back, without another word of coaxing from the young jouster. A familiar whine from just beyond Orist's dragon caught Karan's attention, especially when it was paired with an equally familiar snort. He followed Akhet-Ten down into the pit, to make his way in the opposite direction from the one she'd taken. Cachette and Avatra had taken to sleeping near to each other, not precisely curled up together, but they did seem to appreciate one another's company. Perhaps Avatra remembered Cachette from her earliest days in the Tien Jousters compound, when Cachette had been in the next pen over, before she and Karan, then called Vetch, had escaped and fled northward to Alta with Ari's help. Certainly Cachette remembered her. He remembered Karan, too, and with quite evident affection. The huge dragon snorted again when Karan came near, and craned his emerald and blue neck over Avatra to blow his hot breath into Karan's hair. Whereupon Avatra bristled with jealousy and shoved his head aside, claiming her rider for herself. Karan had to laugh as she tried to puff herself up and interpose herself between him and her rival for his affections. Cachette could bowl her over without even taking thought for it, even now. She had a hot temper to match her fiery colors when she was irritated. Fortunately, Cachette was a good-natured soul, and, well, it was possible that there was some instinctive behavior involved, too. Most male animals would put up with things from females that they would never tolerate in another male. "Peace, little one," he told her, as she shoved him a little off balance and tried to look up at him in adoration with one eye, while she still glared at Cachette out of the other. "You are first in my heart always, and Ari will be here any moment, and Cachette will cease to remember that I live." "Ari is here now," called a voice from above, and Cachette reared up to his full height at the sound of that voice, which put his head well above the level of the roof. Ari looked down over the parapet of the building next to the one that Karan, Orist, and the other members of Karan's wing, except Akhet-Ten, shared, waved to his protégé, then reached up to scratch the bony eye ridges of his own dragon as Cachette rested his chin on the parapet and sighed gustily. As Karan had predicted, Cachette was now quite oblivious to the fact that the younger man even existed, which made Avatra perfectly pleased. Ari alone stood out from among the Altan inhabitants of Sanctuary as noticeably different. He was much darker to begin with. Here in the desert, he had tanned to the color of old leather, while the Altans had gone the same golden brown as a properly baked loaf of barley bread. His face was broader than the Altan type, his chin stronger, his eyes a shade of brown that was very near to black. Karan would have liked to remain there, giving Avatra the caresses and affection she lived for, but there was no leisure for that this morning. The cramped quarters of the sandpit made it necessary for almost everyone to leave in order to get saddled, which would mean another delay in taking to the air, and this was a day when no one could afford much in the way of a delay. Cachette was the first to get out, by virtue of his size and strength. He simply hooked his front talons into the parapet and climbed out over the roof. The first time he'd done that, Karan hadn't been the only one who'd gasped and shrunk back, expecting the wall to come down. But either they were all very lucky, or Cachette was a shrewd judge of construction. He hadn't left more than a scratch or two on the top of the wall. Karan still didn't know what the walls of Sanctuary were made of. It looked like hard-packed sand or sandstone, but it wasn't. and it was tougher and stronger than anything Karan had ever seen before. The walls weren't made of stone blocks either. The entire city could have been carved from single pieces of stone. There were no signs of seams or block lines, and although the corners and edges were all rounded as if scoured away, at a guess, Karan would have said that they had been carved or sculpted that way on purpose from the beginning, given that nothing much seemed to mark them. Whatever material those walls were made of, it was something that stood up to the abuse of dragons climbing all over them. Nor could Karan have put an original purpose to this courtyard that now served as the dragon's sand wallow. When the wing had come to sanctuary, the space had been filled with sand still, left that way on purpose for the dragon's use, and the doors and windows that had once looked into the courtyard had been blocked up at Calith's orders. It was about the size of the landing courtyard at the Jousters' compound in Tia, which made it just about big enough for 10 dragons. Now, if somehow there would be more dragons one day, I will leave that in the hands of the gods, Karan told himself. The gods had provided for these 10. He would have faith that they would provide in the future. Or else he and Ari would come up with some clever plan to create more wallows and shelters somehow. Though the sands were not heated, as were the sands of the pens back in the compounds, they didn't yet need to be. The stone of the buildings and the sand itself stored enough heat over the course of the day to keep the dragons comfortable all night. And as for heating the sands in the winter, well, the eccentric Akkadian healer and Magus Haklatus had some ideas on that score, and Karan was content to leave it at that. Certainly the wild dragons managed. Theirs could too. At least there would be no cold rains to contend with. Time to go, my son, Ari told his dragon. No one else can move until you do. With a grunt, Kashet heaved himself up, first getting his forequarters up to the parapet, then carefully planting hind claws in the blocked-up window slits and slithering the rest of himself over the edge. Avatra uttered what sounded like a sigh of relief. She was still small enough that she could use the open staircase as a climbing aid, and that was what she did, leaving the rest of the dragonettes the room to shake themselves free of the sand and follow her lead. She and Kashet shared the roof of Ari's building as their harnessing stop. 6 of the 8 dragonettes made use of the other 3 roofs, 2 apiece, leaving the pit to Rieth-Ka and Orist's striking blue waistette. Harnessing these days was a far cry from the complicated affair it had been back when the dragons were part of Alta's and Tia's fighting forces. The saddles were the same, but there was no armor, no helmets, and no jousting lances. Not that they were unarmed, especially not when hunting. Aristocratic Gan had trained his gentle green dragonette Kalef to tolerate a light hunting spear flying past his head, so his saddle had a quiver of javelins attached to it. Orist, Ari, Peatep, and Akhet 10 could get their mounts to put up with arrows. The rest of them used slings and stones. Not much good at bringing down game of the size a dragon needed, but good enough to distract, irritate, or with luck, stun, and that was all the opening a dragon could ask for. No making formations for this task. Dragons needed a big hunting territory, and each of them had his or her preferred ground. By common consent, Akhet 10 and Rieth-Ka got what was nearest sanctuary, and the rest of them simply let their dragons define the hunting ranges as they saw fit. They were up and into the air as soon as they were strapped into their saddles, scattering to the 4 directions. Much as Karan would have liked to hunt alongside Akhet 10, the plain fact was that it was impossible. Neither dragon would have tolerated another in her hunting grounds. So he and Avatra launched themselves into the soft blue eye of the cloudless morning sky and headed for their allotment without a backward glance at Akhet 10 and Rieth-Ka. Later, perhaps, if they both got in well ahead of the storm, they could fly together. First things first. Karan was minded to chase wild ass this morning. They hadn't preyed on those herds in a while, and if they were going to have anything left to bring back for Avatra's evening meal after Avatra ate her fill, it would have to be a substantial kill. That meant flying to the farthest extent of Avatra's hunting range, where the sand gave way to scrubby hills and wadis. But she was fresh and strong, and the wind was in their favor. Provided that they made a kill quickly, they would beat the storm back in plenty of time. So, with a quick prayer to Vetch, the pot-bellied, bandy-legged luck god, Karun began to scan the horizon and, pragmatically, made sure he had a heavy stone for his sling. 2. The sun was only halfway above the horizon as Karun gave Avatra signals with hand and legs that she was to gain height. She pumped her wide red wings as hard as she could, valiantly answering his direction. The only problem with flying this early was that there were no thermals to ride, and every wing beat a dragon took came with heavy labor. A dragon's preferred method of flight was to glide from thermal to thermal, spiraling up the rising current of air and gliding down to the next thermal, with as few wing beats in between as possible. Such a flying style saved energy, and the one thing that a flying dragon needed a lot of was energy. It was Karun's preferred method, too. Riding dragonback was hard work, though you'd never know that from the serene wall paintings of Jousters in the sky in both Tia and Alta. With every downward stroke, he was flung back against the cantle of his saddle as Avatra surged forward. And with every upward sweep, he hung weightless for just an unnerving moment, then fell forward against the pommel. Jousters learned to cope with this, of course. He felt what she was going to do with his legs, and he had learned to shift his weight to make himself less of a burden. But it was hard work for both of them, and he always felt guilty about putting her to the extra effort of carrying him when she had to work this hard to get in the air. Below them, Sanctuary dwindled to a child's play village made of sand, in the midst of a sea of sand, with the other dragons scattering in all directions, the only spots of color against the pale sweeps of the dunes. He sometimes wondered how the dragons felt about this new life. Were they angry because food no longer was delivered to them? Or did they prefer to make kills on their own? He didn't detect any new grumpiness in Avatra's mood. The contrary, actually. He thought that she liked hunting, and he knew for certain that this dry, hot desert suited her. Even at sun's zenith, when the dragons moved out of the direct rays, they didn't stay out of the heat for too very long. Avatra knew her territory now, and headed for it without prompting. He squinted against the light of the rising sun, and sighted in on their goal, the far-off hills and wadis where the wild-ass herd roamed. It was cold up here in the morning, but he shrugged off the chill. Already the sun on his skin was warming him, and before very long, he knew that it would stop being pleasant and start being uncomfortable. And he would be glad of the coolness of the upper air. By the time they headed back, he would be wishing for just a breath of the chill of early morning. He kept an eye on the ground beneath them, because it was always possible, not likely, but possible, that he would spot something worth chasing even before they got to the wadis. Besides, every flight was different. You never knew what you were going to see. A desert-horned lark singing his heart out as he soared into the blue bowl of the heavens, a viper sinuously leaving S-marks in the sand of a dune below, or a wild dragon. There were more of those about than he would have thought. He wondered how many of them had been Tian jousting dragons. Once Aclatus had discovered the way to neutralize Tala and render it ineffective at drugging dragons into submission, there was no way, short of love alone, that a dragon could be induced to remain with a jouster. And the dragons that had escaped from the Tian jousters would probably not have gone back to their old territories. They would have been wary even if they had been inclined to fly all the way back. After all, that was where they had been captured as fledglings. Avatra reached a height she found comfortable. Somehow he had not yet been able to understand how dragons could read the invisible currents of the sky, and knew by that where their flight would come with the least effort. She settled into the longer, slower wing beats that moved her forward rather than upward, and he leaned down over her shoulder to make himself less of a drag on her progress. The sands seemed empty of life this morning, but with Calith's prediction of a sandstorm, it could be that the wildlife sensed its approach and had taken to shelter early. Only when they reached the wadis, and the landscape beneath them turned from undulating waves to hard earth and rock, cut by the occasional dry wash, and punctuated with wind-eroded mastabas, did he start to see signs of life. Birds flitted from one bit of scrub to another. He saw a desert hare loping away as fast as its legs could take it, and finally, in the distance, the only cloud he'd seen today, a cloud of dust. the sort of dust raised by a herd or a group of animals. Avatra spotted it at the same time he did and reacted to it sooner, changing her course and heading as straight as the flight of an arrow for the sign of game on the horizon. If Akhet 10 was right, the dragons understood a fair amount of what she tried to tell them, and Avatra would know that something bad was coming and there would be no afternoon hunt. Or if her instincts were as good as those of the wild animals, she would feel the urge to get under cover warring with her hunger, and that should also add to her eagerness. Now, as long as she didn't get too eager... He noticed after a moment that she was angling slightly upward again, which meant she was going to try for an attack from high above, which would add to her speed. Good for a quick kill, but not so good for him. He would have to get his stone off at the last moment, and he wouldn't be able to make another cast. Then, if he missed, and she missed, and the herd stood at bay or got into a wadi, there might not be a second chance. He freed one hand from the saddle, felt for the biggest stone in his ammunition pouch, and, with his eyes still on the approaching dust cloud, slipped it one-handed into the sling on his lap. He wouldn't drop the sling into the ready position until he was almost onto the target. Otherwise, he risked losing the stone before he could throw it. Avatra's eyes were better than his. He felt her putting more effort into her wing beats. She must have seen the animals in the dust cloud. Beneath his legs and the hand on her shoulder, her skin was as hot as a kiln, a sign that she was excited. Even if she could not yet see the prey, she knew where it was. The amount of dust being kicked up increased. The herd was in a canter now. They must have been seen. The creatures of this part of the desert had not known an aerial predator before the dragons came, but they surely knew one when they saw it now. A pity that. No more easy hunts. 3 hard wing beats that bucked Karun back against the cantle of the saddle, and they were directly above the herd. He looked down on the brown backs, through a haze of dust as they ran, weaving back and forth to elude the shape above them. He smelled them, hot dust, animal sweat, even as far above them as Avatra was. 3 wing beats more, and they were pulling ahead of the lead ass. And that was when Avatra stalled, giving him just enough warning to brace himself, and did a wing-over, plunging down toward the herd of asses, with wings folded and Karun pressed tightly against her neck. She plummeted for a point well ahead and to one side of them, and did a quick turn, still halfway above them, and still diving, to face them without losing any significant speed. With frantic brays, the ass herd broke right down the middle as she pulled up out of her dive with a snap of opening wings, and raced straight at them, head outstretched. Roughly half went left, the other half right, but as there always is, there was one individual who couldn't make up their mind to go in either direction. Karun pulled the sling out of his lap in a practiced movement as Avatra made straight for the indecisive one, whirled it, and let the stone fly as Avatra pulled up, skimming just above the tops of the mare's ears. The stone struck her full in the forehead, and she went down. Karun crouched down in the saddle again and held on for dear life. As the straps holding him in cut into his flesh, Avatra did a second wing-over and plunged back down, all 4 sets of talons extended. Even as the ass was trying to struggle to its feet, Avatra struck from above and behind, killing it instantly with a jolt that sent Karun into the pommel of the saddle again. The rush of wind stopped. Dust began to settle around them. The only sounds were of Avatra settling herself and the hoofbeats and braying of the retreating asses. She mantled her sunrise-colored wings over her prey and began tearing into it before the dust had even settled. The rest of the herd, sensing that the chosen victim had fallen, stopped dead and turned their heads to look. The air was full of the smell of hot sweat, dust, and blood. Sometimes Karun felt sorry for the prey, but today had been a quick, clean kill, and he was used to seeing Avatra killing and eating now. It was with no sense of revulsion that he slid down out of her saddle and left her to her feeding. No, his thought was just to make sure that the mare they'd taken down hadn't had a foal at heel. Such indecisiveness sometimes meant the prey was guarding a little one. There was no sign of a loose or abandoned foal in the herd. In a way, that was a pity. He would have caught it and brought it back alive, to be tamed and added to the sanctuary animals. So far, all they had was a few donkeys, goats, and camels. Granted, keeping them fed was a chore, Sand did not make good pasturage for anything. Still, the original inhabitants must have managed in some way. They just needed to find out how. And there was no doubt that having working animals made life easier for the humans. If they had enough asses or donkeys, for instance, they could operate a water wheel to bring water to the surface to irrigate small gardens. Another day, perhaps. As the ass herd formed up again and sped off to the shelter of the wadis, Karan eyed the sun. The sun disk of Rahaket had not yet approached the point that marked danger, but it was time to get on with his part of the work. With the edge taken off Avatra's hunger, it was possible to approach her and work side by side with her on her kill, without her bristling or even snapping at him. She might love him past all understanding, and he, her in return, but love does not trump a growling stomach for a dragon. She'd already cleaned out the viscera, which was actually helpful, as it made the butchering go easier and a lot cleaner. He butchered the hindquarters for packing up, while she tore into the front. By this time she had eaten the head, so it wasn't so bad. There was nothing quite as unnerving as watching a dragon take apart a skull, unless it was to have the reproachful, albeit dead, gaze of the prey seemingly focused on you. That was one problem the butchers at the Jousters' courts of both Alta and Tia had never been forced to deal with. He had sacks that he tried to make of equal weight when she had finally eaten her fill. He wasn't going to leave anything behind. This was a little more than Avatra would eat right now, since her growth had stalled out and she wouldn't be flying this afternoon. But one of the others might not be as lucky in the hunt as he and Avatra had been. As it was, with the burden of 4 bags of animal parts and himself, when Avatra lumbered into the air again, it was a good thing that the sands had heated up enough to give them some thermal lift. She labored hard the entire way home, and by the time they reached the city, she was as tired as if she had flown a full patrol with a fight at the end of it. The flight back to Sanctuary was unexceptional. Avatra was soon back in the pen, ready for a buffing and oiling, waiting patiently for Karan to haul the sacks of meat into temporary storage. They were the first back, despite having taken the longest flight out, or so he guessed. But he had just begun scouring Avatra's ruby-scaled hide with sand when Ari and Cachette came in to land on the rooftop above. Cachette's landing was, as ever, a thing of precision. There was no better flyer than Ari's Big Blue. "How went the hunt?" he called up, since he couldn't see anything of Cachette but the dragon's head from his vantage point below. 3 gazelles. Cachette had one, and I brought the other 2 back, one for Cachette later, and one in case someone didn't do so well," Ari replied, and grunted with the effort of taking sacks from his dragon. "You won't hear me say this often, but days like this make me wish for the old times in the Jousters' compound and the butchery. I don't mind not having a dragon boy, but being my own servant and my own hunter to boot is a bit of a hardship." Karan grimaced. Not that he didn't sympathize in principle, but he'd never really gotten used to servants, having been a serf and, as such, less than a slave most of his life. For him, life in Sanctuary just meant going back to old patterns of hard work. For Ari and some of the others, however, it was a new and unpleasant experience. But there were no serfs, no slaves, and precious few servants here. There just weren't enough people to spare for anyone to devote his time to waiting on someone else. The only servants that Karan knew of were the 2 that served Caleth and the other escaped healers and priests, and they were more in the nature of being acolytes than servants. In fact, the very nature of the city meant that there were several classes that were entirely missing. No serfs, no slaves, no servants, and no farmers. All foodstuffs had to be brought in from across the desert or hunted on dragonback. Avatra squirmed and twisted to help him reach every inch of her hide, and grunted with pleasure when he got a particularly itchy spot. While he was working, Orist and Wastet came in with a flash of ruby and sapphire, followed by Aket-Ten and Rieth-Ka, like a silver-edged shadow. Both were laden, so that was 4 in with good kills. Aket-Ten and Rieth-Ka joined him in the sandpit, while Orist stayed up on the roof with Ari. A moment later, Osset-Ra and copper-colored Apetma landed next to them. "Orist!" Aket-Ten shook her head and made a faint sound of disapproval. "What about him?" Karan replied, rubbing oil into Avatra's wing webs. "Hadn't you noticed? You're no longer Orist's hero. Ari is." She shook her head again. Not that he'd ever disobey you, but he's transferred all that hero worship he used to have for you over to Ari. Karan thought about that for a moment. Huh, he said. I think you're right. He pondered the altered state of things for a little more. Well, good. Well, good, Akhet-Ten replied incredulously. Is that all? Actually, it's very good. The more he thought about it, the better he liked it. He had to be wing leader for right now, but with more people and more dragons, eventually Orist would be a wing leader in his own right. There was only so much of a leadership role that Karan was comfortable with. Let Ari be the commander of dragons. He was suited to such things. Very good! Akhet-Ten threw up her hands in exasperation. I would have thought you might feel strongly about losing Orist's allegiance. I'm still his wing leader. He's still my friend, and besides, Ari's older, and a lot better leader than I am. He looked under Avatra's neck at her. Akhet-Ten, let's not bring the game of nation and politics from Alta to Sanctuary. It's a good thing that the others are looking to Ari for guidance. He has more experience with a hand-raised dragon than anyone. He's older and a better fighter than I am, and he's a good man. So what if he's Tian? If the Magi really are moving into Tia, I bet we'll start getting more Tians here in Sanctuary before long. You'll just have to learn to live with them, Akhet-Ten. She hunched her shoulders. He couldn't see her face, but he imagined from her posture that she was frowning. All my life they've been the enemy, she said, and everyone knew about the rider of the big blue dragon that was so devastating to our side. Now everybody seems to be fussing over Ari, as if he'd never killed any of our people. Probably fewer than you think, Karan said slowly, thinking about all those times that Ari had returned from a patrol to brood unhappily all alone. And he regrets every single one. You know how people exaggerate. I doubt he's done a quarter as much as rumor would have it. Her shoulders were still hunched stubbornly, and he gave up. Look, if you can't be nice to him, just don't be rude. I am never rude, came the untruthful reply, but he had the feeling that was all he was going to get out of it. Why is it that my friends just can't all get along? He supposed he could thank the Magi for that as well. Possibly she was irritated because it wasn't just Orist that was accepting Ari without question. It was most of the others in the wing, and Nofret and Merritt and Calith. You'd think that if Calith has no issues? Well, perhaps she was feeling neglected. Certainly ever since they'd come here, it had been nothing but non-stop work for everyone, and Akhet-Ten was another of those who was not at all used to doing her own work. When the storm comes and shuts us all in, do you want to try and teach me to play hounds and hares again? He asked. She turned around, looking rather surprised. Yes, she said, I would. It'll probably be too dark for mending. It will be very dark, was all Karan could say. I only went through one midnight camisine in Tia, and the ones in the desert proper are supposed to be a lot worse. I think most people are planning on going all the way down to the river cave for as long as the storm lasts. But we can't take the dragons down there, Akhet-Ten observed. It will be too cold for them. He nodded. We'll move them in there, the winter quarters. He pointed at the end building of their court, which might have been a stable or something of the sort. They decided that would be the winter cave once things got too cold. Heklatus had not yet worked out how the Ged priests transferred heat into the Tian dragon pens, although he was certain that between them, he and Ari could puzzle the magic out. At least the dragons would actually fit into this building, and it could probably be heated conventionally. I don't want to leave Rieth-Ka, she replied after a moment. I don't think any of us plan on leaving our dragons, he said truthfully. They'll probably be all right, but you never know. So it won't be as comfortable as being down by the river, and we might have our hands full if they get restive or frightened. I can think of too many bad things that could happen if we leave them alone, she told him. At just that moment, the rest of the wing started to straggle in. Peatep and Scarlet and Sand Diath were the first of the lot, with Diath looking more nervous than usual. I think he senses something, Peatep called in his booming voice as Diath landed on the sand and immediately went to a sheltered corner. Karun nodded. Having been a keeper of hunting cats, even lions, before becoming a jouster, tall Peatep was perhaps the most sensitive of any of them to his dragon's moods except, perhaps, the former falcon trainer Kalin. Caleth's prediction is holding true, then. Karun did not even bother to voice the question of whether the scarlet and sand dragon was picking up his nerves from his rider. Peatep was not only more sensitive to his dragon's moods, he was outstanding at dealing with them. He knew better than anyone in the wing except perhaps Kalin how to keep his own nerves from being communicated to his dragon. I think he knows it's something he's never seen, too. Peatep dismounted. He didn't bother to take off Diath's burdens. The dragon craned his neck around, showing the sand-colored throat. I'm going to take him straight into the shelter. No point in letting his nerves get any more worked up. I'll come with you, Akha-Ten said instantly. It'll leave more room in the court for the others, and Riethka's starting to fidget too. So are we stead and a Petma, Orest called down from above. Ari leaned over the ledge. The only two dragons that aren't fussing are Kashet and Abatra, and they've both lived in the desert. I expect all of your Altan-born dragons that have never seen a real sandstorm, much less a midnight camisine, are going to be restless and on edge. They sense something coming. Their instincts tell them that it's dangerous, but they don't know what it is. Getting them into the shelter now is a good idea. Akha-Ten made a little face, but said nothing. She only led Riethka behind Diath as they took the staircase to the building roof. On the other side would be a matching stair to bring them to the street side of the shelter. Orest led Westet out of sight, presumably to take the dragon down to the street as well. Ari raised an eyebrow at Karun, who shrugged. She's seen everything but a midnight camisine. So she probably is thinking it's just another sandstorm. I think she's more interested in getting groomed, so I'll finish oiling her before I take her in. Karun looked up as Gan and his green dragon, Kalef, winged into a landing. Gan threw his leg over the saddle and slid down from Kalef's back with a flourish. But then Gan did everything with a flourish. I saw the others going inside as we came down. Kalef isn't too bad, but I might as well take him below anyway. He'll help the others calm down. Gan was the oldest of Karun's wing. Despite his theatrical nature, he'd be something of a calming influence himself. And if that wasn't enough, his exceedingly sharp wit would have them laughing. Huras and the heart-stoppingly beautiful Tathulan swooped in, a blue, purple, and scarlet blur coming to a dead stop in the pit by using the sand itself as a brake. It's coming, said Huras shortly. His eyes were wide, and it was clear from his expression that he was alarmed. But even though he was only a baker's son, and had never been off his ring in Alta before becoming a jouster, he was intelligent and steady, as steady by nature as his big dragon, the largest of the hatch. She trusted him, and he trusted in Ari and Karun's knowledge of the desert. They wouldn't panic unless it was clear that panic was called for. We were at the edge of our range, and saw it when we got height. She caught breakfast. Has anyone got a spare for her second meal? I do, Ari volunteered, as Kalin and Brown and Gold say Atman and Manetka and Indigo Purple Bethlin landed on opposite buildings at almost the same moment. Huras saw it coming, he called as they dismounted. Don't bother to unharness, just get into the shelter. By the time Karun and Avatra got up to the rooftop themselves, it was clear that everyone else in Sanctuary was under cover, and probably had been as soon as morning chores were done. The very few windows were already covered with wooden shutters, and the city might as well have been as empty as when they had arrived. Avatra seemed perfectly calm even now, but when Karun looked to the east, he saw a brownish haze just at the horizon that made him hurry his steps. Ari was right behind him, with Kashet on his heels. When the double doors of the stable were shut and barred behind them both, Karun turned to look the situation over. This was not the most ideal place for the dragons. The largest of them had to crouch to keep from knocking their heads on the ceiling. In the bars of light that filtered in through the closed shutters, it was barely possible to see, and the air seemed a bit stuffy. It was also quite crowded. Mealtime for the dragons was going to be interesting. Outside there was a sound. A high-pitched whine at first, then a deep rumble, like the sound of hundreds of chariots approaching, and then the light vanished, and the walls and shutters shook as the midnight camisine struck sanctuary. The wind did not howl. It roared, it thundered, it tore angrily at the walls and shutters. It made the walls vibrate. It filled the air with a dust as fine as flour. In that moment when the light was gone, Karun felt himself groping for Avatra's comforting presence. This storm felt like a living thing, like a great beast, like a lion, that roared defiance of all the world, that seized entire buildings in its jaws and shook them until their contents rattled like the seeds in a dry Lata's pod. Yet there was nothing inimical in this fury. It didn't care if the building was empty or full of people and dragons. There was nothing malicious there, not like the storms the Magi had created. That didn't stop Karun from feeling like a mouse sitting in a hole with a hawk in the air above him, but at least he knew that the hawk had no plans to torture him if it caught him. Thanks to Caleth's warning, they had planned ahead. No sooner had the light gone than someone near the back held up a lit oil lamp. The flame wavered and flickered in the conflicting air currents. Whoever it was quickly sheltered the flame with his hand, and a moment later, others clustered around him with lamps of their own. It wasn't stuffy anymore. Wind whined through all the cracks in the shutters and around the door that a moment ago had let light in. Wind wasn't the only thing coming in. So was the sand. It was some measure of the force of the wind that the sand was spraying into the cracks hardly wider than a hair. All the dragons, Avatra and Cachette included, inched toward the back wall until they were huddled together. Their pupils were as wide as they could go, making their eyes look like black plates rimmed with ruby or gold, and every time an especially fierce blast shook one or another of the shutters, all their heads swiveled as one to face the source of the noise. "I doubt they're going to panic," Ari said over the scream of the wind. "And if we all settle down and act normally, they'll relax." Gan cleared his throat, then tossed his head as if dismissing the storm as a trivial inconvenience. "These walls and shutters have withstood centuries of storms, and this one has nothing of magic in it. I doubt they're going to fail now. So who's for a game of hounds and hares?" They had made the stable ready long before the storm arrived, and at Gan's prompting, the others unpacked game boards, jackstones, and dice. Karun arranged a couple of flat cushions next to Avatra, and Akhet-Ten brought over her game board. They settled in, Karun to learn the game and Akhet-Ten to teach it, within the circle of light cast by an alabaster oil lamp found here in the ruins. Shaped like Lata's buds, one of its 3 cups was broken, but the other 2 cast a fine light, sheltered from the weird breezes whipping through the stable. Gradually, as nothing worse happened than drifts of sand forming at the windows and door, and the howls of the wind shaking the shutters, the dragons relaxed. Eventually they put their heads down on their forelegs, or draped head and neck over a neighbor's back. They still showed no signs of relaxing their vigilance enough to nap, but they weren't ready to bolt at the first alarm anymore. There was no way to gauge the passage of time, but the Altans had known that would be the case. The artificial darkness was a lot like darkness cast by the storms the Magi conjured in order to drive the Tian Jousters out of the sky, and they were as used to such conditions as anyone could be. However, "I think we should feed the dragons at the first sign of hunger," Karun said, looking up from a game at which he was, predictably, losing. "If we wait until they get really hungry, there might be fights." "I can keep track of that," said Akhet-Ten. He nodded. With her gift of silent speech with animals, she would have plenty of warning when they began to complain. When the first dragons began getting hunger pangs, she alerted their riders. As the meat was distributed, there was some minor squabbling, but not much, and quickly sorted out before it escalated beyond a nip and a hiss. This could never have been done with the wild-caught dragons. There would have been bloody fights over the food in no time, and woe betide any human who got in the way. The storm continued to howl long after sunset, only dying around the middle of the night. By that time, as the oil lamps burned out one by one, everyone had gone to sleep. Karun only woke because a beam of moonlight penetrated the shutter and shone directly into his eyes. He got up and opened the door. He expected a flood of sand to pour into the room, but instead it appeared that the storm had scoured the street clean. There was no real sign that such fury had lately raged out here. The air was still, cold and calm, and the streets peaceful. He wondered what the storm had buried, or revealed. But that would have to wait until morning. 3. The dragons woke early that morning and wanted out. They jostled each other and whined with impatience once they were fully awake, and if it seemed crowded before, with the dragons fussing, it was like being in the middle of a cattle pen that had been crammed too full. No one could sleep with the fidgeting, impatient snapping, and noise. It was obvious that it was time to go. As soon as the stable doors were opened wide, they crowded through, shoving and squabbling, in a hurry to get to their saddling stations. It was time to fly, time to eat, and most of all, time to be outside of walls. Whatever those walls were made of, it was remarkable stuff. There was not so much as a gouge or a scratch on them after half a day of being abraded by wind-blasted sand. But a cracked water jar that had been left carelessly beside the door was now little more than a sand-smoothed lump of baked clay. Laden with saddle and guiding reins, Karan climbed the stairs to get to the rooftop. Too impatient to climb, Avatra spread her wings and flew up. He had to smile at that. She was not only maturing, she was showing more initiative. He'd begun teaching her to come at his whistle some time ago, thinking it would be a useful trick if they were parted. Now she obeyed him as eagerly as any dog, and the others had begun teaching their dragons to do the same. Aket 10 and some of the others were already up there, staring out to the west. When he joined him, it was clear what they were staring at. The sandstorm had uncovered more of the city beneath the dunes. This time there was a temple-sized building, and a vast complex a great deal like a great lord's house. These were a mix of the familiar structures of the sort they all lived in now, and a carefully laid-out area of roofless courts covered by walls next to the temple that bore a striking resemblance to the dragon pens.
"We could use that temple for the dragons, instead of this building,"
said Peotep speculatively as he tapped a toe on the roof of the stable they had just used, then glanced down at Aket 10 from his superior height and added,
"If the gods allow."
"I shouldn't think they'd mind," she replied, rubbing her ear. "But I'm not the one to ask."
"I think,"
called a cheerful voice from below,
"that they will not mind at all, seeing as that building has the sign of Horus upon it."
Karan looked down at Caliph, who grinned up at him, teeth very white in the tanned skin of his face. His spotlessly white headcloth nearly matched them. Caliph had been thriving out here, and anyone who was under the impression that someone serving as the literal spokesperson for the gods would be frail and ascetic would have a great shock when confronted with the lean, hard, athletic Caliph. He was one of the few who had adopted the Tian custom of shaving the head out here in the heat, and generally appeared in public in headcloths, as Ari did. His appearance was a curious mixture of Tian and Altan dress, and Karan was quite certain that this was a deliberate decision on his part.
"You look like you've been up for ages,"
Aket 10 called down.
"I have. I've been inspecting,"
he replied, his mild eyes sparkling.
"The gods provide, you see. We'll be getting another caravan of Altan refugees soon, and we'd have been a bit crowded without some help."
Another caravan of refugees? Well, if anyone would know, it would be Caliph, God-touched, winged one of the far-seeing eye. If anyone had asked Karan long ago what he thought a God-touched person would look like, he probably would not have described someone like Caliph. Except when the gods spoke through him, there was nothing about him at first glance that was uncanny. He could have been one of Karan's wing. Stronger, browner, and more vigorous than he had been when he was merely Toreth's scholarly twin, and with him, the heir to the twin thrones, the power of a winged one sat lightly on him. But it was there, oh yes. Those with the eyes to see it knew very well that the gods had set their mark on him. It was in his eyes, the straightness of his back, and the very way he moved, as if always conscious of the lingering presence of something greater than himself at every moment.
"While you were inspecting, I don't suppose you came across a cache of enchanted sleeping wenches, did you?" asked Gan wistfully. "They wouldn't have to be princesses or anything of the sort, just old enough to have cut their child locks and young enough to still have all their teeth." Karun bit his lip to keep from laughing, though he knew that half of what Gan said was for effect. If anyone was to have taken a vote as to which of the Jousters was the best looking, Gan would have swept the tally boards, and while he certainly was, understandably, vain to a certain degree, and took full advantage of the effect of his beautiful body and features on women, he also enjoyed mocking himself and the teasing of his friends. Caliph laughed. "Ah, poor Gan. You have certainly suffered more than any of us here, with no one to admire your handsome face except Herclatus." Gan grimaced. "Believe me, I tell you in all sincerity that by now even that scrawny old healer is beginning to have his charms." Osset Ruff feigned alarm and edged away from him. The rest laughed, and Caliph spread his hands wide. "Well, the gods have heeded your suffering. Cheer up. The problem will be taken care of before very long, I promise you." Imperious Bethlyn whined and shoved Manetka with her indigo-blue nose. She didn't give a toss about new buildings or newcomers. She was hungry, and right now. Avatra wasn't as demanding, but she made it known with little anxious bobbings of her head as Karun glanced at her that she was uncomfortably empty herself. "I've already allotted the big building and its courts to you," Caliph told them. "It's much more suited to the dragons than this makeshift arrangement anyway." "We'll come look when we get back," Karun promised, and turned to saddling Avatra so they could get out of there. As they leaped into the air, the pattern of the newly uncovered buildings came clear. There were two distinct sections. One looked exactly like a great lord's city manor, with the great house and all the attendant outbuildings. The other was that very large building, in seemingly excellent preservation with a ring of roofless, walled courtyards all around three sides of it, looking for all the world exactly like dragon pens. Well, even if that wasn't what they were, if they could be made to work as pens, he and the others would be taking them over. And, he reflected as Avatra banked away from the city, this meant he and the others could build in their own separate rooms within those pens, exactly as they'd enjoyed in Alta. It would be a relief to have separate quarters again. It wasn't that he minded sharing his living space with the others. It was mostly that there never seemed to be any place to be private. For all that he had been a serf, Karun had been accustomed, most of his life, to being alone, for his lowly status had meant that not even Kefti the Fat's slaves had been willing to share a room with him. Even when he had been Ari's dragon boy, that status had made it necessary to accommodate him in Cachette's pen rather than the quarters of the rest of the Tian dragon boys. But now, crowded up into a single house with all of the riders but Akhet 10, he had been very aware of the presence of others around him, and it felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Sometimes it was only sheer exhaustion that allowed him to sleep. "So, it looks like we'll be alone again at last," he said cheerfully to the back of Avatra's head. She was listening, he could tell by the way she glanced back at him, but she wasn't giving him a lot of attention. She was colder than usual in the morning, and that made her hungry. Her concentration was on the hunt. She'd get her fill of it today. With no sandstorm coming, and with yesterday's storm confining the human hunters within walls, today would be one of those days when he and Avatra would be doing the new work of a jouster, helping to keep the people of Sanctuary fed. Hunting was not just for the dragons. Hunting was for the people, too. He slapped her shoulder. "The sooner we get game, the sooner I can see what we can make of this gift from the gods. Let's try that watering hole where the thorn trees are. After that storm, I bet a lot of the game is thirsty." A pity there had been no one to take that bet. When they returned with two small gazelles, and Avatra full and ready to sleep the afternoon away, he found that they were the last to make it back. As they flew in above the roofs of Sanctuary, he could see figures prowling the newly uncovered buildings, and recognized Ari, by his striped headcloth, and Akhet 10 among them. He unharnessed Avatra, and as he was putting her saddle up, Hurok Eb, the provisioner, approached him. The provisioner, a solemn-faced old fellow with a sturdy, compact body who was naturally bald without needing to shave his head, had been appointed by Caliph to take charge of the common treasury and to make sure everyone got a fair share of the food that came in. Eventually, Karan supposed, this would stop. Sooner or later people would be, if not raising their own food, certainly finding ways to make money to buy it, rather than depending on what was brought in, paid for by the treasures that were turning up in the city. Or, at some point, those treasures would stop turning up, and only what was brought in by the dragons would be available to distribute. At that point, things would be as they were in every other city. But that was for another day, and hardly Karan's concern. The provisioner was certainly happy with the morning's catch. He made his usual point of thanking both Karan and Avatra for their work before he carried off the bounty. Karan gave Avatra a quick sand buffing, but she didn't seem to want an oiling and definitely did want to nap. So he left her to doze in the hot sand of the pen, while he went out to join the rest of the wing in exploring what the sandstorm had uncovered. Of course, the first place he went was that big building with the surrounding pen-like structures. It naturally drew the eye and their attention, since the tall building loomed over the surrounding structures by a full story. He followed the sound of voices when he got there, straight to one of the pens, where all the rest had gathered. "Workshops," Ari was saying judiciously, as he kicked through bits of rubble embedded in the sand. Caliph nodded. "I would guess the same," he said. "As we have been looking through the ruins, I've found broken tools, half-finished projects. I agree that these were all temple workshops, and you know what that means. This was a great temple at one time, one that had many workshops making statues of the gods and offerings. These workshops must have had roofs of palm leaf thatch, so when the sand overwhelmed this place, what little was left of the roofs crumbled away to nothing." Karan joined them, noting that Ari's prodding toe had turned up a half-finished statue of the god Haras in his falcon form. It seemed Caliph's guess was correct. "Which suggests to me that at one point there was a palm oasis here too," Ari replied, stooping to pick up the statue and turn it over in his strong hands. "What was here once, we can build again. And meanwhile, if you are sure the god Haras will not begrudge us living room—" "Very sure," Caliph replied with a nod. "As sure as I have ever been of anything. These workshops can be made into pens, as you have been suggesting, and that big enclosure that was probably a corral for sacrificial cattle can be made into a nursery for little ones." "Little ones?" Karan felt it was time to make his presence known. Caliph favored Karan with a half-smile, though the smile didn't reach his eyes this time. "You don't think the Magi are going to leave us alone forever, do you? One day we will need Jousters to fly to defend Sanctuary, I fear." As a matter of fact, he had hoped for something of the sort, but it appeared that his hopes were in vain. "As he told us this morning, Caliph says that we are soon to see our population increase," Ari said. "And then, well, he has a plan, and I will let him explain it to everyone when the time is right." "But part of that is that we're going to have dragonettes again, and new Jousters to train, is that it? And this will be soon?" Karan persisted. "Absolutely," Caliph replied. He looked so sure of himself that any doubts Karan might have had faded away. "But we haven't any dragons other than Cachette who are of breeding age," he pointed out. "If we're going to be hatching our own and raising them from the egg—" "It is safe to transport an egg when it is first laid, before it has begun true incubation," Ari observed. "I wouldn't do it by cart or transport it for more than half a day, but in a sling between two camels, it would probably be fine. By the time the wild dragons are laying their eggs, Heraclitus will have perfected the magic that makes the sands hot, and we will be able to incubate the eggs," Caliph said, with his eyes looking off into the distance. "After that he will train new wings, and—" He broke off what he was saying. "One step at a time. We will make these workshops into new pens, the old temple into a place where dragons can wait out a storm or shelter from the cold, and the cattle pen into a nursery for the eggs and dragonettes. And meanwhile other things will be happening, and for that we need a council and official leaders." Well, that was new. "A council?" Karan asked. "Leaders? But—" "All in good time," Ari cautioned. But it is best to have the plan in place before you need it. Does Lord... Karan began. Lord Kaman knows and approves, said Caleth, and that seemed to be that. After all, if Lord Kaman, who had been the de facto leader of the refugees since they had all arrived here, had no difficulty with these plans, who was Karan to object? Oh, yes, Aklatas said when Karan came to talk to him. A good deal of what your priests did to bring heat to the sands was mummery. Mind, it is a good thing to have the blessing of the gods when you decide to work a bit of magic. But there was no need for all the chanting and incense and pretty priestesses and mist linen, he chuckled. Except, of course, that the old priests probably liked looking at pretty priestesses in mist linen. He raised an eyebrow at Karan. Mind, mist linen is a very good choice for adorning a fine body, don't you think? The Akkadian healer, who was also a magus, according to his own people's way of magic, was a short, bandy-legged fellow with a knowing eye and a head of curly, silver-streaked hair. Wiry and agile, rather than slim and graceful like the Altans, he stood out among the refugees physically for more than just his Akkadian tunics and his wild halo of hair. He also was not in the least interested in priestesses in mist linen, which Karan knew very well. Karan felt his ears growing hot, and gave himself a moment to think by looking around Aklatas's quarters, which did not differ substantially from the ones he had in the Jousters' compound in Alta. Everything he remembered from there was here, the Akkadian statues of gods, the mix of Akkadian and Altan furnishings, the case of scrolls, the odd metal lamps that Aklatas favored. Then again, Aklatas had been able to take virtually everything he owned with him. Unlike the Jousters, he hadn't had to abandon anything, because he and Lord Kaman had smuggled themselves out disguised as an aged husband and wife leaving for the country. A wagon full of belongings made a useful foil. But, he began, deciding to quickly change the subject, Caleth seems to think we're going to be needing everything the Camisine uncovered and more. I thought Sanctuary was pretty much just for the Jousters and the people that the Magi were determined to do away with. Just how many people are going to be turning up here? Aklatas turned sober. More than either of us think, I suspect, he replied. I have the feeling that things are not going at all well back in Alta. Caleth has been very close-mouthed about what he has seen. I believe he is waiting for the next lot to arrive to confirm with their own words what he knows, rather than risk our incredulity. Because I think he knows that the skeptics among us will take it all more seriously with eyewitnesses. Karan felt his heart sinking. It won't be good, he replied, shaking his head. I didn't want to think about it as long as we were all right, but, well, he won't have to have eyewitnesses to convince me. Nor me. Aklatas sighed, scratching his head absently. The Magi had certainly begun their covert takeover of Alta long before Karan had arrived. But shortly after he had joined the Jousters of Alta, they had moved from covert to overt. Once they had relied on their own strength, like the priest mages of Tia, and their magic had been used to defend Alta. Now, however, their power was stolen from others, and their magic was used to help them in a bid for control of the people and the land. Karan had discovered that they were stealing whatever it was that enabled the Winged Ones to see into the future and predict earthshakes, and to see at a distance to predict the movements of Tian troops, leaving Alta vulnerable. Worse, they were draining enough of it that the Winged Ones were dying of it, and they had begun moving to drain the same resource from those with other abilities, like the healers. Once, the eye they had created was a potent weapon that lashed the earth with fire and had been Alta's last-ditch defense. Now it was used to keep the people of Alta in fear, lashing out whenever anyone challenged the authority of the Magi, incinerating the very people and places it was supposed to protect. Whoever, whatever, had started the war between Tia and Alta was lost in the past and 100,000 recriminations. But now, so Karan and the others believed, the war was being prolonged because death, and all the magic inherent in the years that might have been lived, gave the Magi the power they could no longer live without, and could not raise for themselves without harm to others. They had used up as much of their own power as they were willing to part with. They were using up the winged ones, and there was every indication, or had been when the Jousters had fled, that the Magi had learned how to profit from the sacrifice of others. And now that they had found this new source of power, he and Heclatus and the few others who suspected it had no doubt that they would exploit it as ruthlessly as they had every other resource. It gave them stolen youth. It gave them the power to control the eye, and Corun could not even begin to guess what else they had planned. One thing he did know: it had given them supreme secular power, or at least it had put the twin thrones of Alta within their grasp. Of course, in order to get access to the twin thrones, and to set themselves up as the heirs apparent, they needed to be rid of the then-current heirs. The murder of one, the disgrace of the other, the fabrication of a twin bloodline, and the deed was done. The murdered heir had been Torith, a jouster, and Calith's twin. He was not, by any means, the only one they had killed, but this was the death that had shown the Jousters, all of them, just what the Magi had become, and subsequent subtle persecution of the Jousters had proved to them that the Magi were determined to be rid of the one group that resisted their takeover. When Corun and the rest had fled Alta, it had been with the knowledge that the Magi were going to destroy the Jousters as the last obstacle that stood between them and their control of the entire country. The trouble was that the Jousters of Alta were all that stood between the people of Alta and the depredations of the Jousters of Tia, who were responsible for some true horrors. Corun and the others decided they could not make their own escape until they had nullified that threat, so they had done their best to even the stakes between Alta and Tia by destroying what had kept the wild-caught dragons under control, the drug called Tala. The Jousters of Tia had been overwhelming in their number and the strength of their larger desert-born dragons. But with the Tala gone, and the wild-born dragons no longer controllable, at least the conflict came down to equal numbers and equal armies. The only dragons left under human control now were those that had been raised from the egg by their Jousters, the 8 dragons born in Alta and raised by Corun's wing, and the 2 born in Tia and raised by Corun and Ari. These were now the dragons and Jousters of Sanctuary, who served and protected those who were pledged to end the war, though they had no idea yet how they could do that. There was only one thing that any of them knew for certain. Ending the war began with ending the power of the Magi, because the Magi were the ones prolonging the conflict, and the only ones who benefited from it. So now the question in Corun's mind was, how badly had things deteriorated in Alta since Corun and the rest had fled the city? He could not imagine that they would have improved. "Have you heard anything from the Healers?" he asked Heclatus. The Akkadian shook his head. "Not that I expected to," Heclatus added. "I think that whatever information comes to us will come in with these newcomers that we are expecting." "How much do you think Calith already knows?" Corun asked, with a growing sense of unease that was not directed at their enemies, but at the one who was supposed to be guiding them. It was one thing for Calith to be the mere mouthpiece for the gods, but another entirely for him to be withholding vital information if he had it. Was Calith already keeping secrets, as the Magi had? "Not nearly as much as you think he does," Heclatus said immediately, as if he were able to read Corun's thoughts, and he gave Corun a reassuring nod. "The Magi are able to block my scrying and the attempts by the Bedu to overlook the city. I think they can probably even cloud whatever ability the gods gave Calith as well. My bet would be that Calith knows just enough to make him sure he hasn't got sufficient information to give good advice, much less base decisions on." Corun shook his head, for that made no sense at all. "How can men block the power of the gods?" he protested. Heclatus gave an exasperated snort. "Oh, do think, will you? There are gods of the light, and are there also not gods of darkness? Oh yes, I know, among you Altans and Tians every god has some aspects of both, but are there not gods that are mostly of the darkness, as Haris and Iris and Ceres are mostly of the light?" "Well," Corun admitted slowly, "yes." "And did those gods of light and darkness not go to war against each other in the distant and legended past?" Heclatus persisted. Not war, precisely, and do you not think that the Magi of Alta are, even now, giving those dark gods what they most crave? And in return for those gifts, those dark gods are preventing the servants of the light from seeing what they do? Heclatus looked at him as if he were a particularly dense apprentice. Charon shivered. It was bad enough, thinking that the Magi alone were working against them, but to think that gods might be getting into it. How could they ever hope to prevail against gods? The good thing is that the gods seldom intervene directly, Heclatus went on, with an arched brow as he noted Charon's shivering. Probably because, having warred with each other in the long past, they are loath to begin such a war again. I do not believe we need fear divine or infernal retribution. Interference, perhaps, but that, my young friend, can go both ways. Do not grant the darkness more power than it already has by giving in to your fears. And remember that if this is the case, and they have allies, well, so do we. Anything else that the healer might have added had to be left unsaid, for their conversation was interrupted by Hurras, who diffidently rapped at the door of Heclatus's dwelling. Heclatus almost never closed his door except during a cameo scene, saying that a healer must always be available to those who needed him. "Charon, healer, I wouldn't interrupt you," the stocky young man said, as Charon saw immediately by the excitement in his eyes that he must have some news. "But one of the Bedu guides has just come in with word. The people Caliph has been expecting are not more than half a day behind him, and you will be most glad to hear who they are." The weary caravan of refugees arrived at Sanctuary in the last gleam of twilight, as the full moon rose over the desert. Weary they might have been, but they arrived in good order, which was only to be expected, since their leader was Lord Yatiran, the father of Orist and Akhet Ten. And with him was his entire household, wife, sons, servants, and every other relative and their households that wished to escape. Every bit of movable property, every scrap of food they could buy or harvest, every animal that could take the desert trek, all of it. They formed an irregular blot against the pale desert sand as they approached, a blot that brought its own dust cloud and heralded its approach by the bleating and calling of the animals with them. Small wonder that Caliph had said that without the sandstorm uncovering the new parts of the city, they would be crowded. There were others with Lord Yatiran as well, but no other great houses intact and entire. Some healers, most notably those who had the special gift of healing by touch, and a very, very few, of the priestly caste. Akhet Ten and Orist were beside themselves with relief and joy, and could not wait until the caravan arrived. They flew out to meet it on their dragons, and arrived back leading the refugees from the air, so Charon did not witness how they greeted their father. Not that he needed to. He knew that the greeting would have been full of tears and pleasure, and he also knew that while he was very happy that his best friends had their mother and father safely with them, there would have been a small part of him eaten up with envy. His father, after all, was dead beyond a shadow of a doubt. His mother and his sisters, if they weren't also dead, were worse off than slaves. He couldn't begrudge Akhet Ten and Orist this meeting, but he was glad he didn't have to see it. Instead, he was able to wait by the side of Caliph and Lord Kaman with all the rest of the Jousters to welcome the refugees to their new home. He would not even have put himself forward as the Lord was greeted by Kaman as an equal, and himself gave Caliph the bow of deep respect. But Lord Yatiran caught sight of him and greeted him with an enthusiasm he hadn't expected. "And there you are!" Lord Yatiran exclaimed, embracing him as he might have done his own sons. Charon felt himself flushing with a mingling of embarrassment, pleasure, and affection. He had not realized just how much he liked Lord Yatiran until that moment. He had known how much he respected the man, but not that he had come to think of the Lord and his family as a kind of second family of his own. "Charon, it is good to see you again." "My lord, I am happy beyond telling you that you have come safely here," Charon managed to say with only a little stammer of confusion, "and with your entire household. We should have been here sooner, but he would not leave anyone behind," said Iris Aten, Akhet Ten's mother, with a warm smile for her husband. She didn't look much like Akhet Ten. Where her daughter was flexible and tough, she was willowy and gracile. If Akhet 10 was a bit like a cheetah, Iris Aten was a pampered temple cat. Nevertheless, she had made the trek, and evidently without a word of complaint. "Not that I didn't agree with him. I will leave nothing for those wretches to seize in their greed. Not the least servant, nor the youngest goat. I would leave nothing for those monsters in their tower to use against us either," Lord Yatirin said, his face darkening. His wife put a comforting hand on his arm. "Nor would I leave anything or anyone behind to suffer their wrath. Not that we believe the Magi have so much as a clue that we have fled," added a young man who looked very like Orist, but was wearing what looked to Karun like the robes of some sort of priest. "We left behind a great deal of misdirection. They should think that we left for the remote estates, well past the bounds of the city, and they should believe that it is because we fear the earthshakes." "This must be the brother that's a Teoth priest." Karun had not had the chance to meet all of the brothers, or even Akhet 10's mother, except in passing. He tried not to feel too overwhelmed by this sudden avalanche of brothers, but he couldn't help but wonder if they were eyeing him. Were they looking at him and wondering how he felt about Akhet 10? Did they wonder how she felt about him? But there were 8 other young Jousters, and if they didn't know, he resolved to put the worry out of his mind for the moment. "How did you manage that?" he asked. "A great deal of carefully placed gossip," said yet another brother. This one must be the eldest, the one who had been Lord Yatirin's steward. He looked like an older and taller version of Orist. "We have been dropping hints, acting terribly worried about the earthshakes, for, well, ever since Father let us know that we might need to take ourselves out of reach of the Magi. We aren't the only ones either. There are those who really are making for property as far away from Alta as possible." "The Acadians are leaving?" said yet another brother somberly. "Am I properly holding back my shock?" asked Clattis dryly. "Greetings, my lord. I am exceedingly pleased to see all of you." "And I am exceedingly pleased to see you, Hela," Lord Yatirin said. "We have more of your colleagues with us, though not as many as we would have liked, and here we are, to be frank, very weary." "My old friend, we anticipated that." Lord Kaman eased his way into the group, and he and Lord Yatirin clasped forearms in greeting. "Our friends the Bedu have been helping us prepare temporary places for you. They will do until you can shape what the desert uncovered for your use to your own liking. Now come, and we will show you." With a sigh of relief, Karun eased out of the way and let Lord Kaman take over the shepherding of the entire group. It was with a feeling of shock that he realized that this one group was going to more than double the population of Sanctuary. "As soon as we move out of our quarters, I suspect some of those that are not of Lord Yatirin's household will move into them." It was just as well that it wouldn't take much to turn those empty workshops into the combination of pen and living quarters that they all had enjoyed in Alta. We have a lot to do. And so did everyone else. Well, one step at a time. Tonight he would let Akhet 10 and Orist enjoy being with their family again. Tonight was for celebration. Leave the work for tomorrow. 4. My heart is glad for Akhet 10 and Orist, Menetka said, quietly joining Karun as the latter slipped off to go back to the Jousters' quarters, taking advantage of the crowd and the deepening darkness. But I have no stomach for such celebration. Karun glanced aside at him, and they locked eyes for a moment, the moon just coming up, and the last of the twilight showed Menetka's melancholy expression with painful clarity. My own family is still in Alta, and not likely to escape any time soon, Menetka elaborated quietly. Karun winced. Poor Menetka. Though the young jouster had come a long way from the shy fellow who scarcely raised his voice above a polite murmur, he was still so good at concealing his feelings that Karun hadn't quite realized until this moment that Menetka was at least as lonely and concerned about his family as the more vocal Akhet 10 and Orist. And here Karun had been feeling sorry for himself, when everyone else in the wing with the exception of Ari was virtually in the same position as Menetka.
Not everyone had the resources that Lord Yatiran had. How would Huras's family manage to get enough money together to get the beasts they would need to bring them across the desert? Everything they had was tied up in their bakery, and if they tried to sell that, even if they could find a buyer, it would raise suspicions. The rest were scarcely in a better case, even those who had wealthy or noble families. First, how to persuade them that the son they likely thought had been killed when the dragons shook off the last effects of the Tala was actually still alive. Then, how to convince them that it made more sense to flee into the desert and the unknown than remain under the heel of the Magi. The choice seemed very simple out here. Back there, it meant leaving everything one had ever known, sometimes leaving a home that had been in the family for generations, leaving friends, a business, fortune, status, disposing of things that might have been in the family for generations, paring everything down to what could be carried away and going off into a completely unknown future. No matter how bad things got in Alta, at least you were home. For most people, abandoning everything they had or had fought to gain was not worth the possibilities on the other side of escape. Huras eeled his way through the crowd to join them, then Gan, Peatep, and Kalen let the crowd follow Lord Yatiran and his caravan of refugees, and separated themselves by the simple expedient of standing still while the crowd moved off. "Whew," Gan said, scratching his head and looking after them. "I knew my lord was ranked, and highly so, but I never knew that household was so cursed big." But his kohl-rimmed eyes were bright with interest as two of Lord Yatiran's pretty servants looked back over their shoulders at him, whispered something to each other, and giggled. He didn't see Ositra behind him making doe eyes at both of them. "There's more of it than he brought with him if you count all the people and all the estates he owns," Menetka observed wistfully. "He just brought the people he couldn't leave on his most remote estates, I suspect, and those the Magi would think to use as hostages." Karun tried for a moment to think like one of the Magi, then like Lord Yatiran, to work out what the Lord might himself have done. "The Magi wouldn't look at anyone without rank," he said after a moment. "So anyone like servants or slaves, less than an overseer, say, is probably safe enough, even if they're in my lord's household and kinship line. They don't trust their servants or underlings with anything, so they wouldn't think Lord Yatiran would either. Speaking from personal experience, to those of a certain mind, anyone less than an overseer is invisible," Gan observed. "Simply not worth troubling your mind about." Ositra nodded. "Scarcely more than a living Abshadi if it comes down to it." Gan shrugged. "And if I were Lord Yatiran, I'd feel safe enough in leaving some of those behind, so long as I got them out of Alta City. Out of sight and out of immediate reach is pretty much out of mind." "Something about the Magi is worth thinking about," Menetka added after a moment. "They don't travel outside the third ring, ever. I'm not sure the remote estates really exist to them, except as an abstract concept. So, if we needed to, we might be able to use those estates to help funnel people out of the city, or to hide people on, because the Magi might not think to look there." They walked on in silence under a sky blossoming with stars, and something else occurred to Karun in that moment. In Alta and in Memphis both, people had been afraid of the night, afraid of the hungry ghosts that haunted it, the spirits of those who could not cross the star bridge into the afterlife. Sanctuary of all places should have been awash with haunts. So why was it that no one feared to walk in the night here? He was thinking about this so hard that when a voice came out of the dark, he nearly leaped out of his skin. "It seems I am not the only one who is looking for a little peace." Gan recovered first. "Calith!" he said incredulously, peering into the shadows in the lee of their building. "The same." A long, lean shadow detached itself from the rest and moved toward them, resolving into Calith. "It seems that there will be a celebration, and I dislike being the skeleton at a feast." Calith approached them, slapping Karun lightly on the back and Gan on the arm.
I thought I would come spend some time with my friends who I have seen far too little of lately. Besides, there is a slight difficulty in being the one who speaks for the gods. When people are sober, they look at you out of the corners of their eyes and are afraid to speak to you. And when the date wine has flowed too much, they suddenly wish you to trot out your trick, like a prize flute girl who can play while bent over backward. "Well, that's one trick I can do without," Gan said, "unless the gods are telling you how we are to feed all these new mouths." "Ah, I don't need the gods for that. Come up on the roof and we'll catch the evening wind, and I'll tell you." Caliph sounded a lot more cheerful, and Karun felt some of his own melancholy melting. They all went up to the roof as he suggested, and sprawled on the warm stone with him. Baked in the sun all day, though the temperature of the wind off the desert was dropping, the stone under them, and the sands of the dragon pens below, radiated heat, and wood for the rest of the night. Down below, the sounds of the dragons dozing recalled nights that seemed 1,000 years in the past, when they had gathered in one or another of the pens while the dragonettes slept. "We have water, which is the main thing," Caliph said after a long silence. "Some of those folks that Yatirin brought with him are growers, and not the usual sorts of Altan swamp farmers either. These are the fellows that cultivated his city manor gardens. They know how to grow things in containers, with a trickle of irrigation, and in all that maze that the storm just uncovered is a manor where things were grown in just that way. But we won't be growing food." "We won't?" asked Gan. Karun found a wind-smoothed curve of stone that just fit his back, and tucked himself into it. Caliph sounded more like his old self tonight than he had in a very long time. "No, we will be growing things worth more than food. Yes, even here in the desert. Spices. Medicines." Osset-Ra laughed. "Ha! Now I know why Lord Yatirin was cosseting trees across the desert! Incense!" "Exactly so," Caliph replied. "Incense, which is far more valuable than gold or turquoise. There are young incense trees and seeds for spices and herbs in the packs Yatirin brought with him." Karun glanced over at Caliph and saw that he was nodding. "There is no reason to try to grow what doesn't suit this place, when with care we can grow what does, and is worth so much that traders will bring us whole caravans of foodstuffs in exchange for what a single camel can carry away." "But that won't be for another growing season, surely?" Uras protested mildly. "True enough, but the gods do provide, and until we have that precious crop, they have provided." Karun could hear the smile in his voice. "The sandstorm also uncovered another treasure trove. It's enough to feed us all for some time, even with our population doubled." "Well, that's a relief. I was afraid we'd be out hunting from dawn to dusk." Gan shook his head. "As it is, if we aren't going to overhunt our territories, I think we'd better start ranging out a bit farther." "Ah, that brings up another thing. Who ranges to the east the farthest?" Caliph asked. "I do, I suppose," Karun volunteered. "Ari goes farthest to the south. We have the two oldest and biggest dragons after all." "Then I want you to range farther than you already have, into the Wadi country. There's another abandoned city there that used to be allied with this one, and will want to colonize it for the dragons and Jousters eventually." Karun didn't ask how Caliph knew that. After all, Caliph had been the one who'd found sanctuary. "Well, what am I looking for?" he asked. "And can you give me some direction?" "Only that you should follow the game into the Wadi, and you'll find it." Caliph sighed, and tilted his head back against the stone of the parapet that supported his back. "This business of being winged is not as clear as any of us would like. In many ways, it is as if someone handed me a box of shards from several shattered jars. I can see a face I recognize here, the curve of an arm or a bit of a duck or a lattice flower, and sometimes I can make out what the shape of the vase, that is, what the shape of the future will be, but unless one of the gods actually chooses to speak through me, or a moment that I have foreseen comes to pass, and I can say something pertinent, often it is just images that I can put no real meaning to. Until, of course, something actually happens, but by then it's a bit too late to do anything about it. No one seemed to have any good answer to that, so there was, for a moment, an uncomfortable silence. Caliph himself broke it again. I would very much like to be able to see things afar, as others in the Temple of the Twins could, but that is not within my power either, he admitted. So I cannot do as I very much wish to, and see what is toward with any of your families. What I see, well, when it isn't a pile of shards, it is like looking at the great Mother River at flood, when she is full of silt and what she has swept away. Anything could be hidden beneath the surface. I can only see what the direction will be, what floats to the surface, and sometimes those things that influence the direction. Manetka let his breath out in a huge sigh. Well, that is somewhat less than useful for us mere mortals. Next time you talk to the gods, tell them I am severely disappointed in their performance and planning. It was a moderately feeble joke, but good enough that they all laughed, which lightened the mood considerably. And Karun reflected after a moment that the fact that Caliph had not seen anyone's relations might actually be a good sign, because it meant that they were going to be quiet enough that they made no impact on the course of the future. Right now, where the Magi were concerned, it was best to be unnoticed. A burst of laughter from the other side of Sanctuary made them all look up. I am glad they are weary, Caliph said feelingly. Dawn comes too soon, and an all-night celebration is not what I wish to be next to when it's time to sleep. Yes, agreed Huras, and I am glad that I will not be there when they realize life here is not as it was in Alta. There will be much wailing, I warrant, and bitter complaining. At least we all knew how to work, Karun thought. Those who had come to Sanctuary first had no illusions about what the conditions were. In fact, their expectations had been lower than reality. No one had anticipated water in such abundance, which made a great deal of life much easier than it would otherwise have been. He closed his eyes and let the warmth of the stone bake into his back. At least Lord Yatirin brought servants with him, Gan observed. I cannot imagine the amount of complaining if some of the household learned they were to haul their own water and wash their own linen because there was no one here to do it for them. I think that Lord Yatirin has sufficiently warned them, Manetka countered. It isn't as if Lord Kaman hasn't been able to get some information to him. Karun sighed and opened his eyes again. It is hard to imagine what is going to come of all this, he said quietly. With lives being upended, those used to being served having to fend for themselves. Well, Lord Yatirin will not need to be worried about that, Gan pointed out. He has brought enough people with him to ensure that his inner household will not be cooking their own food and washing their own linen. Ah, and he did bring something else with him that you lot should be grateful for, Caliph replied slyly. Females. Young women. 2/3 of his household is female. Most are young, none are children, and half are unmarried. And we are no longer in the army, to be subject to soldiers' rules, and Gan cannot possibly monopolize all of them, added Karun. So you may pursue young women at your heart's content, or at least, as I am your wing leader, I should say that you may pursue them in the time you are not spending in hunting and caring for your dragon. Even as he said that, he wondered how much time he would be able to get with Akhet 10, now that her family was here, and she was no longer needing to hide from the Magi. Surely she would want to spend most of her own free time with them. Why was it that nothing in his life could ever be simple? Gan, said Kalen instantly. If you cause all of them to become enchanted with your handsome face, I will be very put out.
Curran glanced over at Kalen to see if he was joking, but couldn't make out anything but a shadow among the shadows.
"By Athera's horns, aye! Leave some for the rest of us!" exclaimed Peatep.
"He does have competition, you know," Audit Ra reminded them. "Perhaps we ought to prevent him from venturing anywhere near until we have our chance," Kalen suggested, in a tone that sounded as if he was entirely serious. Surely not. Quite taken aback, Gan evidently decided to put a gracious face on the matter.
"I,"
he announced, with a dignity that bordered on the ponderous,
"have no intention of frittering my time away in pursuit of women. Or at least no more than 1 or 2 women. We have a new home to create. That temple that was uncovered, it is to be our winter quarters, and what had been workshops are to become our dragon pens. And that will take much work. As you yourselves pointed out, we have no one to do it but ourselves. There is too much to do to waste our precious time on such nonsense."
"Ahoo!" cried Huras in mock alarm.
"He's demon-possessed! Or else the Magi stole him and left a changeling," Kalen said with a shudder. "For surely that is not Gan."
"Perhaps I should exorcise him," Caliph said slyly.
"A long fast and an ordeal might do the trick, or perhaps there is a more expedient solution. It is said that neither changelings nor demons can survive immersion in running water." "Attempt to duck me in the spring and you will regret it," Gan growled. "That I do pledge you." "And you the one who cannot get enough bathing?" Peatep chuckled. "Ha ha! What is the difference between a cold bath and a ducking, I ask you?"
"A world of difference, I think you." Gan's face was quite visible in the moonlight, and he was glowering. No one made any move to get up, but they teased him unmercifully, at least until it looked as if the jests were about to get more irritating than amusing. Curran refrained from joining in, and for the most part so did Caliph. After all this time together, they all had a fairly good sense of how far they could go with each other, and a distinct aversion to stepping over that line, though they could and would, and tonight did, go right up to the very brink of it. The great irony of it all was that in this case, the others were far more likely of success than Gan was. Most of the young women that Lord Yatiran had brought with his household would be common-born, servants and laborers and the like, and with them, Gan's noble blood and handsome face were likely to count against him. It had been Curran's experience, limited though it might be, that young women who were not born into wealth and privilege tended to be suspicious of men who were. And when wealth and high birth were combined with good looks, that only made them doubly suspicious that, whenever the man in question said, what he actually intended was to have his joy and wander on to the next conquest. Whereas for someone nearer in rank, philandering came with attendant high costs. And not just social costs, for if the girl in question had brothers, the costs could swiftly become both physical and painful. In fact, those few young women who were of anything approximating Gan's social rank probably already knew him, knew of his reputation of old, and might well be as uninterested in him as their lesser-born sisters. No, in fact, Peatep, Huras, and Kalen were all more likely to have success among Lord Yatiran's household than Gan, and Manette Ka be more likely to succeed with young ladies of rank. As for Audit Ra, he might well prove Gan's equal now. But Gan probably hadn't realized this, and it was pretty certain that it wouldn't occur to the others either. Curran didn't intend to point it out. For one thing, it wasn't too likely that any of them would believe him, and for another, it was pretty amusing to see Gan stew a little. "Peace! Enough!" Gan said finally. "Women and cats will do as they please, and there is no predicting either of them. Except that I would advise any of you who wish success to sacrifice to Peshette on the morrow, and leave me be. She is like to contribute more to your benefit than anything I could do." Since Peshette was both the goddess of cats and of love, it was generally agreed that Gan was right.
and a sacrifice to that goddess was a light one anyway. A bit of a tribute to one of the temple cats would serve. Caliph had lured a few wild Mau cats out of the desert, and their first litters of kittens had grown up tame. They had taken up residence in the temple he and Heclatus had set up. And to make doubly sure, a little incense burned at Pachette's image would do the trick. Pachette was the sort of deity that preferred admiration to worship, and a practical tribute to one of her chosen creatures to an expensive or elaborate sacrifice. Karun yawned hugely. Sacrifice to Pachette or not, as you will. I agree with Gan in this. There is a great deal to do, and I very much wish Avatra to have a pen all to herself soon. With these new people about, the sooner I can give her privacy, the better. There is something you should know, Caliph said, and the hesitation in his voice caught the attention of all of them instantly. There is another group of people coming, and on the one hand, you will be pleased because of what it will mean for your dragons, but on the other hand, I do not know what you will think. There was such a long silence following that astonishing statement that Kalin burst out with, Well, you cannot just say something like this and leave us hanging. Out with the rest of it. Caliph sighed. The new group will be here in 2 days, 3 at the most. You will be pleased because they will give you heated sands for your dragons, but you may not be pleased because they are priests from several temples. From Tia. 5. The entire population of Sanctuary was waiting when the travel-worn and weary caravan of Tians arrived with a light escort of Bedu. There was no doubt that they were priests. Their shaved and wigless heads marked them. But these were not the sleek, polished, and gold-bedecked priests and priestesses Karun remembered. They wore the simplest of garments, nothing more than linen kilts for the men, simple sheath gowns for the women, and mantles for both to shelter them from the worst of the direct rays of the sun. The kohl about their eyes was smeared, and it did not look as if they had renewed it since they left the borders of Tian lands. They were not laden with gold and faience jewelry either. The most any of them had were common amulets on leather thongs to mark which god they served. The little priestesses were in the saddest condition, nearly fainting with weariness, thin and parched-looking, so much so that it would have taken someone with a much harder heart than anyone here possessed to turn them away. But it was Caliph who stepped forward first, to extend his hand to the priest in the lead of the group, as the Bedu who had guided them here dropped discreetly back. The leading priest drew himself up with a weary dignity. We have come to fling ourselves at your mercy, Altan, he said, his voice hoarse, the Tian accent and pronunciation sounding strange in Karun's ears after all this time away from it. We are no longer safe in our own land. Not only did he look weary, he looked bleak, as if he had no real hope of anything other than being turned away. This is why we called this city Sanctuary, my friend, said Caliph, his hands still extended. The priest looked at it for a moment, as if he could not quite believe it. Then he stretched out his own hand, and the two clasped arms, hands to wrists. Welcome, brother, Caliph added softly. One of the little priestesses burst into tears of relief, and as her sisters clustered around her, the rest of the women of Sanctuary, Akhet 10 among them, hurried up to them, enveloped them, and carried them off before the priests could say a word. The priest smiled wanly. Trust the women to cut through all the nonsense we men put up as barriers. I am Baket Ka'apat. Caliph's smile was broader. I am Caliph, and you are all weary, hungry, and most especially thirsty. Come, you can tell us the rest after you have remedied all these ills, and when you are not standing in the desert sun. But the priest held up his hand. There are some others with us. I would know if they too are welcome. Some of the priests stepped slightly aside, and from the back of the group came forward a set of faces that Karun had never expected to see again. especially the tall, blocky, bald-pated, white-kilted man in the front of the group of much younger men and boys. Nor, it seemed, had Ari. "Harriket!" they exclaimed simultaneously in disbelief. Harriket, once the overseer of the Tian Dragon Courts, squinted in equal disbelief, looked briefly stunned, and then stumbled forward. "Ari? Ari? By Noffet's breasts, you miserable cur! You're alive! You're alive!" They fell on each other, embracing like long-lost brothers. "Sobek's teeth! I should have known you were too evil to die!" Harriket rasped out. "You jackal, you dog! How did you come here? Did the Bedu bring you? Tell me you have not lost Kashet." "I have not lost him. It would take a god to part us, I think. But there is more," Ari said, pushing Harriket a little away and gesturing behind him. And as Harriket's eyes fell on Karan, he saw them widen yet again with disbelief. When he and Ari parted completely, he continued to stare at Karan and finally said, "Is that can't be. But you're dead." "No more than Ari," Karan said, flushing a little. "And I'm afraid you have Ari to blame for the deception." Then he raised his head, with pardonable pride. "I did not steal that little red dragon, Harriket. I raised her from the egg, as Ari raised Kashet, but in secret. And in truth, you could say that she stole me." And with that, he whistled. Avatra might have been waiting for his call. She shot up out of the pen to the complaints of the others, whose rest she had disturbed. It was too crowded there for her to fly straight up from the sand, but as the Tians exclaimed and pointed, she half leaped and half flew from the rooftop she jumped onto, hovered for just a moment to pick out a clear space, and landed in a backwash of wing-made wind and airborne sand. And the next moment she was butting Karan with her head, and looking curiously at the newcomers while Ari beamed. "Whoo!" exclaimed someone from behind Harriket. "She's a beauty, by Harris!" "You think she's a beauty? Wait until you see Tathulan and Riath Ka," Karan replied, rubbing the sensitive skin under Avatra's chin. "You have more?" said another, raw envy in his voice. Harriket shook his head and passed his hand over his shaved head. I am at a loss. Vetch, I suppose you have another name now." "Karan, son of Karan." He looked up at Harriket and realized that he did not have nearly so far to look up now. "Which is my right and proper name." "A man's name, and you are growing into it." Harriket managed a smile. "You look so unlike the boy, Vetch. I do not think I will have difficulty remembering what to name you." He looked back at Ari. "In truth, I do not know what to think or say, so I shall say nothing and allow you to do my thinking for me, Ari. Are we welcome? I have with me all the dragon boys trained by Bakken, aye, and Bakken himself. We could not stay, Ari, not when. But the priests will tell you." "The priests will tell us all, when you are all rested in Kalma," Caliph told him firmly. "And yes, you are welcome too. This is, after all, sanctuary, and it would be a poor sort of sanctuary that did not offer shelter to anyone who needed it." In the end, not everyone in Sanctuary came to hear the tale of the Tians told that night, when they were fed and rested, but most people elected to. Some came out of curiosity, some out of concern, and some, sad to say, to gloat over the sad state of the former enemy. They gathered in an open square beneath the stars, the only place big enough to hold them all. At the center were the Tians that seemed to have been given the authority to speak for the rest, Harriket and several of the senior priests. So too were the most senior in Sanctuary, Caliph, of course, and Eklatus, and Lord Kamun, Lord Yatiran, his wife Iris Aten, and their eldest son, and Ari. And somewhat to his own surprise, Karun, drawn firmly out of the crowd by Lord Kaman and Caliph. The rest, with the exception of some of the Tians who were still deep in the sleep of exhaustion, arrayed themselves around the court, or on the roofs of the nearby buildings. The court had the acoustic advantage that anyone speaking at the center of it could be easily heard by everyone in and around it. Rugs were spread for the group at the center to sit on. Anyone else sat or stood as he or she wished. Most stood, the better to see the proceedings. It was a calm and windless night, still warm enough to be comfortable, though by midnight anyone under the stars would need a mantle. The teens began to explain what had brought them across the desert to seek a haven here, and the sense that Karun had at first was that his fellow Altans were prepared to enjoy their tale of woe. But it did not take long until they were all united, in shock and a certain sick feeling of déjà vu. The tale was all too familiar.
When the dragons were revolted, we didn't really have a good idea of what had happened, said Harakat. We knew the dragons had been getting restive and hard to control, but none of us ever really thought that there was anything wrong with the Tala, not even Bakken or me. My guess was that your sea witches were to blame somehow, but it never really occurred to any of us, I don't think, that we'd actually lose the dragons until it happened. No one knew the dragons actually had been lost for days, one of the priests put in. It wasn't until the messengers came back from the battlefield with the report that we knew why no Jousters had returned from the battle. And until then, Harakat continued, we actually thought your sea witches had found some way to make lightning strike them out of the air, or something. About half of the riders came back afoot, though most of the ones that didn't were not actually killed by their dragons or by falls, or so I'm told. They generally managed to get their dragons to land, but it was the soldiers on the ground that got them. Karun nodded. There was some relief in that. Not that he had any great love for most of the Tian Jousters, but, well, he wouldn't wish the kind of terror and death, or the terrible life in death of a paralyzing injury, that came from plummeting out of a dragon's saddle on anyone. Well, anyone except perhaps the Magi.
So, without dragons, and with no means to control captured dragonettes, there was no need for the courts of the Jousters, Harakat said glumly. It wasn't long before orders came that took most of the servants and slaves away. Only a few of the dragon boys, me, and a couple of slaves remained. The Jousters that survived generally went into the king's army, and most of the dragon boys dispersed, as did most of the servants. Bakken decided he'd try either to pay one or more of the trappers to try to get an unfledged young dragonette right out of the nest, or else he'd get one himself. But right about the time I was going to attempt to persuade the great king's advisers that this was worth trying, the great king got new advisers. He looked over at Bakat Ka'apat, who took up the thread of the story. The priest looked much better now, shaved and bathed, and with a proper headcloth and a bead collar that might have come from one of the ancient city treasure troves. That was Calith's touch, Karun had no doubt. Calith knew that to have respect, oft-times one had to look as well as be impressive. The man was dressed in a fashion that clearly marked him as a priest, yet he no longer had the distinctive look of a Tian priest about him. The priest's eyes remained on Lord Kaman and Lord Yatirin as he spoke. But Karun had the sense that he was very aware of everyone else whose face he could see in the torchlight. The first we knew of these new advisers was when the great king's previous advisers were suddenly called up, thanked, and dismissed. Sent back to their estates, if you please. And in their place, as if conjured from air, there were strangers who remained with the highest at all times, and that was when the trouble started. He shook his head. Small things at first. The temple tribute was reduced, not by a great deal, but it was reduced in order to support these new advisers, who had no land, and seemingly no family. Then there were accusations. People who objected to the presence of these advisers,
or even voiced any questions about where they had come from and who they were, why the Great One had chosen them, were sent out to the provinces. "That was if they were of wealth or birth," growled another priest. "If they were neither, they tended to disappear, and it wasn't wise to ask after them either." Bakat Ka'apat sighed. "Then came the orders that certain young people in each temple should come to serve the highest at the palace. It took some while, though, and the God-touched were summoned from each temple separately by name." He paused a moment, rubbing the back of his right hand with his left. "Perhaps I should explain that in our land, those who are God-touched with special powers are spread about all of the temples of the gods, rather than being concentrated in a single temple as, so I understand, you Altans manage things." Bakat Ka'apat cast an inquiring glance at Caliph, who nodded. "We call them winged ones," he said. "The priests are winged, those who are not yet trained are nestlings or fledglings, and they all serve and are trained together in the temple of the twins. Well, except for the healers, who have their own temple, in which all gods are honored, including those we Altans know not." "That," said Heklatus briskly, "is because all healers, whether they heal by the knife, by the leaf, the flower, and the root, or by the touch of a hand, must learn every aspect of healing, and all gods favor the healer. It is so in Acadia as well. I suppose being scattered thinly through every temple in Memphis and outside it was the reason why it took these so-called advisors so long to find our equivalent of nestlings and fledglings, which we call acolytes," Bakat Ka'apat said with a grimace. "And because they were spread about the temples, and the summons came, not all at once, but over days and weeks, it took us longer to realize that these so-called advisors were making off with every child and adolescent that was God-touched." "Nothing like this had ever happened before?" Caliph asked, in tones that suggested he knew that it hadn't. Bakat Ka'apat shook his head. "Never. What need had the great king of those who were untrained or half-trained? I know that I asked why they were being taken, and I was told that since there were no more Jousters, the untrained were going to be learning to act in concert, as the Altan sea witches could. This was meant to give Tia a weapon equal in magic to what Alta had, and since Harris priests do use magic, when they have it, in combat I thought no more about it." Lord Yatiran pursed his lips. "Even though these were the youngest and untrained, and not the experienced and trained?" Bakat Ka'apat closed his eyes, as if in pain. "To my shame and sorrow, if I thought at all, I was simply glad that the ones called were those who were untrained or half-trained abilities we could afford to do without. And to be honest, we didn't, any of us, think that there was anything wrong. After all, these were the great king's advisors who had issued the orders. Why would they do anything to harm Tians, especially consecrated youngsters?" "We soon found out differently," said another priest bitterly. "We did not see the young ones at all after a time. Some parents began to make diffident inquiries. Still, there was no sign of them, no rumors, and no one within the palace would talk about where they had been taken. And then one terrible dawn, the bodies began to turn up, thrown by night into Great Mother River." Bakat Ka'apat looked sick. "That was when we realized how wrong we were." "What?" Ari exclaimed, turning white. "Bodies," said Bakat Ka'apat succinctly. "The bodies of the God-touched that we had allowed the minions of those advisors to take. Something in the palace, or wherever those demons are working their evil magic, was killing them, the youngest and weakest first." Karun felt sick. Caliph only shook his head. "This is what I feared," he said quietly. "When I stopped being able to see what lay within Tian lands, I feared there were magi there now, and that somehow they had wormed their way into the Tian king's good graces." Another priest, considerably younger than Bakat Ka'apat, who wore the amulet of Thet about his neck, leaned forward. "We should have never known. Had they not been so greedy about draining so many of the children of their power until they died," he said bitterly. "There were too many for the crocodiles to take them all, and so we found some of them. That was when I made the approach to the great king, and as soon as I was given audience, I knew that I should say nothing. Not only was there a shadow upon him, but he looked to be as he had been in full flower of young manhood, and so did the 3 advisers." "That has a familiar taste to it," Lord Command said, with controlled anger in his voice. For some time now, Corun had been a little concerned about the older man. Being forced to flee his own land had taken something out of him. But now the old warrior was back, and Corun was relieved to see it. "So did the Magi of Alta and our rulers, when our winged ones began to be taken." The Thet priest looked angry and resolute, and just as much a warrior as Lord Command. "I know the forbidden spells that can give one a second youth, though I am sworn never to use them. It is the business of those of Thet to be upon the watch for shadow magic and the powers of darkness. We know these spells so that we may combat them. I knew the signs of what was happening. Those children had been killed so that their power might be absorbed and their years might be stolen and given to the great king and his advisers." Every time those words were spoken, Corun felt colder. Bad enough to be profiting magically from the deaths of fighters in combat, but to murder children. "You said nothing," Eclatus said shrewdly. "Else you would not be here. And do not feel guilt. If you had confronted them, I think none of you would be sitting here now." The Thet priest Ptah-Hetop nodded. "I made some excuse, some trivial request, and fled the abomination, before they realized that I knew them for what they were." And Ptah-Hetop here wisely began by telling his own priests what was happening. Then they in turn spread out by ones and twos to the rest of us, Bakhet Ka'apet continued. It was the god's own will that he went softly and secretly, rather than trumpeting the abomination to the world and being cut down for it. Ptah-Hetop shook his head, and his expression, already mournful, saddened further. "I was cunning, and perhaps the gods gave me warning. I knew there were no Thet priests strong enough to take those jackals of darkness in their own lair. When you cannot fight, you must flee, for you cannot fight on another day if you are dead." Bakhet Ka'apet nodded, and so did Lord Kamun, Lord Yatirin, and Caliph. "It took us but a single night and a day to organize our flight, and since Ptah-Hetop was the good childhood friend of Hokat Ta Karen, the remaining Haras priest for what was left in the Jousters' court, and knew he could trust Hereket, he told Hereket and the dragon boys with him also, and asked if they could aid us in any way. There was nothing left for us in Memphis, and the priests are not accustomed to defending themselves," Hereket pointed out. "We are?" "So?" He shrugged. "I had some few acquaintances among the Bedu, as does Hereket, and we managed to gain their aid," Bakhet Ka'apet concluded. "They told us of sanctuary, but warned that we might not be well received here. We said we would take our chance that you would accept us. That is the whole of the sorry tale." That was not the whole of it, Corun was sure. How they had smuggled themselves out, the long and terrible crossing of the desert, even with the help of the Bedu, that would fill 100 scrolls, he was sure. But it was not, at the moment, as important as what had been imparted. "But the god touched children," someone said from the darkness. Why did we not rescue them?" Bakhet Ka'apet asked savagely, his eyes flashing anger. "Because by the time we had organized ourselves, and knew what the advisors were about, we had found the last of the bodies, the eldest of the children. There are no more. We failed them. We failed in our duty to them, and we might just as well have set a knife to their throats ourselves. Now, shall I pound the ground and weep, and strew ashes on my head?
Or will knowing that I know my guilt, and know that I can never expiate it, satisfy you?"
It had been a very long time since Karun had heard that level of bitterness in anyone's voice, and the last time it had been Ari, crying out,
"I do not make war on children."
"We will build a shrine for them," Caliph said into the heavy silence. "You will give us their names, and we will build a shrine to them in the river cave, where the sand cannot etch the names away, nor time erode them. They will have in the afterlife all that they should have enjoyed among us. They will not haunt this side of the great sky river as hungry ghosts for much longer." Bakat Ka'apet let out his breath in a sigh.
"I will carve those names with my own hands," he said heavily. "I would do so with my fingernails, if that was the only tool I had."
"Thank you."
"They are not the first to die at the hands of the Magi," Caliph told him, and the restrained anger in his voice penetrated even Bakat Ka'apet's rage and grief. "Nor will they be the last. Listen now to who these abominations are, and what they have wrought in Alta."
He rose to his feet and stood, as if he was about to officiate over a ceremony. Karun thought he had never seen Caliph look so full of authority. This young man, who was not a great deal older than Karun himself, was standing among men much his senior in age and authority, and yet they were listening to him with as much deference as if he had Lord Kamun's years and experience. As the torchlight flickered, the shadows moved across his face, and the larger shadow he cast behind him stretched up the wall like a kind of guardian spirit. Briefly and succinctly, Caliph told the Tians what the Magi of Alta were, the weapons they had created, how they had consolidated their power for decades, and how they had finally moved to take Alta into their hands.
"It is the winged, the God-touched, who give them the most power. But the power and years can be stolen from any living human, we think."
The Thet priest nodded.
"So we have been told in the scrolls of the forbidden magics. Though it takes the deaths of many to equal the power of a single God-touched victim. So, as they exhaust those with the holy powers, they turn to the common man," Caliph continued, and raised his eyebrow. "Do you see now why they should be so very interested in this war, and the indefinite prolonging of it?"
Bakat Ka'apet closed his eyes, while some of the others behind him exclaimed, as if thunderstruck that they had not thought of this before.
"To my shame,"
said Ptahatop. "That had not occurred to me. I thought only to take the rest of us out of their reach."
"Wisely," Lord Kamun put in with emphasis, speaking for the first time since they had all sat down.
"You could not do any good by allowing yourselves to be taken. You have removed one arrow from their quiver. That was well done."
"And the trek across the desert is not well suited to taking thought for anything but the journey," said Lord Yatirin with sympathy, "as we who lately took that trek know too well."
"That is why we meddled with the Tala, we young Jousters and Haklatus," Karun put in.
"We knew we could not hope to stop the war, but we thought we could at least put it on the footing of soldier against soldier, without the dragons adding to the slaughter. But," he added, feeling sick again, "I never thought that the Magi would take themselves to Tia and infect it with their evil."
"Well, we can all play the I never thought game until we are so bowed down with grief and guilt that we cannot move," Haklatus said sharply, cutting through an atmosphere that was increasingly loaded with just that.
"Now we know. Caliph has the guidance of the gods themselves, as well as the eye that sees into the futures. We have dragons. Caliph tells us that we will have more flocking to our banner, and we have the best minds in both kingdoms to deal with this. We have traded what we know, found it appalling, and have joined forces. And this is enough for one night, don't you think?" Words so blunt they were the equivalent of clubs left everyone sitting in stunned silence. Then, after a very long moment, in which Corun fully expected someone among the Tians to take offense at the Acadians' rudeness, the silence was broken by laughter. It was laughter with an edge of bitterness and grief to it, but it was laughter all the same, and it was coming from Bakat Keapet, who bowed his head as his shoulders shook, and finally sat straight up again and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "By the gods, Acadian, your tongue alone is sharper than 20 swords," he said, and Corun thought there was just a touch of admiration in his voice. "If ever I need a goad, I will come to you direct. I wonder that you are still alive. In Tia you'd have been challenged 100 times by now." Aclatus shrugged, looking smug. "In Acadia, I was. Why do you think I am here? But in Alta that was. A man who cannot fight with his wits has no right to challenge one who can to battle with swords, especially when that one is in the right. And you know that I am." I do. Just keep that tongue of yours to a goad, and do not turn it into a flayer's whip to take the hide off those you would help. You are right. There is nothing we can do this moment, but simply by exchanging these words, we have done much already. Bakat Keapet looked back over his shoulder, and seeing no disagreement among his own folk, looked each of those in the circle in the face. "If you will have us, have our skills, have us at your side, we are your brothers from this day." Lord Kaman stood up, as did Bakat Keapet, and the two men clasped arms as equals. Caliph put his hand over both of theirs. "Welcome to Sanctuary, brothers," Kaman said fiercely, then softened the ferocity with a smile. "And as your brother, I advise you to rest. Tomorrow begins the real work. Tonight, may the gods give you dreams of a future we can be proud to build." 6. Corun went to sleep feeling as if he had just been through an earthshake, and woke up in much the same mood. And he had thought that he would have some time to get used to the situation before anyone rang in new changes on him. He was, however, mistaken. He had not been back from the morning hunt longer than it took to unharness Avatra and give her a sand buffing and oiling, when Menetka came looking for him. "Oh, Corun!" he called from above the pen. Corun looked up, but before he could ask anything, Menetka answered his questioning look. "You're wanted," he said shortly. "In that little temple of Calith's. Calith sent me to get you." Avatra was ill-pleased by the interruption, and she snorted at Menetka, her golden eyes flashing her displeasure. Corun patted her shoulder, where the scales shone like armor made of rubies. "For what?" he asked. "I was going to go to work on the new pens." Menetka shrugged. "They didn't tell me, but I expect they want you as the wing leader. Anyone who's like to be in charge of anything is there right now. I suppose they're forming that council Calith was talking about, and they want you for something having to do with it." Well, he could see why they would be doing that now. While people were still in shock and feeling sympathetic to the Tians, it was best to make them a fundamental part of Sanctuary, especially if more Tians were likely to be coming. Only the priests of the temples at Memphis had reached here so far, though according to what Corun had heard rumored this morning, warning was spreading out to the farthest flung temples like the ripples after a rock had been thrown into a still pool. Soon every priest in every temple in Tia would know what had happened in Memphis, and if they had any sense at all, they would realize it was only a matter of time before the hands of those advisors stretched out for them, or at least any of them that had extraordinary powers. After that, any winged, or god-touched, as the Tians put it, who had any measure of common sense and self-preservation would be fleeing. Some might choose other directions than into the desert, but some would follow the priests of Memphis, and many who were not god-touched might also choose to escape. Then the rumors would begin to fly as priests and some of their servants and slaves vanished.
The story about the dead children would eventually surface, and although it might be embellished or changed out of all recognition, fingers would begin pointing in the right direction. The Magi and Tia did not have an eye. The terrible means of enforcing their will and controlling the populace at large that the Magi of Alta did. The king's soldiers could punish and arrest, but they could not strike from the sky. Ordinary Tians might begin to look askance at the great king's new advisors, wonder if the rumors were true, and think about a retreat across the desert themselves. Perhaps there was the same difficulty there as there was in persuading Altans to flee. It was hard to leave everything you had built and sweated for, and go off into the unknown, especially when what you had sweated for was very little. When you did not own much, every bit of what you did have was precious. A bit of land, well, it might be no more than a few rods of soil, but how could you leave it and go somewhere else where you owned nothing? A small house, but if it had been where your father and your father's father grew up, the very dust was precious. And without the double threat of the eye and the earth shakes to threaten them, it would be difficult to persuade Tians to flee. Not all, not even most, would make the journey. Most would remain where they were, reluctant to leave their only homes and possessions. Many of those who initially left would turn back after the first few hardships. But there were a great many Tians and Altans, and Sanctuary until now had been very small. The population of Sanctuary was about to be increased from both sides of this conflict, and Karun could easily see that there had better be something in place to rule over them and adjudicate the inevitable differences before the influx became too great. Though why he should be involved, well, only one way to find out. He gave Avatra a final caress and left her basking in the heat while he sought the building Caliph had called the House of All Gods. There had been too few priests and too few resources when they first came to Sanctuary to have a temple for each god. Caliph had simply solved the problem himself by setting up the same sort of temple that the healers and the winged ones had, in a great building that was surely once a temple itself, with small shrines to every god the Altans knew around the walls of the chief room. As more buildings were uncovered and explored, little statues turned up that more or less resembled different Altan deities. Whenever that happened, he or Hecladus modified them to suit and put them at the appropriate shrine. There were several small rooms, looking exactly like the rooms where priests lived in the temples that Karun knew. Caliph and Merit lived there now. The door of the House of All Gods stood open, and the Tian acolytes were busying themselves with various tasks as Karun approached. It appeared that Caliph had taken in the Tian priests as his guests. This would probably serve, but we'd better get another sandstorm soon, Karun thought, as he entered the door, moved to one side out of the way of traffic, and surveyed the crowded central hall. As they had last night, those most closely involved with what Karun was beginning to decide was going to become the council were seated in a rough circle, with other interested parties behind them. Fewer now than last night, but still, there were a lot of them in this audience. Interesting, once again, it was a mix of Tians and Altans, but now, instead of being completely separated into two groups, the Tians and Altans were at least sitting close to one another, and if not yet talking, were at least trading cautious glances. Caliph, who was seated next to Lord Kamun and beside the chief Tian priest, glanced over at the doorway from time to time. When he finally spotted Karun, he lifted his head and gestured to him to come in. "Karun," Caliph called, when he made no move to enter the room. "Come sit beside Ari. You are to speak for the Jousters." His own head came up. To say he was startled was an understatement. How could he possibly speak for the Jousters? "But Ari," he began, "Ari is older than I, and besides, Ari is more experienced." "Not in the sort of things we will be asking you new young Jousters to do," Lord Kamun pointed out, as Karun made his way through the crowd to sit uneasily next to Ari on a flat cushion that one of the Tian acolytes handed to him. "His expertise dates to the days before, when no one had a tame dragon but himself, and even he will have to learn what you already know. And besides that, we have another purpose for Ari." Ari stirred,
looking a little apprehensive at the pronouncement. But before he could say anything, Lord Yatirin stood up, and any murmuring sank into silence. Lord Yatirin had never been the sort to have any patience with ostentation in his dress, so the plain kilt he wore and the simple collar, sash, and wig with it would not have been out of place among any gathering of moderately prosperous men. It was not his physique that commanded the room either. Like most Altans, especially compared with Tians, he was slender, and although he was in excellent condition, his was the build of a scholar or scribe, not a warrior. It was something else entirely that set him apart, the feeling of completely unconscious authority, as if all his life men had listened to him and obeyed when he gave an order. Which, of course, they had. "I make bold to call this meeting into order. We are here because things have come to the point that we need a council of peers to govern us," he said, in such reasonable tones that there was nodding all the way around. "I think we are all agreed on that, even our new allies. And we were fairly agreed some time ago on who should sit on this council. But after last night it is clear to me, and perhaps it has always been clear to Caleth, that Sanctuary is not going to be the retreat for Altans alone that we once thought. It will be bigger, holding far more people, and a council alone will not suffice to govern it." He paused, but there was no sound of disagreement. "We are used to being ruled by kings and queens, both Altans and Tians alike. I believe most folk will be uneasy without such rulers. Perhaps a council might have served if Sanctuary was only to be home to a handful of Jousters, a few renegade great houses, and a gaggle of priests. But it is not. The common people of the two lands will be coming here, and we need a single figure, or perhaps I should say a pair, to serve as leaders. Our peoples are used to bringing their troubles to a single source of remedy, not a council. And there should be one deciding voice to cut through dissent and say, 'This shall be,' when there is no clear agreement." There was murmuring, but it was the murmur of agreement rather than dissent. No one was going to argue, yet. "You, my lord," Ari began, but Lord Yatirin shook his head. "I will not be accepted by Tians," he pointed out, before any of the Tian priests could even think to object. "I would not even truly be accepted by Altans. By our laws, the ruler must be out of the royal bloodlines. Caleth and Merit are already out of the succession, by reason that he is claimed by the gods, and she is claimed by him. So aside from them, there is only one person here who matches that requirement." And he looked across the circle to where Nofret was sitting beside Ari, on the side opposite to Karun. She looked up at him, eyes as wide as a startled gazelle. "But," she began, I am not." But Lord Kaman and Lord Yatirin together shook their heads. "You must," said Lord Yatirin. "We are all taking duties we feel we are ill-suited for. This must be yours. Besides, Nofret, you and your sister were trained to sit on the twin thrones. You may not have the experience, but you have the knowledge of how to lead, and certainly have the example before you of how not to lead." "But the Tians will never accept an Altan leader," began Baket Ka'apet, his brow clouding. "There have been only 2 queens who ruled in all of our history, and even then they ruled as regents for their infant sons." Caleth held up his hand. "We did not say she was to rule alone. In Alta, that would be unthinkable anyway. We are no longer to be ruled by the sacred twins, I think, but—" And now he looked at Ari. "There is a logical partner for Nofret who would be accepted by the Altans, and that is you, Ari." Ari startled visibly. He had not been expecting this. But then, by the murmurs, neither had anyone else. "I cannot see why," Ari began. "Only because you are far too modest. If I recall correctly, it is you, Ari,
who more often than most has the best ideas. Caliph lifted his right shoulder in a kind of shrug. Ask anyone, and they will tell you. It is you who is the likeliest to devise solutions to problems quickly. But most of all, you are a peacemaker. It is you who most often can take people who are quarreling and bring them to work together. Oh, no, Ari objected, shaking his head. It is you, Caliph, who does all that and more. But only when under the hand of the gods. When I am myself, I am no better at it than Gan. Caliph replied, causing those who knew Gan well to laugh. Then his expression darkened and grew serious. Besides, no man can serve at 2 tables. The gods demand my time, and our history tells ill tales about those who thought to hold power over men while the gods demanded their own kind of service. It says worse of those who styled themselves as priest-kings, Eclatus put in dryly, or those who claimed to rule in the name of the gods. The temptation is to say that what you want and what the gods want is one and the same, and it is difficult for ordinary folk to prove otherwise. As always, your tongue delivers wisdom as well as stings, healer, Caliph said, nodding. To be brief, then, I will not deny the gods what they will of me. Merritt placed a hand on his shoulder. She said nothing, but her expression spoke as loudly as any words. No more shall I. I, said Lord Ytirin, would not be accepted by Tiens, nor, more importantly, by Nofret. And, most importantly of all, the first lady of my house would strip my skin from my flesh with her words, if I were to try so foolish a thing. That brought another bit of laughter from those who knew the lady in question. Sweet-natured as Lord Ytirin's wife was, she also had a dangerous tongue when she was angered, and there was little doubt how she would react to the notion of her husband attempting to take a wife young enough to be his daughter, she who had never permitted a second wife to enter the household. I am pleased and happy to handle administrative tasks, he finished, but I know where my abilities best lie. And I, said Lord Kaman, am and always will be a soldier. Ask me strategy. Tell me that tactics are needed, and you will have all you desire. But outside that, he shrugged, and even less am I, a soldier of the Altans, like to be accepted by Tiens. I do not know how much you know of the ways of our people and their rulers, Lord Ytirin said to the Tien priests. In our tradition, the male twins of royal blood who marry the female twins of royal blood can be made kings. And unless I am very much mistaken, in the Tien tradition, the man of the appropriate bloodline who marries the royal daughter can be made king. Is this correct? Bakat K. Apat nodded. Entirely, and, he added with a lifted brow, there is a saying among our people that the man who least wishes to be king is the man who is like to be the best suited. Still, then by all qualifications, Ari is the only choice for all of us, Caliph replied, since he is Tien and will be accepted by Tiens, and I will not divorce my Merit to free her for some other husband. Merit still had her hand on Caliph's shoulder, and he covered it with one of his own. My beloved, who has the secrets of her sister's heart poured daily into her ear, tells me that Nofret does not find Ari distasteful. Ah, but Ari is a commoner, Ari objected, except that when he said those words, he did not sound at all certain. In fact, he sounded like a man who was telling a lie, and Karun's ears picked up at that. Caliph drew himself up and stared at Ari, putting on that invisible mantle of dignity that transformed him into someone Karun felt impelled to bow to. The back of his neck prickled a little. Caliph knew something, and it had not come from the mouths of men. Furthermore, he was about to say something,
Or perhaps it was more appropriate to say, someone was about to speak through him.
"I believe Ari an Anethet,"
said Caliph in a voice that seemed to echo in the overcrowded room,
"that it is time and more than time that you told the truth about your birth."
The reaction of the Tian priests to that voice was altogether satisfactory from an Altan point of view. They looked very much as if they were going to throw themselves on their faces, and only the fact that no one else was doing so kept them still seated. At the back of the room, the few acolytes who were still here had thrown themselves prostrate.
So the Tians do recognize the voice of the gods when they hear it.
That made Karun feel a good bit better. It meant that the priests knew now what power was holding the reins here, however lightly those reins were being held. And when their fellow countrymen showed up, the priests would take care of whatever enforcement of the laws and ways of sanctuary needed to be done. It was one thing to claim to speak for the gods, but when you could demonstrate the fact, well, that was another bundle of reeds altogether. But others here had paid more attention to the words than the tone or the way in which the words were delivered.
"Your birth?"
Heriket looked from Caliph to Ari, his face screwed up in puzzlement.
"What about his birth? He's the son of a scribe." "He is the nephew of a scribe,"
Caliph corrected in a voice that no longer echoed.
"His mother was a temple of Senet handmaiden, which was where his father came upon her and came to love her."
Sharp glances among the Tian priests and some whispers among the oldest. So, there was something about this that was calling to mind things that they knew.
"My father was a simple soldier,"
Ari said stubbornly. Caliph laughed.
"Your father was a soldier, yes, but hardly simple, and well you know it. Ari, the gods have shown me your life laid out as an open scroll. Let your tongue at last tell the truth. It is the answer to how to unite our people, and though it is not the only answer to that conundrum, it is the best one."
Ari looked as stressed as Karun had ever seen him, as if he both loathed what he was about to say and had longed to say it aloud all his life.
It is nothing I wished anyone to know. Ever," he managed. "It is an accident of birth. It is not meritorious, and not ignoble either, but it is no recommendation to be made a leader. Kings should be made of more than bloodlines. This is
vital," Caliph said firmly.
"To the common man, it is the hand of the gods. Perhaps blood does not make a king, but having a noble bloodline does not make him less of one. You have the skills. Now tell." Ari hung his head. "My father," he said to the hands lying clenched in his lap, is the king's brother, the royal commander of the armies of Tia."
Baket Ka-Apet looked absolutely thunderstruck. So, in fact, did every other Tian. It was Baket Ka-Apet who recovered first and said falteringly,
"Then, Ari an Anethet, Jouster of Tia and Sanctuary, would be acceptable to the priesthood and the people of Tia as a co-ruler with the noble maiden Nofret. If he is acceptable to the noble maiden—"
Nofret's expression was sober, but her voice was firm.
"He is acceptable."
"Just one moment." Ari stood up. Karun had never seen him so tense in all the time he had known the senior jouster. He practically vibrated. It's a good thing that Cachette isn't here, or Ari's nerves could have that poor dragon looking for something or someone to attack.
"Nofret, no matter what these people want, I will not take a wife who is coming to me out of a sense of duty."
Nofret regarded him gravely.
"Jouster Ari," she said, with great dignity, All my life I have known that I must wed out of duty, to have a husband who is pleasant, kind, and, she hesitated. A friend, a very dear friend, is more than I expected. Ari shook his head stubbornly. Maybe you have been trained to think that is the right and proper way to do things, but I have not. Thank you for saying that I am pleasant and kind and a friend, but I require more. He turned to Caleth. The Lady Nofret has no other kin here but you and her sister, Mouth of the Gods, he said with great formality, before anyone, even Nofret, could respond. Therefore, I beg your leave to court her and win her love as well as her regard. Bakhet Ka'apet was dumbstruck. Nofret looked first shocked, then puzzled. Then slowly her eyes glowed with warmth and pleasure. Caleth did not so much as lift a corner of his mouth, even though Ari was almost old enough to be his father. You have my leave, he said gravely. And mine, said Merit, just as gravely, though the twinkle in her eye and the furtive flush on Nofret's cheeks suggested that Ari was already well on the way to having that love. Assuming he didn't have it already. Maybe Karun wasn't very old, but there was one thing he did know, and that was that there was no telling what a female would think. And you will not pressure her into a decision, Ari continued. He sounded desperate, but Karun didn't think he was looking for an excuse not to wed Nofret. On the contrary, he wanted her desperately. He meant exactly what he said. He didn't want a co-ruler. He wanted a wife and a partner. Karun took another glance at Nofret. If he was any good at reading expressions, she didn't think Ari was looking for any excuses either. By no means, said Caleth, before anyone else could speak. After all, there is time yet before so many people come to Sanctuary that we will need a king and queen. Take whatever time you need. Unless Nofret objects. He raised an eyebrow in her direction. Nofret blushed a deeper crimson, but smiled. What lady ever objects to being courted? Any who would must be mad. Bakhet Ka'apet looked as astonished as if a camel had spoken to him. But then in Tia, while women were held in high regard, young women were accustomed to obeying fathers and elder brothers until the day they had a household of their own. Bakhet Ka'apet might as well get used to this change in the way things were. Karun knew very well what would happen when Tian girls saw how much freedom Altan girls enjoyed. Until then, however, Caleth continued, you must needs be on this council. That I require. I want your skills and your knowledge of your fellow countrymen. Sit, please, Ari. Ari did. People obey him as if he were as old as Lord Yatirin. Caleth, it seemed, was acquiring a little something in the way of personal authority each time the gods spoke through him, and it wasn't the sort of thing that wore off. And now, let me beg of you all a little time. Karun sensed an abrupt change in subject, and he wasn't mistaken. Time, Caleth repeated, and attention. I wish to spread before you the lines of the possible futures we face as I have seen them. Karun leaned forward at the words. That Caleth had seen a future for this place, more than one actually, was without a doubt. But he had not yet shared that vision with anyone. Caleth drew a deep breath and turned to the Tians. Forgive me, priests of Tia, if I repeat what you already know. Among our people, the ways of those who are winged are not well known, and I must begin with an explanation. Bakhet Ka'apet nodded gravely. Even among us, the eye that sees ahead in time is rare. Please go on as you will. The future is like Great Mother River entering the delta, Caleth said gravely, looking into the eyes of each of them in turn. It is not a single straight path. It bends and curves, breaks into daughters, and each of the daughters wanders on. Some merge again, some fade to nothing. And I am a dragon flying above at dawn, and have only glimpses of what is below as the morning mist chooses to part, or clings stubbornly to land and water. The nearer we are in time to what I see, the clearer it is. But the nearer we are, the more difficult it is to find ways to change what I can see.
I have heard something similar from the priestesses who tend the mirror of Athera, said Bakat Ka'apet, save only that they have never, in my lifetime, seen far enough ahead in time to do more than give warning. He looked at Caliph with increased respect. Caliph acknowledged the admiration with a nod.
We have come to a point where that branching begins, and I cannot always tell what decision will put us on a beneficial path, nor can I always control what will put us there. And I have seen many endings to our story. His face darkened. Some I will not speak of. But there is one ending that I greatly desire, and in it the two lands are, not one, but bound, as husband and wife are bound, partners in all respects. In that future, the king and queen rule from a new city on the river, equally distant from Memphis and what you call Bato, and we call Alta city. Sanctuary has become the city of the gods of Alta and Tia together in harmony, the symbol of the joining of the two lands, and the Jousters are its protectors. It serves also as the waypoint for a rich caravan route, bringing wealth to the gods from trade, and not from taking it out of the hands of the people. No longer at odds with one another, the task of Altan and Tian Jousters alike is to guard those who dwell in Sanctuary, to make the caravan route across the desert safe to travel, and to watch the borders. Caliph's eyes shone with enthusiasm, and the reflection of his dream. In that vision, all priests of Alta and Tia come to Sanctuary to be trained, and the aged and most wise come here to impart their wisdom. Sanctuary is a place of peace, where enemies learn to become friends, and ways are found to heal old wounds and make new dreams grow.
Karan caught his breath at that vision, and he was not the only one.
What a dream, if only it could come to pass. That is the vision I desire you to hold in your hearts and give to the people as a goal.
Caliph went on.
Would I could tell you how it is that we will come to that place, but that is the end I hope you will strive for.
Now he looked deeply into Bakat Ka'apet's eyes.
This is the one he has to win over, the senior priest, perhaps the high priest. He's had power in his hands. When Tians come here, he'll have it again. Will he barter some of that power to Caliph for a piece of Caliph's vision?
You have us, mouth of the gods, Bakat Ka'apet said slowly, and then to Karan's complete astonishment, the priest bowed. Not the bow of equal to equal. He abased himself, as he would have at the altar of a god. The only thing he did not do was to lift up Caliph's foot and place it on his own head in token of complete abasement, and Karan had the feeling he had actually considered doing even that. After a moment of shock, so did every single one of his followers bow, down to the acolytes who stopped hovering at the edges of things, trying to pretend they were busy so they could listen. They too dropped what they were doing to throw themselves on the ground. Caliph rose, paced slowly to where Bakat Ka'apet was stretched out, and touched his shoulder. I do not need minions, Holy One of Tia, he said quietly. Sanctuary needs partners, friends who share the work and the dream. Bakat Ka'apet rose also, and once again he and Caliph clasped arms. Those you have, I swear it, for myself and for these. Then that is all I can ask. With a radiant smile, Caliph went back to his seat. Now, he continued, looking around again, There is the little matter of where we ought to put all of you.
7. The acolytes of the various Tian gods were surprisingly willing to help with the work on the new dragon pens. Not that acolytes of any sort weren't used to working hard, but they were generally not accustomed to the kinds of labor that might be termed common. Nevertheless, they turned their hands to it, fitting stones into place, making cement to hold them together, although the task of trimming them to fit was left to Lord Yatiran's experienced stonemason. But perhaps that was because the 4 buildings surrounding the original pen were destined to become temple quarters for them all once the Jousters moved. At the moment, the priests and acolytes of the entire Tian party were all crowded very closely together in Calith's temple to all gods, sleeping with scarcely a place to put a foot between them, and it could not be comfortable for any of them. At any rate, with their help, and the help of some of Lord Yatiran's people, the conversion occurred within a few days. The original doors, which fortunately had no lintels anymore, if they ever had possessed such a thing, were bricked halfway up and the walls raised, so that a real sand wallow could be made deep enough for a dragon to dig him or herself in. Then, before the sand was brought in, a walkway was constructed around the periphery of each pen, just as the pens in Alta and Tia had been constructed, with a wider platform at the rear. Last of all, copying the pens in Alta so that the riders could live with their dragons, a single-roomed shelter was built on that platform at the back of the pen, and a water trough where a dragon could drink. Since Karan had been put in charge of the new Jousters, there was one thing he had made very clear. Everyone, including Ari, had agreed with him. No Jouster would ever live apart from his dragon again. Jousters were going to change. It was time for that change to begin. They would no longer live as lesser nobles, not that they'd be able to under the current conditions anyway. They would be housed in conditions no better and no worse than any officer in the Tian or Altan armies. Jousters would still be like no one else, and part of that difference would be signaled by other ways in which they lived besides the bare fact of their housing. It was no longer possible, with the bonded dragons, to treat a dragon like an inanimate thing, the chariot that one drove, the sword in one's hand. It was no longer possible to shrug, walk away, and get another if one's dragon was ill or injured, or worse, died. Not that anyone with the bonded dragon would be able to do anything like that. Look at the way every jouster in Karan's wing fussed over their darlings, fretting over a bit of scuff on a scale, seeing that their dragons were fed, watered, and comfortable before they even considered their own needs. They hadn't much cared for having walls between them and their beloveds, but now that the new quarters were built, that would end. The new jousters were partners with their dragons, and like the faithful hound that slept at the foot of his master's bed and followed at his heels, the dragon would spend as much time as possible with his own jouster, which was, after all, the way that both dragon and jouster wanted things. Karan had not really slept easily without being able to wake in the night and hear Avatra's breathing. Perhaps one day, when there were more resources, the quarters could be enlarged. For now, they were comfortable enough, and at least when the temperature dropped, as Karan very well knew, they would be better than most. The one thing they didn't have to worry about out here was rain. Any rain that fell in the desert was sporadic and wouldn't turn a pen into sand soup the way it did in both Tia and Alta. So no awnings were going to be needed over the pits. A sturdy roof on the jouster's shelter to keep out the sun, however, was a must. Otherwise, in summer, the heat would be a punishing thing, even for a dragon. Once the construction was done, the biggest job, other than raising the walls and making the walkways, was in fitting the pens with sand. Karan had a hope that perhaps the gods would oblige with another sandstorm, but in the end it was done by the simple, if more back-breaking means of having every single able-bodied person in Sanctuary get together to spend a single day helping to carry and dump sand into the waiting pens. Then the Thet priests, with Haklatus watching closely, invoked their spell. It was the same magic used in Tia and Alta both that kept the sand in the pens at a temperature comfortable for the dragons.
Without the need to impress, as Eclatus had shrewdly guessed, it was a much simpler affair than Corun had observed when he spied on the ritual. What Eclatus had not realized, however, was that the little priestesses were actually needed and were not merely decorative. In fact, in many ways, they were crucial. Theirs, it seemed, was a passive power. Corun suspected that if the Magi had guessed what it was they did for the priests, their names would have been first on that list of those who had been called to serve the advisors, and their status as priestesses would not have saved them. They amplified the power of the spell, giving it not merely strength, but reach, sending it far beyond the area in which it would normally operate. So the Thet priests were able to steal heat from somewhere far outside the walls of Sanctuary and sink it into the sands. But they also created at long last one of the cold rooms where meat could be stored for days at a time at need, channeling the heat from that place into the pens as well. In the times when there was more game caught than the dragons could eat that day, it could be stored against greater need. The Thet priests were adept from a long practice at finding good ways to channel the heat, but it was clever Eclatus who suggested one change that had never occurred to them: to move the heat through time as well as distance, taking heat from Sanctuary during the day to be used at night, keeping the buildings cool by day, as the palace at Memphis was. The mere concept made Corun's head spin, but apparently they worked out how to do that. It seemed so impossible that he finally decided to just pretend he hadn't heard any such thing. When they brought the dragons to the new compound, there was not a moment of hesitation out of them on seeing their new quarters. The dragons had never been so happy since they had left Alta. They lofted over the walls and plunged into the hot sands with little squeals of glee, and every one of them, even Cachette, immediately buried him or herself to the shoulders in the sand, leaving only the wide, leathery wings spread out across the hot surface. The Thet priests, who back in Memphis had never actually stayed around long enough to see what the dragons made of their pens when the heating spells were renewed, watched them with spreading grins on their faces. By this time they had all made the acquaintance of one or more of the dragons and had, predictably, been charmed by them. It was hard not to be charmed by indigo-colored Bethlyn with her assumption that everyone she met was a friend, and by the gentle green Caliph, and beautiful tricolored Tathulan, who could excite admiration in the dullest of observers. But each of the others had their little coterie of admirers. All of the dragons liked people, even shy Scarlet and Sand Dioth. And why not? People had never hurt them, and people were the source of satisfying attention and even more satisfying scratches on the sensitive skin under the chin and around the eye ridges, and the join of head to neck. In Tia, everyone had heard of Cachette, but few had seen him up close. Dragons were to be admired from afar, but were dangerous, even deadly up close. And of course, all that had once been true of the wild-caught, Tala-controlled dragons. Although a dragon that killed a man would be put down, nevertheless it was possible to be seriously hurt by one that was clever enough to know he could harm his handlers. But these creatures were as clever as temple cats, as keen and beautiful as falcons, and personable as a high-bred and intelligent horse, and as eager for admiration and affection as a hand-raised cheetah. It was quite clear the moment you approached one that he or she liked being in your company, and would no more harm you than your favorite hound would. Every one of the newcomers had a favorite among the dragons. That had begun from the moment the Jousters had come to Sanctuary, and those who had just arrived had simply carried it one step further, for they began wearing little tokens in the dragon's colors to denote that partiality. Now that the pens were complete and the priests had done their magic, they all lingered, congregating around the pens of their particular favorites, talking with great enjoyment about new ideas for improving the dragon's living conditions, while the humans of the wing moved their belongings at long last into their shelters. It was a great deal more to move than Corun would have thought. Somehow all of them had managed to accumulate enough personal comforts to make life reasonably close to the one they had once enjoyed. "Perhaps," said one young priest to another as Corun hauled in a load of flat cushions, We ought to build a hatching pen. It would be better to have it before we need it. These dragons aren't old enough to breed yet, objected the one he was talking to, chasing away a fly with a whisk, though not the pretty, bleached horsehair and gilded thing he would have had back in Tia, but an improvised switch made of frayed palm fiber. I don't think any of them except Cachette is. What would you hatch? Still he looked interested. And this was very new, this interest in dragons in general, as well as partiality to particular ones. Wild eggs, said a third decisively, this one bearing the hawk pectoral of a Harris priest. It'll be nesting time soon, and if you get an egg before the mother starts incubating them, you can move it safely. Steal them the way my mother stole wild goose eggs, and bring them back here to hatch. Sling it between 2 camels or something, so you don't addle it while moving it. Ari was passing by at that moment with his bedding, and laughed. His dark eyes crinkled at the corners with amusement. Ha ha ha! You've never seen a nesting she-dragon, have you? Even if she isn't incubating, she's guarding, and it'd be worth your... Then he stopped, and Haraket, who was carrying another load just behind him, nearly ran into him. He had a most peculiar look on his face, and Karan tossed what he was carrying into his shelter hastily and went to join the discussion. What are you thinking? He demanded of Ari, before Haraket could ask what was wrong. I know that look. You've thought of something. That we've got 40 or 50 inexperienced she-dragons out there right now? Ari said, staring off into the hard blue sky as if he could conjure a dragon out of it. That instinct will tell them how to mate, but not what to do afterward. Remember how you got Avatra's egg so easily away from her mother? I don't know that the she-dragons out there will be much different. So I'm thinking that we'll have dragons laying eggs in the wrong places, or in more than one nest, or just laying them and going off without knowing they have to incubate or guard. And some of those eggs will be laid near enough to Sanctuary to retrieve them. I can't see a reason to let good, fertile eggs go to waste. And we have 8 or 10 dragon boys right now who would give their privates for a dragon of their own, said Haraket, nodding. Tell them they've got to go retrieve an egg a couple of days away from here. That's nothing. They'll bring it back on their own backs if they have to. I'd go back to Memphis for a dragon egg, said Bakken, coming into the conversation, his voice raw with longing. I'd do it barefoot and in a loincloth. You shouldn't have to go that far, Karan replied, and when the others looked at him, he grinned. Oh, he'd seen the envious looks from the Tian dragon boys, every one of them thinking, if I'd only had an egg, I could have an Avatra now. They'd seen enough of Cachette, and worked enough with the young ones that were about as tame as a wild-caught falcon to have gotten the fever for themselves. Look, when the Tala ran out, you had all those dragons loose on the border of Alta, and I do think that most of them didn't go back to the hills beyond Memphis. For one thing, the pickings in the swamps are better, though they would only hunt there, not den up. For another, if they tried to go back, the other dragons would drive them out. The wild ones have established groups and territories, and the Tian dragons would have been nothing more than clumsy interlopers. Ari nodded his approval of Karan's assessment. Oh, a few of them would get accepted, but the rest would be driven out. And of course, some of them wouldn't have bothered to try and go back, since there would be good hunting here, and none of them are afraid of humans. That means they're forming wild wings of their own. In fact, I think I've been seeing some of them in the distance. I just didn't think about it, because as long as they didn't bother me, they didn't really matter. I believe I have too, Ari replied thoughtfully. But I've been so busy hunting I hadn't paid a lot of attention to the wild dragons in the distance. I know I have, said Manetka quietly from behind Karan. There's a natural hot spring in my hunting area, and there's a whole flock, herd, a group of them anyway, that I see there most mornings. They sleep around it at night. I know they're jousting dragons, because they let me get pretty close before they fly off.
Bakken's eyes lit up. Females? He asked eagerly. At least 4, and they're all breeding age. Minnetka chuckled. They left us alone. I don't know whether it's because I'm with Bethlin, or because Bethlin is too young to be considered a rival. I think I know where there's at least 1 or 2, Karan said slowly. I think I'll go look. I have to go there anyway to hunt tomorrow. It's where the mountains meet the desert. Then I think we should construct a hatching pen, said the young priest firmly. We haven't the need to hurry, the way we did to work on these pens, so we could all move to better quarters, and it won't take all that long to do a single pen. We'll help, replied Bakken. Then he hesitated and looked at Karan. That is, if... A memory flashed through Karan's mind of how Bakken had made friendly overtures to him despite being given very unfriendly treatment on Karan's part. How Bakken had inadvertently been the one who had taught him what he needed to know to train Avatra. Without Bakken, he probably would never have escaped successfully with her. Bakken, we've done without dragon boys this long. Why start spoiling us? He said with a laugh. No, this is important. Calith has said we must have more dragons, and until ours are old enough to breed, this is the only way we'll get them. You build the hatching pen, and as many more new pens as you can. We'll see if we can spot any groups of the old jousting dragons about, and when we find them, we'll start watching them, or asking the Bedu to. And trust to luck and to Harras. Harras will favor us, said the young priest firmly. He must. If he fails to do so, he may well find himself with no one to worship him but those the advisors deem too unimportant or ineffectual to repress. Karan winced, but after what he had seen in Alta, he couldn't find it in him to disagree. He slept better that night, with Avatra literally within reach. She had elected to rest her head on the platform, with her nose just inside his shelter, than he had since the first days of utter exhaustion following their arrival in Sanctuary. It was good to be with his beloved again, good to have her scent of hot stone and spice in his nostrils, good to know that if anything disturbed her in the night, he would be right there to soothe her. Not that anything did. She slept as soundly as he. Perhaps she was as comforted by his presence as he was by hers. They were both up and awake without needing outside prodding as soon as the sky lost its stars, and she was truly awake and ready to move immediately, with none of the sluggishness of having spent a cold night. It was just light enough to make out the shadows of things against the lighter stone and sand, the rack for the harness and saddle, the stone trough that had been moved here with much grunting and labor for Avatra's water. She stood waiting for her harness, as good and obedient as anyone could have asked. It was a distinct pleasure to be able to saddle her without jockeying for space with the others. He had done this so many times that he really didn't need to see the worn, familiar straps and buckles to get her harnessed up. And as for Avatra, she kept looking upward and making little contented snorts, not the grumbling that had been her usual accompaniment to this chore. It seemed that everyone else in the wing was having a similar experience with their dragons this morning, because he didn't even hear whining from Dioth, Pei Atep's scarlet and sand male. And although he and Avatra were the first in the air, it wasn't by much. Akhet 10 took off right after he did, and before he had gotten too high, Pei Atep and Ari were a wing beat behind her. Mindful of his promise to range farther today, he took Avatra up high. She followed his signals and his encouraging hands, rising upward in as close to a vertical climb as a dragon could manage. He was glad of the saddle straps today, leaning over her neck and feeling the thrust of her muscles under his legs with each upward surge of her wings, each wing beat a flash of glowing scarlet in his peripheral vision. And when they could see the distant mountains, he signaled her to level off and head in that direction. By moving her up as high as he could safely take her while she was still fresh, she had the height to take some glides, saving her some laboring in the thin, cool morning air. Cool? It was more than cool. It was cursed cold. But that was the way of things in the desert. He glanced down. At this point, a wild ox would look smaller than an ant,
But the only thing he saw was a single Bedu on a camel down below, and the only reason he knew there was a Bedu on the back of the camel was by the barely visible flapping of his robes. It was probably one of the outriders, bringing back water skins full of precious water from the spring below sanctuary to his clan or family group. They flew on as the sky lightened, going from deep velvety blue to gray, as the eastern horizon brightened, and at last the very edge of the great disk showed at the world's edge. The sun gilded the tops of those distant mountains at their halfway point, though the land beneath them was still in shadow. He held himself back from asking her to fly faster, even though he feared that if there were dragons in there, he would miss the sight of them taking off for their morning's hunts. She needed to save her strength for her own hunting, but he kept his eyes strained toward those low, rough crests, rather than looking for game as he usually did. And so luck was with him, and he did catch sight of them as they powered up out of the canyons cut into the rock. The sun struck them as they came out of the darkness, flashing on their scales, and making them look like distant, iridescent gems being flung into the sky by a careless child. 10 of them altogether, ruby red, deepest maroon, 2 sky-colored blues, a blue-green like a beetle's wings, a green-gold the color of sunfish scales, a red-gold like an emerald pendant, an indigo, and a coppery brown. They scattered to every direction in order to avoid each other as they hunted, though they spread mostly to the north, but there was no doubt in his mind that they were using the canyon as their den. He marked it in the map in his mind, and with a feeling of relief, turned to the important task of helping Avatra with her hunt. He could scout the canyon later. She was hungry now. He could feel her impatience in the way she kept scanning the desert below, and the sudden way in which she changed direction when she thought she spotted something. And a good thing, too, for the hunt was singularly frustrating. They spent most of the morning gaining height, searching for prey, gliding down and having to labor for height again. All the while she was getting hungrier and more impatient, and in fact losing her temper. Finally, just as the thermals were starting to help, he spotted something, a dust cloud, in the direction he had least expected it, the mountains where he had seen the dragons taking off from their canyon. If they're living there, then they're used to avoiding dragons. This isn't going to be easy. Avatra saw it too, and by now she was so hungry she didn't wait for a signal to pursue that distant clue. She tilted sideways and slipped around in a tight turn that sent her straight for the sign. She wasn't wasting any time either. With grim determination, she clawed for height in a stomach-lurching series of powerful wing beats before flattening out into a racing flight. She had seen those dragons too, and she was not going to let one of them get her prey. When this kind of mood was on her, the only thing Karan could do was duck down over her neck and hang on. Woe betide anything that got between her and her meal. With a feeling of great pride, he realized after a while that she was a lot faster and a great deal stronger than she had been just a few moons ago. She hadn't put on a burst of speed like this in a very long time, and there was no doubt in his mind that the ground was speeding past down below them much faster than it had before. But triumph and breakfast was not going to come easily today. As he had expected, these oryx, he had just enough time to identify them before they threw their heads up and bolted, knew what dragons were. They probably knew every single step of their territory and the best places to hide, and they knew that dragons were more dangerous than lions. They also knew how to escape them. Instead of scattering in all directions, they bunched up as they ran, churning up a huge cloud of choking, obscuring dust, making it impossible to single out one for an attack from above. And they were heading right for a crack or canyon cut into the mountains, a narrow slot where dragons would have a hard time following. Avatra put on another surge of wing beats as his heart began to race, and he felt one-handed for his sling and stones. Karan cursed under his breath, but also gritted his teeth on a savage grin. His blood was up, just like Avatra's, and Avatra had an advantage that wild dragons didn't. She had him. Avatra saw where they were heading, and put on a last burst of speed to try and cut them off,
before they reached their shelter, but it was too late. They made it into the crack as she dove desperately through the dust at what she thought was the last of them. Her reaching talons came up empty, and she had just enough room to end in a controlled landing before she smacked into the rock face. She skidded to a halt in the fine dust that passed for sand in this part of the desert, tucking her haunches under her and back-winging as Karun clutched the saddle and waited for her to stop. The sudden quiet as she shook herself and hissed at the rock told him that the oryx herd had done exactly what he had expected them to do. They hadn't run on wildly through what was probably a maze of passages. The passage they had ducked into wasn't all that wide, and they had probably slowed to a walk the moment they knew that they were safe from Avatra. And now they had stopped, somewhere inside that canyon where Avatra could still sense or scent them. She knew they were there, and she was angry. And there they would stay until Avatra went away, safe, where she couldn't reach them. But he could. He slid off her back and got his sling and stones ready, and smiled to himself as he realized what a good team the two of them made. She would not go hungry or frustrated for much longer, and those oryx were about to get a big surprise. He wouldn't have tried this with a herd of wild oxen, but the oryx wouldn't charge him the way oxen would. Avatra was still hissing and tearing at the ground with her talons to vent her frustration and anger at missing her kill. He pounded her shoulder to get her attention, and was rewarded with a snort and an astonished look as she craned her neck around to peer at him. Her golden eyes flashed as the pupils pinned, then dilated in her excitement. "They haven't beaten us yet, my love. Up," he said, suiting the gesture to the word. "High up, my girl. Fly." She gave him a long and level look, but this wasn't the first time he'd hunted on the ground while she waited in the air, and her frustration vanished as she realized what it was he meant to do. She pushed herself off, the dust blowing up in a huge cloud that made him cough and cover his mouth and nose as he headed into the narrow crack of a canyon. The transition from light into shadow was startling. The dust didn't follow him for more than a pace or two. The temperature dropped, and he had to pause a moment for his eyes to adjust. He found himself in a passage just big enough that he couldn't quite touch the walls when he spread his arms wide, with a worn path running right down the center of it. Rough stone walls towered high above his head, showing mostly the effect of wind erosion to smooth them out. When the wind whipped through this place, it must howl like a jackal. The crack was one of those twisting and turning affairs, and he went around a couple of corners before he found the oryx that Avatra had scented. In fact, he practically blundered into them. The crack had begun to widen at that point, and they were milling about restlessly. His sudden appearance took them entirely by surprise, as their startled snorts proved. For a moment, they just stood and stared at him out of astonished eyes. Then a couple of them danced sideways, as if trying to make up their minds whether to run or stand their ground. A stone from his sling against the leader's flank and a wild shout decided them. Within moments, the herd was off and running again, this time concentrating on him, and not on whatever was above. Which was exactly what he wanted, of course. He had no intention of trying to bring any of them down with his sling. He was going to drive them ahead of him until they burst out into some place where Avatra could get them. Whooping at the top of his lungs and swinging his sling, he urged them on, his voice echoing above the pounding of their hooves as they charged away from him. At some point, this crack would widen out enough that Avatra could dive in from above, and by now she had already found just such a place. She was probably perched on the edge of the cliff above, waiting to plunge down as soon as the herd galloped into ambush. He and she had played this game before. The thunder of hooves echoed back to him, along with squeals and grunts, and then a scream. He put on a burst of speed of his own. The crack did widen out, rather abruptly, turning from a passage to a sun-drenched dry valley, and as he ran out into the sunlight, it was to see the last of the oryx vanishing into another canyon, and Avatra in the middle of the space with her talons on not one, but two dead oryx, feeding on one with a savagery born out of frustration as much as hunger. But that wasn't what stopped him dead in his tracks. Avatra was devouring her prey in the middle of a deserted and heretofore hidden city. 8. Avatra was oblivious. She had an oryx in front of her, another beside her. She was ravenous, and all she was interested in was getting herself on the outside of that beast. Karan, however, stared in astonishment, and it wasn't until his mouth began to dry that he realized it was hanging open and shut it quickly. Caliph had told him he would find a city. The thing was, Caliph had not told him what kind of a city he would find. He had expected something like Sanctuary, newly uncovered in the sand, perhaps with the rounded lines of Sanctuary's buildings. And truth be told, he had expected something more derelict even than Sanctuary, with roofs gone, walls caved in. Even if it was made out of the strange stuff Sanctuary had been built of, the legends all said Sanctuary had been buried and preserved in a single day. He calculated the new city to have been abandoned over the course of years. This was a city hidden in canyons, and it had not been built of the hard stuff of Sanctuary. It had not been built at all. It was carved out of the living rock of the cliff face. It didn't look abandoned at all. Well, except for the fact that there were no doors and no shutters for the windows. Otherwise, he would not have been at all surprised to see people come hurrying out of those doors to see what the noise was about. There was, so he had been told, a temple like this in Memphis, the funerary temple for one of the many great kings buried across the river in the city of the dead. As he stared at building after building, turning slowly in place, he could see resemblance to the buildings of Alta and those of Tia, but not as if this was a blending of the two styles. The style of carving here was older, simpler, more as if this was the father of both styles, and each had gone its own separate way. The amount of work here made him shake his head a little in disbelief. Every bit of cliff face was carved in clean, simple, geometric lines. And these buildings were not single-storied either, which made a vast difference from both Altan and Tian styles. 2 and 3 sets of windows looked down into the canyon from each site. There must have been 30 separate buildings, or at least building facades, in this canyon alone. Each one was subtly different from the one next to it. That might reflect the tastes of the original owners, or it might reflect the passage of time, each building having been carved later or earlier than the one next to it. The pale gold of the sandstone of these cliffs made the whole city look as if it had been made of that precious metal. He had to know what these buildings looked like inside. Were they just caves, or were they as elaborately carved inside as out? Could people actually live in them? We could carve the doors wider on the bottom floors to let our dragons in, make a sandpit there if the ceilings are high enough. It looked as if the bottom floors had been made with dragons in mind, twice as tall at least as the ones above. But the only way to find out was to look. He headed for the nearest. Another glance at Avatra to be sure she was all right, but she was nose deep in her prey and oblivious to anything else. He crossed the threshold, noting as he did so that there were places for hinges and, presumably, doors which were long gone, and paused inside for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. For dark it was, despite the windows cut into the facade. Karan could see, however, that this was a man-altered cave, and yes, the ceiling here was as tall as in the Temple of Horus in the court of the Jousters in Memphis, a place where Cachette had walked comfortably. A dragon could live here. The interior was simple, a box of a room, with thick square pillars holding up the ceiling, the spaces between fully wide enough for 2 dragons to pass. It was a big box, though, and that high ceiling gave it a cavernous feeling. After his first feeling of vague disappointment, he realized that the simplicity was the opposite of crude. Floor, ceiling, and walls, all were polished so smooth that when he touched the wall, and then the floor and the pillars, they felt like suede leather under the hand. And at the rear of the room, climbing up toward the ceiling, was a stone staircase. So there were stories above this. He moved toward the back, hearing his footsteps echo in the emptiness, feeling the room growing cooler and cooler as he got closer to the rear and away from the windows. This could be very good. With magic heating the dragon's sand, the bulk of the stone would keep living quarters more than tolerable. They'd be comfortable. And this was where the Jousters would eventually live? Could there be any more perfect place for them to live? He found himself smiling, then grinning with glee. How could anything be better? There was more rain here, as evidenced by the signs of flash floods and the bits of green here and there. But you wouldn't have to worry about rain when your dragon's pen was sheltered by all this rock. And there were midnight scenes, but when you were behind this sort of wall, who cared? The worst that would happen would be that you had a bit more sand to sweep downstairs into the pen. And if this became a city for jousters and their helpers, there might be problems in supplying all those dragons with food if there were no temple sacrifices to feed them, unless... Sanctuary is going to be a city of temples. No law says we have to feed the dragons in their pens. That had been a necessity with the wild-caught, Tala-controlled dragons. Put two together while feeding, and you'd have fighting. Not the current lot. So long as everyone had enough food, they ate peaceably side by side. And they had all learned that although a dragon wanted a nap when she was full, she didn't have to have one. They flew perfectly well on a full stomach. They had to, after all. A wild-caught dragon didn't laze about after making a kill, and neither could the tame ones. So there might not be any issue here. You could fly to Sanctuary for the morning feed, go out on patrol from there, come back for the midday feed, go out on the second patrol, return for the evening feed, then come back home. The dragons would complain at first, but only until they realized that breakfast came at Sanctuary without having to hunt for it. He looked around as his head came up through the floor of the next story. It was identical in every way to the room below it, except, of course, for the view from the windows and the height of the ceiling. He took a walk around the room, trying it on for size. It was comfortable, very comfortable. A brazier near the windows would keep it warm, or you could go down and spend the night with your dragon in the sand. The one thing it lacked was a place to bathe. Well, there was nothing of the sort in Sanctuary either. No point in getting beforehand with things. There was another story above this one. This time the room was a little smaller, but not by much. The view was amazing. Short of being on the back of a dragon, there was no view like this anywhere. Beneath him, the white gold sand of the canyon stretched like a fat snake between the carved walls. And from here, looking down at how regular the floor of the canyon was, he had the feeling that it, too, had been smoothed by stonemasons. How long had it taken to build this city? And why? Sanctuary supposedly had been a stop for caravans crossing the desert. But what had this place been? There were no legends telling about it. And why had it been abandoned? Perhaps because the caravans stopped coming? Perhaps there had been something here worth mining, and when it ran out, so did the prosperity of this city, and gradually, people left it to the oryx and the lizards. Across from him stood a building facade with false pillars framing a mathematically precise doorway and windows with beautiful simplicity. Each facade reflected a different personality, some very rigid and formal, some less so. Some so pure in their simplicity that they made him think of some of the temples in Alta. Some had false urns carved into the rock, or the stylized forms of gods that looked familiar, yet strange, reduced from the realistic, if rigid forms he knew to the kind of sketched-in shape that an artist would rough out before carving the details. Yet he could tell by the elegant curves and careful smoothed surfaces, these images were in their finished forms. Yes, there was that, or something like that, the curve of an ibis bill thrusting out of the otherwise featureless head, but as smooth as a bone fishhook. And there was Pachette, in her feline form, two of her, in fact, flanking a door, with the barest curves for brow ridges, and no sign of eyes or nose, and yet more the essence of cat than anything but a real living feline. After he had studied them, he began to have the feeling that he would never quite look at the images of the gods in the same way again. These seemed so much more powerful, purer. From here he could see 4 more canyons branching off from this one, And in at least 2 of them, there were more buildings. How many jousters and dragons and their helpers and families could be accommodated here? 50? 100? More? He felt dazzled by the idea. A city, an army of jousters, whose duty was to guard the borders and the priests of sanctuary and protect the caravans coming across the desert. Jousters who could actually have families, perhaps raising sons and daughters to ride dragons themselves? Dragons flying to mate, and new dragonettes being raised from the egg by the children of jousters. The vision was nothing less than intoxicating. Could that possibly come to pass? I'm getting ahead of myself again. Far ahead. We've a long way to go before we're safe from the Magi, and that has to be taken care of first. He shook his head. All that was for the future. For right now, he needed to keep his eye on the immediate needs. Still, he ought at least to investigate this place and get some idea of how big it was, and whether it was all in as good repair as this building was. Calith would want a report, and so would the others. Even if they weren't going to be able to move here in the immediate future, they would still want to know everything about the place. He trotted back down the stairs and out into the canyon. Avitra had finished her first oryx, and was beginning, in a much more leisurely manner, on her second. She looked up as he neared, and made a little noise of inquiry. "Eat, sweetheart," he said, and passed on to the next building. All the ones in this first canyon proved to be in excellent repair, although despite the uniform appearance of the facades, only a third of them were actually 3 stories tall once he looked inside. It was clear why. In some, the rock had flaws that would have made cutting a 3rd floor dangerous, and in others, it appeared that work had stopped before a 3rd floor could be put in. He wondered about that, but cutting so much rock was difficult and dangerous, and perhaps these places had all begun with single stories. Then, as the owners acquired wealth, 2nd and 3rd levels had been added. He couldn't imagine how a family would cope with the noise of having someone cutting away at the rock above them until the room was completed, though. Maybe they'd moved elsewhere until the work was finished. Akhet 10 would probably be full of theories about these people, but unless they ever found, say, wall paintings showing how they lived, her hundreds of questions would go unanswered. When he'd finished taking inventory, he found that a 3rd of the structures were limited to 2 stories, and a 3rd were only a single story inside. The rock itself told the tale for the most part. There weren't too many of these places where the carvers had simply stopped without a good reason. He moved into the first side canyon, and here he met his first disappointment. This canyon, much narrower than the first, was nothing like as grand. The facades were simple blocks of stone, where the rough face had been sheared off in a flat plane, and the windows and doors were just geometric holes in the rock. Many of the facades had fallen, choking the entrances. It looked as if they were victims of earthshakes. The carving here was inferior, too, with nothing like the fine finish in the first canyon. So, in this city, too, there were the wealthy and the not-so-wealthy. It was quite possible, actually, that farther down this canyon, or others, he would come to a place where the living spaces were nothing more than caves crudely recut. The second side canyon was similar, and a 3rd was completely blocked by fallen stone. As in Sanctuary, however, there was no sign that people had ever shared their city with dragons, not even the wild, Tala-controlled kind. That was disappointing, though he was sure that the buildings could be fitted with the sort of things the dragons needed. And there was no obvious water source, which was more worrying. Given the evidence of earthshakes, he had to wonder if the reason that the place had been abandoned was because a tremor had cut off the water source and it had failed. In the 4th side canyon, however, which was almost as wide as the main canyon, the buildings were virtually intact, and had a sense about them that they were not private dwellings, but public places. Temples, perhaps, and schools, libraries, records houses, courts. He couldn't have told why he felt this way. There was just something about the facades that seemed impersonal, yet open. Certainly they were all more uniform than the ones in the first canyon, even though the carving was just as high quality. As he approached the largest, he caught a whiff of water. He sniffed eagerly, Yes, there was no doubt of it. He smelled water. There was another scent along with the moisture, a hint of sulfur, that suggested that this might be a hot rather than a cold spring. That was all right. They could make do. They could build catchments and cisterns for rainwater, so long as there was a water source that wouldn't run dry. Thinking now of nothing but the water, he broke into a trot, noting that for the first time he'd found a building that already had an enormous front entrance. Quite large enough for a dragon, actually. Without thinking, he hurried toward the entrance, and the increasing dampness to the air as he neared made him move faster. From the scent, there was a lot of water there, maybe as much as flowed beneath Sanctuary. Then an angry hiss from the darkness made him stop for a moment while his feet refused to move. The hiss came again, and it wasn't the hissing of steam escaping from a vent in the rock. Slowly, never taking his eyes off that black rectangle of a door, he started to back away. His heart had started again, but now it was pounding, and he felt very much like a mouse that had inadvertently walked up to a cobra's den. There was something moving in there, back in the deeper shadows, something big, and he had a pretty good idea of what it was. Move slowly. Don't run, or you tell it that you're prey. Keep your eyes on it, and hope that it doesn't decide you're prey anyway. It would be the height of irony if he had come through all he'd weathered so far, to be eaten by a wild dragon through his own inattention and carelessness. If I get out of this one, I don't think I'll be telling the rest just how I discovered there were dragons living here. He had managed to get about halfway back up the valley when the wild dragon inside that building made up its mind to charge him. Maybe it decided that it wasn't going to let him get away. Maybe it thought he was going to bring back other humans. If it was a former jousting dragon, it wouldn't want to be caught again. For whatever reason, he glanced back for a moment to see how far he was from the main canyon, and when he looked back, a thing that seemed to be all teeth and talons and 3 times the size of Avatra was bearing down on him. Despite that, he had thought he was ready to face an attack. He wasn't. All he could see was death with teeth as long as his arm, and eyes that held nothing but rage. He couldn't help himself. He screamed with fright. The sound was driven out of him, and his heart, which had been racing, now pounded like a madman's drum. He ran backward as fast as he could go, still not daring to take his eyes off the beast. Bad decision. He tripped and fell, and landed sprawling, and the dragon kept coming. He scrambled in the fine sand, desperately trying to get to his feet without taking his eyes off the beast. "Get away!" he yelled shrilly, knowing the creature would never obey him, yet madly hoping for a miracle. "Get back! Back!" It kept coming. He scrambled up, but he knew he could never get into cover quickly enough, and as the beast came close enough to rear back for a strike, he screamed unashamedly. Then he felt himself shouldered aside as Avatra countercharged. He fell down, but this time he didn't try to get up. She got within talon range of the wild dragon, swiveled to put her body between him and the other dragon, and put her head down, hissing defiance. With a snort of astonishment, the other dragon, a green, skidded to a halt. He was much bigger than Avatra, but she caught him by surprise, and as she stood between him and Karun, tearing at the sand with her talons, neck outstretched and hissing furiously, he backed up a pace, his neck stretching upward, eyes wide and shocked. This was a strange dragon in his territory. A strange young dragon who should have given way to him. But she was defending the creature he had thought to make a meal of. Karun watched the wild dragon blinking at her as surprise turned to bewilderment. Wild, or now wild, for although he didn't recognize the beast, he thought that it probably was one of the Tian jousting dragons. Most wild dragons avoided humans. They fought back with particularly nasty weapons. They didn't taste as good as oryx or wild ass or ox, and there wasn't as much meat on them. Wild dragons mostly didn't see humans as worth the bother. But a jousting dragon would know the difference between an armed and an unarmed human, and a jousting dragon wasn't as good a hunter as a wild dragon. He'd settle for anything he could catch. Poor thing. He was caught now in a war with his own instincts. Avatra was a youngster,
and his instinct said she was off limits to fighting. She was female, and that, too, cooled his aggression. But she was protecting the enemy, and standing between him and his next meal. Karan got to his feet again, and moved slowly, very slowly toward Avatra. This was not the time to startle her. She might turn around and lash out at him without knowing who she was striking at. She glanced back at him briefly, and when the green male made no further move to attack, raised her head a little and turned it so she could watch both of them at the same time, though she was still hissing like a steam vent and kept most of her attention on the other dragon. Karan moved up beside her and put his hand on her shoulder. He'd never felt her so hot. She almost scorched his hand. He had the feeling that in this case he was going to be a lot safer on her back than on the ground. But he didn't want her to crouch. That might give the other dragon a chance to attack. "Avatra?" he said quietly. "Leg." Without taking her eyes off the green male, Avatra slowly backed up a pace, then extended her foreleg for him to use as a step to vault up into her saddle. The moment he was in place, she straightened her neck and, still keeping her eyes on the other dragon, began to back up. The male remained where he was, still looking thoroughly bewildered. Karan, meanwhile, was losing no time in fishing for his restraining straps. He wanted to be buckled into place and quickly. He hadn't quite realized how frightened he'd been, and was, until he tried to get the straps buckled and discovered that his hands were shaking so much he was having a hard time with that relatively simple task. He fought with the metal and leather, and it felt as if someone had glued all of his fingers together. They just wouldn't work right. "Come on," he told himself fiercely, feeling his heart pounding so hard he had to swallow around the pulse in his throat. If she has to fly for it. But the straps were not cooperating, and neither were his hands. As Avatra reached the mouth of the side canyon, the green male suddenly made up his mind to charge again. And this time, instead of charging back, Avatra leaped for the sky. And he only had one strap fastened. With a yell, he grabbed for the front of the saddle and hung on for dear life, wedging his feet into the chest straps and clamping his legs hard against her sides. Forget the reins. She side-slipped and turned in the air with a lurch that sent his stomach where his heart had been, and put his heart in his throat. Fear ran through him like a bolt of lightning as he nearly came out of her saddle. With tremendous wing surges, she threw herself upward. He clung like a flea on the nose of a racing camel, while she clawed for height. Height was her only hope if this green decided to challenge her after all. The only way that a smaller dragon could win against a larger was to have the height advantage. But as he dared a glance down, in between trying to wedge himself more firmly into the saddle and trying not to be sick, he saw the green claw the ground, snort, and stare upward at them. He wasn't going to follow. Either he wasn't that hungry, or he didn't want to have to work that hard for his meal. A couple of wing beats later, Karan saw him retire back into the building where he was making his den. So if he wasn't going to pursue, time to get Avatra down before he fell out of her saddle. And Avatra responded to his frantic directions to land on the top of the cliff. It wasn't the best place in the world to pause, but as his heartbeat sounded in his own ears like the pounding of war drums, he managed to get the saddle straps fastened securely around him and tightened down, and gave her the signal to take to the air again. This time she made his heart race for an entirely different reason. Instead of leaping up and using her powerful wings to send her higher in surging jolts, she looked down into the canyon, seemed to make up her mind about something, and pushed off from the cliff, and fell. And fell. Fell almost 3 stories, then at the last moment before she hit the canyon floor, snapped her wings open just as it seemed as if she was going to hit the sand. If this hadn't been exactly the kind of maneuver they had practiced to run against the Tian Jousters, he'd have probably dropped dead out of fear. As it was, he found himself yelling involuntarily, and once again hanging onto the saddle for dear life just before she turned the drop into a climb. By the time she was flying high, drifting sedately from one thermal to another on the way back to Sanctuary, he was dripping with sweat, the waistband of his kilt and the roots of his hair absolutely saturated.
If I never have to go through that again, I will be very, very grateful.
He could have been killed. Avatra could have been hurt. It could have all gone horribly, horribly wrong. Yet as the fear wore off, the exhilaration of what he had just discovered replaced it. Not only had he found Calith's mysterious hidden city, but he had found wild dragons, and they had a place where they could incubate any eggs that were laid. Avatra was still agitated, but not seriously so. She seemed more concerned about him, turning her head to look back at him from time to time, as if to reassure herself that he hadn't come to any harm. Well, with all that yelling, she had probably thought he'd gotten hurt. He leaned over her shoulder and patted her neck, telling her what a fine, brave lady she had been, and how proud he was of her. After he'd done that for the third time, she finally heaved a great sigh, her sides inflating and deflating under his legs. Then he felt her relaxing, stretching out, lengthening as her muscles let go. She stopped looking back over her shoulder at him, concentrating on the far-off smudge on the horizon that was sanctuary. He half expected her to try to land, as usual, in the old communal pen, but to his pleased surprise, she spiraled in on her new pen and dropped down lightly and under complete control precisely where she belonged. He was off her in a moment, and within the space of the time that it took to unsaddle her, he realized that except for her emotional agitation, which was mostly fading, she was by no means as tired by her exertions as he had thought she would be. She had just spent an overlong hunt, had faced down an older dragon, and made a fear-charged escape flight, and she wasn't really breathing heavily. All this hunting for themselves was putting the dragons of Sanctuary into better physical shape than any of the jousting dragons had ever been. Which meant, could they actually face down wild dragons on a regular basis? If they could, then 2 or 3 could go out when nests were discovered, and hold off the mother if she turned up before an egg was successfully taken.
Charon!
Peatep called from the door to his pen.
Any luck?
The best, he replied. Come on! You'll all want to hear about what we found today. 9. There were 8 fertile eggs in the hatching pen, claimed by 6 Altan and 2 Tian dragon boys, one of whom was Bakken. At last, the slave who taught all of them the best way of training young dragons to be ridden had won not only his freedom, but his own dragon. Karan was both amused and bemused to see how the acquisition of his very own egg had changed him. He had gone from a young man who was all business about the beasts he was training to one just as egg-obsessed as anyone else who had ever been granted the chance to hatch out a tame dragon of his own. Those eggs came from 4 different clutches. Only half of the eggs had proved to be fertile, and all 4 clutches had been abandoned before the female in question began incubation. In Karan's mind, and to Ari's, this meant that the females must be former jousting dragons, who were too inexperienced to know what to do, and whose mothering instincts had not yet fully awakened, which in turn meant that their theories were right. At least some of the Tian jousting dragons had not gone back to the desert and the hills near Memphis when they fought free of the last of the Tala. 2 Tian boys were with some curious Bedu their own age watching 2 more dragons to see if they'd abandon their clutches too. There were 6 more would-be jousters waiting besides those if all those eggs proved worth incubating. Quietly, Karan took Kalen and Peatep aside when they knew that at least some of the eggs were going to hatch. He intercepted both of them after their dragons were bedded down for the night, before they went looking for something to eat for themselves. Lord Yatiran had issued a standing invitation to the jousters to come to his kitchen whenever they needed to be fed, and they had jumped at the offer, anything other than have to eat their own cooking. But Karan wanted to talk to these 2 alone, and had asked Akhet 10 to bring food for 4 to Avatra's pen. She had been so curious about the odd request that she hadn't even registered a weak protest. She was waiting with the plain fare that all of them subsisted on these days, flatbread, vegetables, herbs, and whatever the jousters scavenged from their dragons' kills. Karan had decided a long time ago that meat was meat, and it was better to wrestle with a bit of tough wild ass in freedom than the sweetest cut of young calf with one eye out for the magi. Since he didn't hear any complaints from the others,
Except perhaps the sort of complaining one always heard in situations like this one, he thought it reasonable to suppose the rest felt about the same.
"I suppose you have a reason for this little party," Kalen said, blunt as ever. "And from the look on her face, you didn't tell Akat 10 what it is."
The interesting thing about Kalen was that although he was small, thin, and almost as dark as a Tian, he was nothing like the falcons he had once tended. He was more like one of the small brown owls, always watching, silent and still. And when he moved, moving so quietly you were unaware that he had until he was gone. "We have 8 fertile eggs and more coming, I expect," Karan replied. "That's 8 new Jousters. They'll have to be trained. We'll have to train them once they get into the air, and then—"
"I don't think we should have a wing any larger than 8, Kalen said after a moment of struggle with his strip of meat. 8's more than enough to muck up coordination. More would be impossible to keep track of."
"Exactly my thought," Karan agreed. "And now we get to the reason why I had you all choose colors in the first place. Eventually, each of you will have a wing, and each of your flyers will wear one of your colors, so we can tell who the wing leader is because he has 2.
"Oh-ho!" Peatep said, raising his eyebrows. "Now it makes sense."
"You 2 are the 2 steadiest, and you've come from lives where you were used to being in charge of something other than servants," Karan continued, as Akat 10 nodded sagely. "I want you to take the first 2 new wings as wing leaders. But if you don't feel equal to it, I want to know now, please, so I can take my 3rd or 4th choice."
"Oh,"
Peatep said, with a glance at Kalen, modulating his deep voice into a more conversational tone.
"I think we can manage. These dragon boys aren't really boys at all. They've been training young wild dragons with that barking fellow. And they're the faithful, the ones that stuck after the Tala wore off and the dragons escaped. The Altans are our own dragon boys from home, so they should be all right, too."
He smiled, then frowned.
"The only question is, how are we going to feed all those growing dragonettes?"
"Caleth says he's arranging something with the Bedu," Karan replied. "That's all I know." But Kalen, the former falconer who shared that passion with the nomadic desert dwellers, snickered. "What he's arranging is cattle raids in Tia. The priests have told the Bedu where the sacrificial herds are, how they're guarded, and how to frighten off the herders. The Bedu either don't believe in our night-walking ghosts or don't care. They're going to come in by night, convince the herders that they're demons, and ride off with the herds." Karan stared at him for a moment, and then began to laugh. Peatep looked at his friend with something akin to effrontery. "What?" Kalen demanded.
"But those cattle are meant for the gods!"
Peatep protested. "If the gods put this idea in Caleth's mind, I suspect they don't care," said Kalen carelessly. "And besides, the priests can sacrifice them here just as well as there."
"Well,"
Peatep said with some reluctance,
"yes."
"And if people begin to get the idea that the actions of the advisors have so displeased the gods that their priests have abandoned the temples, and night demons are stealing the sacred herds, that's good for us." Karan remembered only too well his former master's fear of the night demons and hungry ghosts, and Kefti the Fat was by no means the only Tian to fear those supernatural creatures so profoundly that any misfortune that befell after dark was immediately laid to their influence. So if actual, as opposed to imagined, catastrophes befell the gods' own property, there would be no doubt in anyone's mind that if the gods had not yet abandoned Tia, they were certainly angry. "Ah, now that's a stone that can strike a rock and rebound to hit the caster in the head," said Caleth, strolling in at the end of that sentence. "There is always a problem, you see, with making people afraid of you. Ari and I were just discussing this. I trust we are welcome to this discussion. It started with me asking Peatep and Kalen to be wing leaders for the new wings," Karan replied, as Ari joined Caleth in the doorway. "Ari, I don't need to be a wing leader of anything, Ari replied, with a mournful, harried expression. I have enough to concern me. When I am in the air, unless it is hunting, I want someone else to be in charge for a change. It will be a relief not to have to think 100 moves in advance. Karun sighed. He felt a little sorry for Ari, but only a little. The responsibility might be a burden, but everyone else was carrying burdens of their own these days. Explain to me how striking fear into the hearts of the Tians is bad for us, Kalen demanded. Because fear is a sword with no hilt, Ari replied. It is as like to be turned against you as against the right target. He sat down on the edge of the platform. Avatra opened one eye, saw who it was, and wriggled her way around so she could plant her head on the stone beside him, silently demanding a head scratch. Ari absently obliged. Here is how it goes. The priests vanish. The great king will surely not say they have run away. No, the advisors will concoct some wild tale of how they were abducted by Altan Magi, and the proof of it is the very bodies of the acolytes that proved to the Tian priests that their own lives were in danger. But nobody will believe that, said Peatep, then added doubtfully, Will they? There are, and always will be, people who are so loyal to their leader that they will believe no evil of him, even if he were to commit the murder of an innocent before their faces, Caliph replied with a heavy sigh. They would say that the victim was a threat, or that the leader was mistaken, or worst of all, convince themselves that the victim somehow deserved it, and brought the punishment on himself. So yes, there will be a solid core of those who will be convinced that the Altans somehow made away with the priests and murdered the acolytes, even though they know the acolytes were summoned to the great king's palace and were never seen alive again. In fact, I have no doubt that such tales are being bruited about as truth even now. So, we have the vanished priests, who might have been done away with by evil Altan sea witches, Ari continued, and to this you add the cattle raids and the night demons. Well, who could have sent those evil creatures but the Altans again? And then, the last piece falls into place, Caliph said sadly. I have seen this. I wish I had not. When the fear and hatred are built up, then comes the next edict. The gods have turned their faces away, not because they disapprove of what the great king and his advisers decree, but because they grow weary of softness, and, to bring them back, it is time to worship their harsher faces. It is time to purge the nation of those who do not support the great king in all he says and does. It is time to rid the country of those who believe the time has come to speak of peace. Karun winced. It was true enough that the gods always had two faces, a kind and gentle aspect and a darker side. Even the Altan goddess of healing was also the Dark Lady, the bringer of the sleep that ends in death. But the Tian gods took this to an extreme. The god of justice was also the god of revenge. The goddess of love was also the goddess who devoured men, heart and soul. Even the great sun disk who brought life and light was also the scorcher of earth, who withered all before him. Peatep took on a stubborn look. The people will not abide it, he said. Look what is happening in Alta before we fled. They will grow weary, worn down by fear until they are accustomed to it, and then they will see the truth. When they realize they have little left to lose, the veil will fall from their faces, and they will rise up and that will be long in coming, said Ari dully. The truth is, the less people have, the more fiercely they cling to it, and the less likely they are to risk losing what little they have. Not all slaves are like Bakken, striving to be freed. Most think only of the next day, the next round of bread and jar of beer, and no further than that. Left to itself, it would be long in coming, Caliph agreed.
But it will not be left to itself. There is sanctuary. We will not sit idle while the Magi have it all their own way."
Ari roused at that and shrugged.
"True. And even though it may be turned against us, we must have those cattle. There will be hungry mouths to feed, and no way to feed them else. The Bedu have secret canyons in which to hide them, bringing over only what is needed, for we surely have no way to feed so many beasts here."
"Are you two going to take Karan's offer?"
Peatep looked at Kalen, who grinned.
"I suppose we must," said Kalen, "if only to show him how a true wing leader handles his men." Cautious exploration of the new city had proved that there were 2 water sources, or rather that the hot spring fed into an underground cistern that also collected rainwater from all over the city, mingling the 2 sources. The constant addition of spring water kept the cistern fresh, and by the time the sulphurous water from the spring was diluted by the rainwater, it was as drinkable as the source beneath Sanctuary. A wing of wild dragons was using the city to den up in, but the mere presence of the Jousters and their dragons was making them uneasy, and Karan suspected that they might well choose to move on without being harassed or driven out. And refugees from both Alta and Tia continued to trickle in, by 1s and 2s in small family groups now, rather than entire great houses or temples full of priests. Caliph and the priests of both nations had managed to establish escape organizations for those who were desperate enough to try hunting for a myth rather than endure another day in lands in which the Magi were growing ever more powerful. There were still Tian temples, those in which there was not, and never had been, a tradition of magic, where the priests still remained in place. The temple of Athera, for instance, the goddess who, in one of her aspects, was the divine cow, the holy nursemaid who nurtured the rest of the gods as children with her sweet milk. She was a minor deity, and her priests and priestesses often came from rural and modest backgrounds. There was no great prestige in serving her, so no great families ever offered their children to her service, but there were small temples to her scattered across the countryside, and it was easy to move escapees from one to the other, as humble pilgrims looking for the blessing of children unnoticed until one moved out of Tia altogether. Most of these new refugees were healers, the sort who, like Haklatus, used magic in their healing, and to say that they arrived in Sanctuary profoundly divided in their emotions was something of an understatement. Healers had a sense of duty so powerful it bordered on the suicidal, and it took a great deal to persuade them to abandon their patients and their duty. But many of these men and women also reported disturbing encounters with Magi, encounters that were disturbing because afterward they could neither remember what had happened nor exercise their magic for a time. A typical example, a call would come concerning a brainstorm, the sort of thing that only a healer who used magic could cope with. He or she would follow the servant ostensibly sent to fetch him. The servant would lead him to a veritable wreck of a house that looked utterly abandoned. But of course, many homes in Alta looked like wrecks these days, what with all the earthshakes. Plenty of people went on living in the ruins. Where else could they go? So the healer would go in and find he had been called to the bedside of a magus, and he would come to himself back at the temple of all gods with no recollection of how he had gotten there. He would find, if he tried to use his healing magic, that it was as if there was a well within him that had been drained dry. Within a few days, he would be able to heal again, but this experience would be nothing like the sort when a healer simply overexerted himself. It was, so one reported, actually painful to work healing magic for a time, as if something had been ruthlessly torn out within him, with no regard for what was damaged when it was stolen. And that was more than enough to send most of them looking for an escape. Not all of them came to Sanctuary. Plenty went to Acadia, which had a fine school of healing, and where healers of every nation, even nations at war with Acadia, were considered sacred and always welcome. Some took ship with the tin traders, for healers were always welcome on such long and uncertain voyages, and some in Tia went south, into the lands called the Kingdom of Sambala, ruled by the lion folk,
strong and skillful warriors with blue-black skin who sometimes came north into Tia to serve as fighters for hire. There, healers were so eagerly sought after that they were considered royalty of a kind, and commanded the highest wages which were necessary, since there was no temple to support them. 5 and 6 villages would pool their resources in order to attract a Tian healer and keep him in comfort and even luxury. There was a long tradition of alliance and mutual cooperation between the Lion folk and Tia. Once every few generations, one of the Lion Kings would even send a daughter to the great king of Tia as a wife, to renew the bonds of alliance between the two lands.
And what will happen when the Lion folk learn of what the great king's advisors have done to the acolytes they took, do you think?
Asked Lord Kamun of the latest arrival, a healer with the blue-black skin of the southern race, the child of one of those well-paid warriors and his wife, who had elected to settle in Tia, rather than return home when his fortune was made. The healer was a very old man. His head of curly hair, as white as clouds, was a startling contrast to his dark skin.
I cannot speak for a king, nor even claim to have some way of knowing how the great and powerful may think, the old man said carefully. You must know that though I have letters from time to time from my far kindred, I was raised in Tia, and am a Tian at heart. But what I can say is that if I were the king of Sambala, I would watch my borders very carefully and look to my warriors. It may be that the Tians, whose hunger increases with each season, will hunger for more land. It may be that they will hunger for the other precious things in the south, the gold and ivory, incense and spices. It may be that they look upon the strong men and handsome women and desire a new kind of slave, and to have at no cost that which they now must hire. For now, they have their war with Alta to pursue, but when that war is over, what then? There will still be an army, and the great king may turn his eyes elsewhere to employ it. If he cares not that these magi prey upon his own people, even to letting them eat the power of his healers, he will care even less that they prey upon outsiders.
Lord Kamun thanked the old man, then looked at the rest of the council.
Another Altan healer arrived this morning and says that he has disturbing news. It was disturbing enough, evidently, that when the Bedu heard it, they put him on racing camels to get him here.
Karun thought that Caliph already knew what the disturbing news was. After all, he had seen a great deal in those visions of his, and something this disturbing was something Caliph would surely have gotten a glimpse of. Oddly enough, though Caliph did not look surprised, he did not look as if he actually knew anything either. It was more as if he had expected bad news, known it was coming, but didn't know what the shape of it was. Caliph nodded agreement when Ari said, "Then we should see him now, if he is not collapsing of exhaustion." The messenger might not have been on the verge of collapse, but he was showing the effects of his journey far more than any refugees they had yet seen thus far. His long hair, left long in the Altan fashion with 2 small braids at each temple, was still tangled from the journey. His skin was sunburned and red, and he was clearly unsteady on his feet, but his voice was strong enough when he spoke, if a bit harsh. And he recognized Lord Yatiran and Lord Kamun, who flanked Ari and Nofret. By design, something like an audience chamber had been set up where the council met, and where urgent messages were heard. Ari and Nofret sat side by side on slightly taller stools than the lords who sat on either side of them. It was an arrangement meant to show who the real authority was. The messenger looked at them all in exhausted confusion, then must have decided that they were the closest thing he recognized to a king and queen and their advisors.
"My lords and lady,"
he said, his voice hoarse and rasping.
"I was sent by the healers of the Temple of All Gods, for there is grave news from Alta City that you must hear. There are 2 new faces on the twin thrones. The old great kings are dead, and it is whispered that their deaths came neither by accident nor illness, but by the hands of men."
Lord Yatiran winced. Lord Kamun only looked angry. Ari remained as unreadable as a statue, but Nofret. Nofret nodded with resignation,
as if this was news she had long expected to hear. She was not surprised. This only confirmed her deepest fears. As the rest of the people in the room buzzed and murmured, Karan stole a glance at Caliph. He expected that Caliph would look smug, or at least unsurprised. He didn't. He didn't look surprised either. But it wasn't as if he had somehow foreseen this happening at this moment. That was interesting. The messenger held up his hand for silence. The great ladies were wed to the twin heirs, even before the days of mourning were begun, much less completed, he continued, and the disgust and affront in his tone told how most, if not all, of the citizens of Alta must have felt at the news. The mortuary priests had not even come for the bodies before they were wed to the men who are now the great kings. Magus Ptah-Anhotep and Magus Ramez-Re-Bet now sit in the great hall and reign. Before the death of the old kings could be proclaimed, their earlier betrothal to the young princesses was dissolved, and they were wed to the twin queens, all in a single afternoon. I cannot imagine how this could have surprised anyone. Nofret said aloud, her head up, as she surveyed the murmuring crowd. Her dark eyes shone with some of the anger and hatred she must have been holding back all this time after Caliph's twin brother Prince Toreth was murdered. Especially not in the court. The great kings set their seal upon their own death sentence the moment they allowed those men to be adopted into the royal houses and declared twins. Surely none of you actually believed they would wait for little Chayat-al and Waset-Ra to grow up and wed them to take the twin thrones and become the kings? It was an excuse. And anyone who does not believe that the death of the kings was anything other than murder is a fool. I do not think you will find anyone in Alta to naysay you, gracious lady, the messenger rasped. The Magi now rule in Alta virtually unchallenged and alone. The great ladies are seldom seen and never on the twin thrones. When they are seen, they are silent and move like those who walk when sleeping. That is the sum of what I came to tell you. He paused a moment, then added in a very subdued voice, May I remain? I do not wish to return to a place so altered and so near to madness. It was Ari who got to his feet and said, in a voice pitched to carry beyond the room, Never will we turn anyone away from sanctuary, be he Altan or Tian, or half-crazed Akkadian. The latter with a glance at Heklatus, who kept his indignation down to a poisonous glance. Akhet-Ten nudged Karan in the ribs. That's important, she whispered. That it was Ari who said that to an Altan? He nodded. He was starting to see how this business of being in charge of people worked. Well, more people than just a single wing of young Jousters. There were things you had to do, ways you had to deal with people. Ari might say he was unprepared for all of this, but really, he was much better at it than he thought, and he was improving with every day. The messenger was taken off, and Ari and the rest of the council settled in to discuss what they'd learned. It was fundamentally obvious, though, that there wasn't much that Karan could contribute, so he excused himself, and Akhet-Ten followed him out. Are you as depressed as I am? She asked him, in a voice full of resignation. Probably, he sighed, then felt his spirits lift, just a little, when she slipped her hand into his. I suppose I've been expecting it, but still, I keep hoping someone back in Alta will manage to poison all those scorpions, or that they'll turn on each other and stab each other to death. That might just be what happened in a way, she replied. You know how Merit and Nofret told us that the Magi were always at each other's throats. Those 3 so-called advisors that turned up in Memphis just might be Altan Magi who lost some sort of confrontation. He groaned. If anything, that makes it worse. They'll never give up the war. Why should they? The longer it lasts, the greater their power. And I don't want to think about it any more, she said, cutting him off. Or at least not right now.
I want to see this city of yours, and there is absolutely nothing that we need to be doing right now. If we leave now, before either Riethka or Avatra are really hungry, we can find out if dragons can hunt together when there's no urgency to the hunt. And then you can show me the city." Karun controlled his expression with an effort. He had been trying to get Akhet-Ten alone ever since they all arrived here in Sanctuary, but one thing and another had always interfered with his plans. But it seemed she had some plans of her own. "Let me just leave word," he said, because the one rule he had imposed on all of them, himself included, was to never fly off Dragonback without first telling someone where you were going. If he or Avatra or both had been hurt by that wild green dragon back when he'd first found the new city, at least someone would have known the general direction to go looking. That done, he hurried for the pens, to discover that Akhet-Ten was already in the saddle and waiting, with Riethka perched on the wall, fanning her silver-edged blue wings, while Avatra watched them both with no sign of hostility. His breath caught as Akhet-Ten turned her head a little. She and her dragon made a wonderful pair. Riethka's scales shone the same blue-black as Akhet-Ten's hair. Akhet-Ten's lithe body moved so easily with Riethka's that the two of them might have been a single creature, like the human horses in Acadia that Haklatus told tales about. The linen tunic she wore was exactly the same as the boys all wore, but it certainly looked better on her than any of them. She turned toward him at that moment, saw him, and grinned and waved. He felt his heart pound a little faster. His feet certainly started to move as if his whole body was suddenly lighter. And his hands, when he saddled Avatra, seemed to have eyes at the ends of his fingers. The mere thought of being far away from Sanctuary with only Akhet-Ten made him feel almost deliriously happy. "Got your sling?" she called when he was in the saddle at last, and Avatra shuffled her feet impatiently, waiting for him to give her the signal to take to the air. He nodded and held up the sling for Akhet-Ten to see. He didn't have to ask if she had her bow. It was there, with her arrows, in the quiver at her hip. But she waited, as a good jouster should, for him to go up first. He was the wing leader after all, even if today the wing consisted of two. Riethka fell in slightly behind, a position that seemed to take less effort to hold, for the dragon who wasn't the lead didn't have to cut through the air. All he could figure was that the air acted like thin water, and the lead dragon cut a wake that the ones behind could ride. He decided that since there were two of them, he would try for a more challenging prey today, wild ox. Ordinarily, he wouldn't go after one. They were tough, and even Cachette found them a challenge. As a consequence, they hadn't been hunted much in his territory, so they were plentiful and unafraid. This might be the time to take down one or more. The dragons weren't hungry yet, and could probably be persuaded to cooperate in a joint hunt, especially since one of them was being flown by Akhet-Ten. "Wild ox!" he shouted to her, over the flapping of the dragon's wings and the wind in his ears. She nodded. Her main gift as a winged one was that she could speak to animals. She, and to tell the truth, the priests and priestesses in charge of the fledglings, had thought that a lesser gift, but if it had not been for her ability, she would never have been able to save Riethka from mourning to death after the murder of Toreth, whose dragon she had been. And thanks to Akhet-Ten's abilities, the training of the entire wing had been swift and smooth, much smoother than it would have been had she not been able to explain to the dragons exactly what their riders wanted. He had a good idea that she was speaking to both dragons once he told her the quarry he planned to hunt, and when Avatra looked back over her shoulder at Akhet-Ten several times, he was sure of it. "Stooping runs?" she called forward over the steady whump, whump sound of the dragon's wings. He nodded. That meant that he would dive in first, trying to stun the quarry with a stone, but not allowing Avatra to close and bind. Akhet-Ten and Riethka would follow, with Akhet-Ten using her bow. Then he would come in again, and this time, if they'd managed to do enough damage, he'd let fly with a second stone and allow Avatra to attack and bind. Meanwhile, Akhet-Ten would be ready to come to his rescue if the ox turned on them. It was a maneuver they had worked out to use against chariots. They'd never actually had to use it in that manner,
but they'd practiced it enough that it should work. The burning air coming up from the baking desert smelled of dry grass, furnace-hot earth, and a faint hint of animal musk. A herd of oryx saw them and went to shelter under a grove of thorn trees. They only got a glimpse of camels from a distance, as wild goats scattered and fled away into the hills, and a herd of wild asses ducked into a canyon too narrow for dragons to get into. Not that any of those ploys would work against a dragon partnered with a human, but it showed that they were used to being hunted from the air now, which might mean more wild dragons were somewhere about. Finally, he spotted what he was looking for. A herd of 6 or 7 wild oxen grazing on the tough, sparse grasses on the lee of a hill. Clamping his legs on Avatra's saddle, he got a rock in his sling and sent her into a long, flat dive, with the oxen at the end of it. Just before she reached them, and their heads came up to stare belligerently at him, he whirled the sling and let fly, striking the nearest right between the horns. It staggered and went to its knees, as Avatra pitched up and began working her wings, trading speed for height. In the end, the kills were a little anticlimactic. With 2 dragons attacking rather than 1, even a tough wild ox didn't have much of a chance. The hardest part was pulling Avatra off her kill to help Rieth-Ka with another, and that was the moment where it helped to be hunting while neither of them was hungry. The pull of the chase and the kill combined with Akhet-Ten's persuasion overrode the need to eat. But when both were finally down on their respective kills, Karan deemed it wise to allow both dragons to stuff themselves. Even so, they could hardly eat more than half of the kill, and he and Akhet-Ten got the unpleasant but necessary chore of dividing up the remains, so that neither dragon was unbalanced nor overburdened with the extra meat. His original intention had been to leave it in the back of one of the bigger houses, while he and Akhet-Ten got a chance to spend a little time alone together. But that was before they reached the city. They came in on an odd tangent that took them over a part of the city where Midnight Camisines had dumped a great deal of sand, half burying the entrance to the houses, and filling the canyon to a depth that a dragon would find comfortable, and, in fact, to a depth a dragon was finding comfortable. The sprawl of scarlet on the pale sand was startling, but not nearly so startling as the 4 mounds uncovered when she looked up at them and moved her wings. Eggs. There was a nesting dragon here. As if Akhet-Ten really did have the gift of hearing human thought as well as animal, both dragons tilted over and soared back so they could all get a second look. Since the female didn't seem at all disturbed by them, Karan sent Avatra in a little lower this time. He didn't like what he saw. The female's ribs were starting to show, and her movements were slower than he liked. She wasn't in good shape, and when she crouched over her eggs and mantled her wings over them, Akhet-Ten called out, "She won't leave them! And her mate's not bringing her food!" As the words left Akhet-Ten's mouth, he was already sending Avatra back for a 3rd pass, and sawing at the cords holding the ox quarters to Avatra's back. Luck and timing were both with him. The first quarter landed nearly under the scarlet female's nose, and the second within easy reach. As he looked back over her shoulder, he saw Akhet-Ten doing the same, and the nesting female devoured the gift as if she hadn't seen food in a week, which she probably hadn't actually. She wasn't wasting a scrap. She might be eating quickly, but she was eating neatly. He sent Avatra up to land on the cliff above the nesting female, and a moment later, Akhet-Ten landed beside him. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" she called, as Rieth-Ka back-winged to land. "If you're thinking we need to keep feeding her, yes," he said, watching the wild dragon make short work of the first quarter and leap on the second, with one eye on them and the other on her food. Mothering instincts like that need to be fostered, not allowed to die out. But I'm wondering, because that dragon looks familiar. "Wondering what?" she asked, sliding out of Rieth-Ka's saddle and coming over to stand at his knee, still watching the wild dragon eat. "I'm wondering if she isn't Coulson," he said slowly, peering at her and trying to match up what he saw with a memory. Avatra's mother. 10. "So I think it's Coulson,"
Karan finished. And look at her! She doesn't even react to us being here now. They both took a look down into the floor of the ravine, where the dragon was giving her entire attention to the food and not even looking up at them. I think she can hear my voice from up here, and I'm sure she recognizes me, or she'd be watching us, Karan continued, thinking aloud. She's the only wild-caught dragon in either Alta or Tia that spent a significant amount of time on half rations of tala, while also being tended by humans. And I was the human who made sure she was properly fed and tended during that period. I think she knows exactly who I am. I think she pairs good things with me, and I think she might trust me, at least at a distance. It would be awfully good if we could get one of her eggs, Akhet 10 said wistfully, gazing down at the dragon with one hand shading her eyes. But I know we'd never get her away, given how she's protecting them. But she's such a good mother, and Avatar is magnificent. Karan sucked on his lower lip. But if we bring in the food a little closer to her each day, we might be able to get her to let us close enough that the dragonettes take humans for granted. If they see us feeding her, when they fledge, they might come to us for food. Maybe closer, Akhet 10 mused. If I can get close enough to talk to her, she might let us quite near, and when I can talk to the dragonettes, I can make sure they know humans are all right. Especially if I can get a chance to touch them. That won't happen right away, but given time, if she starts leaving them to hunt, I think I can get right to them. He looked at her askance, trying not to let her see how horrified that idea made him. It was one thing to approach a Tala-drugged wild-caught dragon in a pen. It was quite another to approach an undrugged dragon tending eggs or youngsters. Are you sure it's worth even trying? He asked cautiously. Cautiously because he knew exactly how Akhet 10 would react to being told she shouldn't do this. Poorly. Oh, this is probably one of the least clever things I've ever considered doing, she admitted cheerfully. But it's still something I think I can do and, more importantly, get away with. Riethka snorted anxiously, and Akhet 10 patted her shoulder. I feel the same as Riethka does about you getting close to Corson, Karan admitted. I'd rather you didn't try at all. I didn't actually think about trying to get as close to Corson as I did when she was in the pens. Akhet 10 shrugged, and then put her hand on his bare knee. The touch made him feel very odd. Good. Oh, yes, but odd. Like all his skin was doubly alive. Akhet 10 seemed oblivious to the effect she had on him. That's all I'm going to do, really. I don't have to get close enough to touch her to talk to her. He looked down at her. I don't like it, but I won't tell you not to. You're the winged one. The gods might not speak to you as directly as they do to Caliph, but maybe they're the ones saying you should do this. He laughed ruefully. And to think I was planning to have you all to myself for part of the afternoon. Trust a dragon to interfere with that. She blinked at him, then unexpectedly blushed. I like you, Karan, she said, quite out of nowhere. And that would have been fantastic, except it was the sort of statement that was usually followed by, as a friend, or you're my best friend, with the implication it shouldn't go any further. He felt his heart sinking. But? Then she shook her head, blushing harder, and his heart rose again. No buts. I like you. Rather a lot. I'd rather spend time with you than anyone else I know. And it's not because you keep making a habit of rescuing me either. His heart rose further, and he tried desperately to think of something clever to say. Unfortunately, he couldn't manage to come up with anything. Awkwardly, he put his hand over hers. I just think you should stay you, he said, and cursed his thick tongue for not managing anything more eloquent. Well, that's good, because it would be very difficult being someone else. She laughed, her eyes twinkling, but he got the feeling she understood what he was trying to say, that he didn't want her to change, didn't want her to stop taking risks just because he was terrified she'd be hurt. Maybe someone else wouldn't have felt the same, but he had been a serf, and he knew what it felt like to have chains. visible or invisible, binding you. He wouldn't do that to anyone else, but especially not her. And she didn't say, as he half expected her to, "Well, we should be getting back." Instead, she stood there at his knee while they both watched Corson finish the meal they'd brought her and settle herself around her precious eggs, then fall asleep. "Do you think she's starting to trust us already?" Akhet-Ten asked. "Maybe. I don't know." He sighed. "We need to get back." "Yes, we do." But she sounded reluctant. Nevertheless, she mounted Riethka and looked to him for direction. He gave it, setting Avatra up with powerful wing beats, rather than letting her take the preferred path of diving down into the ravine and then trading speed for height at the last minute. He guided her away from Corson's valley at an angle. Riethka followed. Corson did not even raise her head to watch them, which made him think that Akhet-Ten might be right. She might have already decided they weren't going to hurt her or interfere with her or her eggs. They caught good thermals all the way back, which speeded up their return journey considerably. Most of the wing was waiting for them at the pens. For a moment he was afraid, as Avatra spiraled in to land, that something had gone wrong. But as they got nearer the ground, their expressions, of varying degrees of mischief, made him think otherwise. No, they were there to tease him. Or tease both of them. "Not if I give them something to distract them first." "Ari!" he called as soon as Avatra folded her wings. "Corson is nesting in the new city, and she recognized me." All right, maybe saying that it was Corson and that she recognized him was an exaggeration, but it got their attention, even though no one but Ari could know who or what Corson was. As he slid off Avatra's shoulder and began unharnessing her, he gave them a detailed account of what had happened. Ari's eyes glittered with excitement as he asked further questions. All of them were excited, really, once they understood the implications. "And Akhet-Ten is going to try to talk to Corson," he finished, and had to hold a flash of anger when Ari, rather than expressing concern over such a dangerous idea, overflowed with enthusiasm for it. "That would be ideal," Ari said. "With Akhet-Ten there, once we get her close enough, she can communicate with them. I'm sure Corson will let us help with her dragonets. After all, the males help to feed and tend the nest, and we're the closest thing she has to a mate right now. Her instincts must be telling her she needs the help, and if she was as starved as you say, between the food and what her instincts are telling her, we can probably get Akhet-Ten as close as she let a dragon boy in no time." He could picture that all too easily. What's more, he remembered Corson snapping those formidable jaws right over his head, and it was even easier to picture her making that show of aggression into a real attack on Akhet-Ten. And he very nearly started trouble over such a cavalier attitude, when Ari suddenly got a taste of what the bitter brew of anxiety tasted like, because, "I want to help tend these dragons," said Nofret, stepping forward from behind Minette-Ka, her head up and her expression firm with determination. It occurred to Karan at that moment that she looked very much like the Queen. Ari's face was a study in dismay. "But," he began. Nofret cut off his objections with an imperious wave of her hand. "I want a dragon too, Ari. If we're to be co-consorts, as the Altan tradition demands, we must be equals in all things. How can we appear before your people or mine in that state of equality if I am riding behind you like a piece of baggage? Besides, it is not fair to Cachette to keep asking him to carry double. I want a dragon of my own." By the sunboat, she's come a long way from the woman who clutched me like death and didn't dare look down. He couldn't help but think this was all to the good, and if she was willing and ready to do the work needed to get a dragon, all the better. That was not how Ari felt, though, if his expression was any guide. "I absolutely," he began. Just in time, Karan managed to kick Ari surreptitiously in the shin, while simultaneously saying, with innocent enthusiasm, "I think that's a good plan, Nofret. We already know that Corson throws intelligent and steady babies. If Akhet-Ten can get her to accept us, the dragonets will do the same. And if you start tending and feeding the babies alongside their mother,
You'll have the best of both worlds, a dragonette that's tame, but knows she's a dragon. It's going to take time, a lot of work, and concentration, though. I hope you realize that. Ari opened his mouth again to protest, and Karan kicked him in the shin again. He shut his mouth with a snap, and Nofret smiled at both of them. "Thank you for being reasonable about this," she said, and excused herself. "I'll go talk to Aklatis and Lord Yatiran about shifting audiences and meetings to after sundown when the time comes." She laughed a little and winked at Karan. "At least I can sleep in my own bed. You can leave me with them when you go to hunt, and get me at sundown, and that should serve very well." Bethlin and Caliph stuck their indigo and green noses over the wall to Avatra's pen and whined. They were hungry and wanted to go out to hunt. Since it didn't look as though there was going to be any more excitement, the rest of the wing went off to saddle their dragons to take them out to hunt the last meal of the day. The rest of the wing, except Ari, who turned on Karan. "Why did you kick me?" he demanded, with a face full of wrath. "I was saving you from doing something stupid," Karan retorted. "Didn't you pay any attention to Nofret's expression? One word about forbidding her to do anything, and you'd be arguing about it for moons. That's assuming she even talked to you at all after being told you were forbidding her to try. Ari, she was the queen-in-waiting. She's not used to being told she's forbidden to do something that's perfectly reasonable." "She's not asking to do anything worse than Arcot 10 is planning on doing, and you thought that was an excellent idea." "Reasonable?" Ari yelped. "She wants to spend time with a wild dragon. What's reasonable about that?" "Arcot 10 is going to do the same thing, and you were all for that. And Nofret not only wants a dragon of her own, I think she needs one," Karan replied. "The eggs we've got have already been spoken for, and besides, I don't think that she's up to the challenge of raising one from the egg. She doesn't have the time, for one thing. I don't think her idea of the partnership is the kind of tight bond that the rest of us all have with our dragons. I think she's looking for something of the kind you'd get from a tame cheetah or a lion. She's a very," he groped for a word, "self-contained person. Merit is the more dependent of the twins. Nofret never wanted pet dogs, for instance, but she loves cats. I think that doing the double rearing, if it can be done, will give us a much more independent-minded dragonette." Ari looked off in the direction Nofret had taken. "You kicked me because if I'd said that I forbade her to do this, she'd never have forgiven me, and I would have undone all the courting I've done with her." Karan coughed. "I don't know about never." He left the sentence hanging in the air, though, because he did want Ari to think about it, and think about it hard. Ari looked away from him for a moment and cursed. "This is why I never wanted to have anything to do with noble women," he said under his breath. "With a paid flower, you know where you are." Now Karan was right out of his depth. All he could do was shrug. Ari looked over at him, and his expression turned wry. "As if you'd know anything more about women than I do." "I know they don't like to be treated as if you have a right to order them about," Karan said carefully. "No more than you do." Ari sighed and closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. "At least you kept me from a mistake that was likely to cause trouble. Hachette is probably starving. I'd better get into the air." Karan snorted and turned his attention back to making Avatra comfortable. She hadn't had a sand scrub today, and when she saw him getting out the buffing cloths and the oil, she was nearly beside herself with happiness. Making her happy soothed his nerves, and his nerves definitely needed soothing. He was out of his depth. "What am I doing? I'm the son of a farmer. I used to be a serf." "Can I help?" asked Nofret from the doorway. "If I'm going to have a dragon, I need to learn how to care for them." "And this is a daughter of the royal lines and the nearest thing we have to a queen. And I'm going to be taking her to a wild dragon, and somehow making it possible for her to bond with a dragonette. And Ari, who was my master and is her betrothed, and is going to be our king, just asked me for advice on how he should treat her."
Horus, help me. Is she going to ask me for the same? And I don't even know what to say to Archet 10. This is insane.
He nodded, and she made her way along the walkway to stand beside him. He showed her how to use the sand to buff Avatra's scales, how to gently scrub away flaking skin, and how to oil the exposed skin afterward.
I hope you don't think I want a dragon for the look of prestige, Nofret said, after they had worked together for a while. It's not just that. It isn't even most of the reason. I didn't really see that much of Torith to understand what having a tame dragon was like. I've spent so much time in Ari and Kashet's company that I couldn't help but see how he has such an amazing bond with Kashet, and I wanted my own dragon when I saw how close they were. Mind, I do think that to be taken as seriously, and as his equal, I must appear in every way to be his equal.
Karun nodded. From what I know of the Tians, I think you are right. They have no great queen, only the great royal wife, which is not at all the same.
So I need a dragon.
She carefully buffed a patch of dull scales.
But now that I've gotten used to flying, and I've seen Ari and Kashet just being together, Karun, I am just as eaten with dragon envy as any of those boys out there with their eggs in the hatching pen. And if I could spare the time to tend an egg, I would go looking for one myself. Mind, if this works, I hope my dragon has a slightly different personality. Kashet is more like a dog, and I think I would get along better with a dragon like Rieth Kerr, who is more like a cat.
Karun had to laugh at that. Archet 10 said the same thing. My father used to tell my mother that women liked cats better than dogs, because they recognize that they are like cats themselves.
Nofret laughed herself, making Avatra crane her neck around to look at her.
There is some truth to that, she admitted. I don't like slavish dependence. Do you think that I'm mad for wanting a dragon, too?
I don't think anyone is mad for wanting a dragon. They were just about finished with Avatra, and when Karun stepped back, the scarlet dragon picked her way daintily to the center of her pit, then spread herself out luxuriantly over the top of the hot sand to bask.
You're frightening Ari, though, he continued, picking up the cloths and oil flask. It will be dangerous. Not as much for you as for Archet 10, but Corson won't be drugged, and her reactions will be sharp. I honestly don't know what her behavior is going to be like, or even if it will be consistent from day to day. Nofret spread her hands wide.
Shouldn't we be able to learn that by watching her while we approach her? She asked reasonably. I promise if she looks as if she's going to be dangerous, I'll give up the idea. It's going to take enough time as it is, but I do have my reasons, and a great many of them, and I think they're all good ones.
He looked at her soberly, wondering if she really understood what she was letting herself in for. How much the bond with her dragon would affect her. Then he decided that it didn't matter whether she understood now. When it happened, she would. And when it happened, well, she wouldn't regret whatever sacrifices she had to make.
She's beautiful, Nofret said in tones of awe.
She's a bit scrawny still, Archet 10 countered, but she's rounding out again. It had taken less time than Karun had thought to get to Corson, and there was no doubt now it was Corson, to allow both Karun and Archet 10 quite close and on foot on the ground. Her hunger, combined with her need to stay with her eggs, and her recognition of the dragon boy who had tended her so well, despite how much he had changed, made her much more cooperative than Karun had expected. Her behavior was nothing near as erratic as it had been when she had been drugged either. Before too terribly long, Corson was stretching out her neck and gazing longingly at the bucket of sand and the buffing cloths and oil Karun had brought with him. By the time they were thinking about bringing Nofret along, she let him give her a sand bath. By the day after that, it was Archet 10 doing the honors, and of course, once Archet 10 could touch the dragon, things became much simpler. At first, Corson reacted to Archet 10's power with startlement, and it must have been odd for her, having that contact inside her mind. It took her most of a day to get used to it and calm down, But once she accepted it, and knew that not only could she communicate with Akhet 10, but Akhet 10 could talk to her in the same way, she seemed to realize this was an excellent state of affairs. At that point, it was time to introduce Nofret to the dragon. Avatra was still significantly larger than Riethka, so Nofret rode behind Karun. The difference between this ride and the one they had taken to get Merit and Nofret to Sanctuary initially was amazing. Then Nofret had hidden her face and clutched at Karun, and once, when she had realized how high they were, she'd shrieked loud enough to startle Avatra. Now she watched everything avidly, her grip on his waist and the back of his saddle just enough to keep her steady and balanced. And when he looked back at her, she was smiling, and her coal-lined eyes were wide and bright. According to Akhet 10, Nofret had said that Ari was still trying to persuade her, more or less delicately, to give up on the idea of having a dragon. This was why she hadn't told him she was coming along today. The moment they had landed, she had slipped down Avatra's side to stand facing Corson, and Karun untied the butchered goats the Bedu had brought, the first fruits of their raids on the Tian sacred herds. Corson, of course, knew what was coming, and though still standing vigilant guard over her precious eggs, was swaying side to side with eagerness and hunger. She did look immensely better than she had when they had first found her. Her scales were shiny and clean, and although she was lean, she no longer had bones showing. Her golden eyes were bright, and the membranes of her wings supple, smooth, and a healthy copper-orange in color. Karun privately thought that Avatra was much more beautiful. He liked Avatra's deep scarlet, and didn't much care for the lighter, more coppery shade of her mother, but there was no doubt that Corson was impressive. Akhet 10 had landed before Karun had, and was about to drag a goat quarter over to the eager and visibly hungry dragon. "Should I take that?" Nofret asked eagerly as she stepped forward. "Well, that's a good sign. She's not afraid at all." "Not just yet. We wanted to get the edge off her hunger first," he cautioned. "Let Akhet 10 introduce you to her. She'll have to get quite close before she can use her magic." Though visibly disappointed, Nofret nodded, and once about half of Akhet 10's load was inside Corson, Akhet 10 motioned that Nofret should come take the next quarter over. Karun and Akhet 10 were quite used to hauling large chunks of meat about, but poor Nofret staggered for a moment under the unexpectedly heavy burden. Once again, though, she gamely rose to the challenge, and pulled the haunch to the waiting dragon. Corson eyed the newcomer carefully. Nofret didn't look anything like Akhet 10. She was taller, willow slim, and even her hair was different. Since Lord Yatirin and his servants had arrived, she had been able to wear her long hair in the noble style of thousands of plaits ending in beads, so that every time she moved her head, she rattled pleasantly like a sistrum. Nofret made no sudden moves, only looked the dragon squarely in the eyes as she'd been told to, and waited for Corson to take the meat. The dragon looked extremely reluctant to take a step nearer the stranger, despite what Akhet 10 had said to her. Instead, she stretched out her neck as far as it would go, and with the very tips of her jaws, snagged the skin of the haunch in her teeth and dragged it to herself, keeping one eye on Nofret at all times. Interesting. No snapping, no testing. Corson hadn't been whipping her tail around either. She'd become much more predictable and even-tempered since she'd been flying free. Perhaps some of her irritability had been because she had been chafing to be gone, even under the influence of Tala. With every piece of meat Nofret brought, Corson allowed her to get closer, and when she had finished and was ready to curl around her eggs for a nap, Corson actually allowed Nofret to put a hand under her chin for a brief moment. When Nofret turned back to them, she was practically afire with excitement, and Karun hid a smile. When he thought about how aloof she had been back in Alta, scarcely noticing the dragonettes, and compared how she had been then to what she was like now, it was clear that being around Cachette and Ari had caused a fundamental change in her attitude. "This is amazing!" she exclaimed in a whisper, as Corson sighed and slipped into the deep breathing of slumber. "I've watched Ari feed Cachette, of course, and even helped myself, but this is a wild dragon.
And she's letting me touch her.
You don't have to whisper around her. In fact, it's better not to, Akhet-Ten said in a conversational tone. When you try to be quiet, you tell her that something's sneaking around, and she'll wake up. Well, that's not exactly a wild dragon, but she's as close as we're going to get, Karun acknowledged. She was born wild, and she remembers being trapped, which is likely to make her even warier of humans than a fully wild dragon. So, are you determined to stay here until we go on the afternoon hunt?
Nofret nodded firmly. I brought my sling, she said. I might be able to kill some desert hares or pigeons that I can give her as tidbits, and if not, I can at least practice my aim. I know this is going to be hard.
Mostly it's going to be boring, Akhet-Ten advised. She's sleeping a lot since we've been feeding her. That's just as well, since she doesn't dare leave the eggs until they hatch.
Nofret shrugged. It can't be any worse than some meetings, she replied.
It certainly will be more entertaining than standing attendant to the great queens.
Much though I would have enjoyed doing so, I wasn't allowed to hurl stones at anything while I was a lady-in-waiting.
Akhet-Ten grinned, and Karun had to chuckle. Then here's your water skin. If you need to refill it, the cistern is over there, inside that building with the lattice columns. He pointed at one of the false fronts carved into the wall of the ravine across from them, and Nofret nodded. If you see wild dragons, either stay close to Corson or go inside a building with doors too small for them to get through.
Should I give her a sand bath?
Nofret asked anxiously.
Akhet-Ten shook her head.
Not yet. She'll tell you when she's ready for you to touch her. She doesn't wallow in caresses like Rieth-Ka does, but she does like being scratched under the jaw, and when she solicits you to do that, she'll be ready to take a sand buffing from you. We'll be back in the afternoon, Karun said, and tried not to feel too anxious. Nofret was no wilting lattice. She had hunted river horse and crocodile and even lions. She had been living in extremely primitive conditions in Sanctuary long before the rest of them arrived. Still, when Ari found out, I think we ought to do some hunting for the city, he said aloud. As long as you don't have anything else to do, Akhet-Ten. She raised an eyebrow at him but didn't object. And this way they could do flyovers to make sure Nofret was all right. And avoid Ari. We could bring Nofret smaller game that way, Akhet-Ten agreed. That's more how a mate would feed Corson anyway. So that was exactly what they did. They went back to Sanctuary just long enough to leave a message as to their intentions, then flew out again. Hunting in tandem, they managed to bring down several of the smaller gazelles over the course of the morning and afternoon. More than enough to not only keep Corson fed, but to bring back to Sanctuary, where they would certainly be put to good use. Every time they did a flyover, it looked as if Nofret was getting on quite well. She was erring on the side of caution, staying out of what Karun calculated as Corson's threat perimeter, but staying well within sight. And Corson must have been eating, because most of the time when they did a flyover, she was asleep with a distinct bulge in her lean middle. Finally, in the late afternoon, he and Akhet-Ten made their own hunts and kills, took up what was left over, and brought it along when they came to pick up Nofret. She was in very good spirits, and Corson had lost some of that wary watchfulness. This was definitely another good sign, which was just as well, because as Karun knew, when they finally returned, they would all have some explaining to do to Ari, and that was something he was not at all looking forward to. Nofret gave Corson one last feeding and climbed up behind Karun. As Corson watched with interest but no alarm, they headed home. 11. Ari was waiting for them. As they banked in at a steep angle necessitated by the stiff breeze over Sanctuary, it was easy to spot the lone figure waiting in Abatra's pen, and just as easy to recognize it was Ari. He was the only one likely to be wearing a Tian-style kilt rather than an Altan-style tunic, who was also likely to be waiting for them. This was not good. At least, not as far as Karun was concerned. Glancing over at his partner in this particular escapade as she side-slipped toward Rieth-Ka's pen, it looked to him as if Akhet-Ten didn't think she needed to worry. Well, she probably didn't. Ari wouldn't blame her. He'd blame Karun.
Fortunately, Ari was the only one waiting in the pen. It would have been painful to be verbally flayed in the presence of the rest of the wing, even if he didn't deserve it. After all, Ari had, in theory, agreed to this, and it wasn't as if Nofret wasn't her own woman, and perfectly capable of making up her own mind about what she wanted to do and how she wanted to do it. But Ari would still blame him. As Avatra lined herself up on her target, Akhet-10 and Riethka touched down inside her own pen, and Avatra backwinged, preparing to drop down onto the sand. Karun braced himself for the assault, and it came as soon as Avatra furled her wings. "Karun!" Ari called, his chin set. "You'll take up your grievance with me, not Karun, royal husband," Nofret said, swinging her leg over and sliding down Avatra's back. She staggered a little as she landed, then made her way around the walkway to confront her betrothed, arms crossed over her chest in a way that should have warned Ari that no matter what he thought, he was going to lose this particular argument. "I am the one who organized this expedition to be introduced to Corson, not Karun. I have the right to command him. There was no danger, as Akhet-10 introduced me and Corson accepted me within the time of her first morning feeding." Ari's mouth opened and closed, without anything coming out. Karun decided that he would just pretend nothing was happening and untie the hide full of leftovers that Corson hadn't eaten. Nofret continued to stare at Ari with her arms crossed, her chin held high, her black eyes narrowed. She looked uncommonly like one of the statues of the great Tian kings, lacking only the crook and flail in her hands to finish the appearance. Ari could hardly have missed the resemblance. For his part, Karun was wondering which was going to be extended this time, the crook or the flail. After a moment, she softened. So it would be the crook. "Ari, I must do this. I don't know why, but something within me says that I need to share the parenting with Corson, that the work has to be done by me personally. Perhaps it is nothing more than my need to prove that I am as worthy of a dragon as any of you who raised your own from the egg. I don't know. I only know that it is important, and that I can't take an egg from someone who already has one, or has one promised to him, so don't place any blame on Karun. If he and Akhet-10 had not agreed to help me, I would have found another way to go out there, and they kept very careful track of me the entire time." Karun thought about verifying that, then thought better of it. This was shaping up to be a lover's quarrel, or at least almost a lover's quarrel, and he knew better than to put himself in the middle of something like that. Neither side would welcome his interference, and both might turn on him. He'd seen that before. So he shouldered his burden of green hide and meat and walked around the walkway on the other side of the pen, trying to look as if he wasn't even aware the two of them were there. Either the ploy worked, or else they elected to ignore him the same way he was ignoring them, because neither of them looked at him as he edged sideways through the entrance. Avatra, of course, could not care less who was in her pen, as long as she was left alone to flop down on the hot sand and bask before the sun went down. She was full, quite happy, and all was right with her world. If two humans, neither of whom was her rider, wished to make mouth sounds at each other, so long as they got out of the way when she rolled over, they could do so wherever they wished. Karun breathed a sigh of relief as he got out of sight. He might not be out of danger yet, but at least Ari was going to have to deal with Nofret first before the older man came down on Karun. He never did learn what Nofret said to Ari, nor what Ari said to Nofret. Whatever it was, when Ari caught up with him later, much later, that evening, it wasn't to give Karun a dressing down. Karun was looking forward to joining the wing in Lord Yatiran's kitchen, which was where he and the others were all taking their evening meals these days. After delivering his load to Gan, whose green dragon Caliph had not had a particularly successful hunt, he had gone checking on all of the new boys with their new eggs, making sure they had been turning the eggs properly, and listening at each one for signs that all was right within. Satisfied that everything was going along exactly as it should, he joined the rest for the evening meal with Lord Yatiran's household. Normally, he and the rest ate with the servants rather than the family.
It seemed enough of an imposition to have Lord Yatirin's servants preparing their food without also inflicting themselves on the family as well. Besides, Karun had the feeling that Falconer Kalin, Catkeeper Peatep, and Baker's son Huras, all common-born, would feel very uncomfortable at the table of a nobleman, and never mind that they were all, from highest to lowest, actually eating the same diet. He had set the standard by insisting on eating at the kitchen, and the others had simply followed his lead. Even Orist and Akhet Ten, even though it was their father's kitchen, they were eating in. "It's all politics with father," Orist explained after the first few evenings. "It's generally him and Ari, Nofret and Merit, and Lord Kaman and Calith, and sometimes the priests from Tia, all politicking and planning. Look, I just want them to tell me what they want me to do, and I'll do it. Just don't make me sit there until my head aches listening to them." Karun didn't blame him, and Akhet Ten must have felt the same, since she joined all of them as well almost every night. It was a particularly jovial evening. Even with the possibility of Ari's wrath descending on him, Karun enjoyed it. The extra hunting that he and Akhet Ten had done had made it possible for the household to have meat this evening, and it had been very pleasant to enjoy the sort of meal he'd gotten used to in the Jousters' compounds of both Tia and Alta. And when Ari joined them after the torches were lit, which was at the point that they were just about finished with their meal, though he looked worried and a little unsettled, he didn't immediately seize Karun and haul him away. Instead, he sat down with them, got a jar of beer and a bit of honeyed bread from the cook, and glumly started eating, only to stop after the first few mouthfuls. "Nofret will be going out to stay with Corson and her eggs, and later her dragonettes. From now on until she bonds with one herself," he said abruptly. "Since that's in Karun's territory, I expect him to keep an eye on her, but I'd like the rest of you to try to do the same in turn. I know it will be difficult, but it's the season of the rains, so it should be a bit cooler here in the desert, and I hope not so hard to stay out all day." Orist blinked. "Ah!" he began. "You're going to keep watch also, aren't you?" I will," Ari said, with exaggerated care. "But I don't want to give her the impression that I am being overprotective." Karun braced himself, expecting one of them, probably Orist, who had all the tact of a charging river horse, to say something disastrous. But instead, Gan gave Ari an understanding look, poked Orist in the ribs with an elbow just as Orist was opening his mouth, and said smoothly, "Nofret's determined to have a dragon. That's not a bad idea. Among our people, the two queens rule as equals with the kings, or at least they have until this last sorry lot. I could have thought of easier ways to get her one, but women and cats will do as they please, Ari, and men and hounds just have to endure it. Why don't you and I go join Herclatus as soon as we've finished eating? He may have some ideas to help keep her safe out there." Orist gave him an indignant look, opened his mouth again, and on his other side, Osset Russ stepped hard on his foot, smiling as he did so. Ari looked up at that with faint frown, then smiled. "You know, that might not be a bad idea." Karun heaved a sigh of relief that he hoped he managed to hide. Let Gan, who had had so many affairs with girls that they were practically stumbling over each other on their way to and from his bed, and Herclatus, who, although he was not minded to women, still had a very great deal of sexual experience, romantic and otherwise, sort Ari out. He was still trying to figure out how to tell if Akhet Ten thought of him as a friend, a kind of surrogate brother, or something else entirely. She was never less than friendly, but, well, serfs weren't encouraged to think of girls, even if he'd been old enough to be interested while he lived in Tia. And afterward, well, in Alta, he'd been frantically busy. And anyway, Akhet Ten hadn't spent any great amount of time with him until the Magi took an interest in her. And at that point, he was concentrating on how to keep her safe, rather than how he felt about her, or she about him. He hoped she had begun to look upon him as a great deal more than a friend and surrogate brother. But she was not exactly forthcoming about how she felt, and while she was very good at reading animals' minds, She was curiously blind to the reactions of people around her, or at least she didn't act as if she knew what he was thinking.
Yes,
he reminded himself as he got up from the table and headed back to Avatra's pen in the darkness.
But I don't know what I'm thinking, so I shouldn't expect her to now, should I?
All he knew for certain was that he would rather be in Akhet 10's company than out of it. That when he was around her, his skin felt as if it had a life of its own, and that he would often lie at night under the stars looking up at them and feeling ridiculously happy to know she was probably gazing at the same stars. But he had no idea if she felt the same, if she would react poorly if she knew how he felt, or, perhaps most importantly, how her father would react. He was only a farmer's son. She was a noble's daughter. And while the present circumstances had made them more equal, they were not actually equal, and it was impossible, for him at least, to forget that. He wandered back to the pens through the quiet streets of Sanctuary, keeping an eye out for the scorpions that liked to come out at night. Not that there were many of them anymore. The dragons thought scorpions were extremely tasty, small as they were, and they never lost an opportunity to snatch one up, like greedy children licking up a bit of honey from a scale insect or the end of a blossom. Scorpions evidently knew this, and had mostly deserted the city. As he was passing Riethka's pen, he heard a soft whistle from the doorway, and stopped.
Are you particularly sleepy?
Akhet 10 called from the darkness.
Not yet, he answered truthfully.
Why?
Because one of the Bedouins said there's something remarkable going to happen tonight, and for the next couple more nights, and I thought you might want to come with me and see if they're right.
He couldn't see her face, but there was a smile in her voice.
They tell me it's a good thing there's no moon, because we'll be able to see it much better.
His curiosity now piqued. Karan nodded.
Why not? He replied. Excellent. Come on then.
She emerged from the shadows with something heavy draped over her arm and took his hand.
You can see better than I do in the dark anyway. We need to get up on a roof, preferably one where someone isn't already sleeping, and one not near where anyone is going to be burning oil lamps or torches.
Fortunately, he knew a roof that fit that very description.
I know just the place,
he replied, and led her through the maze of pens, feeling his way as he went. It wasn't that he could actually see better in the dark than the rest of them. It was more that he was able to sense where walls were without actually running into them. No one ever gave a serf or a slave a lantern to see by. He'd just learned to do without them as a boy, and the sense had stuck with him. Beyond the pens, in the labyrinth behind the temple that the Jousters had been intending to take over, and now no longer needed to since the fat priests of Tia had solved the problem of keeping the dragons warm in winter, there were several half-ruined and empty buildings in the process of being renovated. None of them were done yet, since the construction of dragon pens had taken precedence. Like all the buildings in Sanctuary, they had flat roofs that had external stairs leading up to them, and probably like the buildings in Tia, those that had been meant for the people who lived in those buildings to use as sleeping places in good weather. Right now, though, they weren't being used at all. Perhaps because they were at the very edge of the city, and people were understandably nervous about sleeping in a part of the city where jackals were known to prowl at night. Where jackals went, sometimes so did lions, and the prospect of waking up to a lion's hot breath in your face was one that did not appeal. Karan didn't really think that lions would dare an area where dragons were, but you never knew. Payatep, who knew better than any of them what cats thought, said the same, but added that old, hungry, desperate lions might dare to go anywhere that they thought there was easy prey, and nothing was easier than a sleeping human. So until there were so many people here that a really effective wall could be built and a full night guard could be posted, it was probably better to err on the side of caution. That was more than enough to keep people inside at night to sleep, with the doors closed and the shutters barred. So as he led Akhet 10 up the narrow stair, it was with the certainty that the rooftop would be just as unoccupied as she had wanted.
Oh, this is perfect, she said with enthusiasm when they reached the top. Here!
She took that draped something off her arm. In the darkness, it was hard to tell just what she was doing.
but he heard the sound of heavy cloth being shaken out, and a moment later she was tugging his arm downward as she sat down on the roof. He put out his hand as he went to sit beside her, and felt the rug she had spread out on the stone. "Lie down on your back," she said, "and look up at the 7 dancers." The dancers were a cluster of 7 stars well known by that name to both Tians and Altans. He did as she asked, and no sooner had he begun to relax and wonder just what this marvelous thing he was supposed to be looking for, when a brilliant streak of light flashed from the 3rd dancer to the tip of the star formation called the Dragon's Tail. "A falling star!" he exclaimed, with surprise and delight, and as more stars appeared against the blackness, pointed upward. "Look! Another! And there! And there!" "The Bedouins say that tonight the goddess of night weeps for her dead lover," Akhet-Ten replied. "The mouth told Herclatus and the Thet priest about it, and I overheard them talking about it. They didn't seem to mind my listening. Herclatus says his people say it's the sparks from their smith god's forge, as he's making arrowheads for the huntress goddess. And the Thet priest says it's the lost ghosts who've had someone to make them a shrine rushing across the rainbow bridge to the summer country. But that usually you can't see this in Tia because it's the middle of the season of rains. Which is why we Altans never see it either, I suppose. There are other starfalls over the course of the year, but nothing like this one." Karun blinked and tried to remember if he had ever seen such a thing. But as a serf, he'd always been so tired he fell asleep as soon as he was prone, and as a dragon boy, he had paid more attention to first Kashet, then Avatra, than to the goings-on in the sky. There was no set season for lost spirits to go to the summer country so far as Altans were concerned. When your family built your shrine, you just went. He certainly didn't remember ever seeing anything like this. There were so many bright streaks across the sky that it seemed as if all the stars should have vanished by now. But they were still there, so maybe it was the tears of a goddess, or the sparks from a heavenly forge, or something else that no one had even thought of yet. They were all coming out of the area of the dancers, so maybe it was star petals that the dancers were throwing. Whatever it was causing this, it was beautiful. And as he lay on his back, he felt Akhet-Ten's hand close over his, and hold it. "I think you did a good thing for Nofret by helping her, and letting her go out to Korsun," Akhet-Ten said softly. "She needs to prove herself to Ari. She told me that she thinks he's seen too many spoiled noblewomen with nothing but idle time on their hands, that he thinks she was a lot more pampered than she was. She wants to prove to him that she can do things, that she can be his full partner in just about everything." "She doesn't intend to fight, I hope," Karun replied, staring up at the falling stars with a sinking heart. "If it comes to that, I don't think that's a good idea. I know that being on a dragon evens things out a lot, but if she has to, she'll fight, just like everyone else here. If Ari fights, I know she intends to be there. And it's because she can't bear the thought of something happening to him, and her not being right there to do whatever she can if it does. It's horrible being left behind, not knowing what's happening. It's worse than going out to fight in the first place. When you care about someone, it's unbearable." A pause. "I feel the same way about you." His heart stopped sinking, and with a jolt, seemed to leap into his throat. You do?" he managed, sounding stupid even in his own ears. "Of course I do. It would be horrible to watch you fly off and not know if you were coming back." She sounded indignant. "I care more about you than anyone. Even Orist, even my father. There isn't anyone I would rather be with for the rest of my life." She squeezed his hand. "I don't know if it's right, making promises before we know if we're all going to get through this without being killed, but I told my father he might as well not bother making any betrothals for me, because if I couldn't marry you, I wouldn't marry anyone." "Akhet-Ten, he exclaimed with trepidation, delight, and a touch of horror. "You didn't? When?" "When he first got here, of course," she laughed into the darkness. "I told him that night we all had our welcome dinner together. I didn't want to take the chance that he'd get all worried about what was going to happen and decide that he wanted to have me safely married. And he said he wouldn't dare make any betrothals after such a declaration, because I'd probably tell Riethka to eat him if he tried." He tried to think of something gallant to say, but his heart was racing with elation, and he could only manage a single fumbling sentence. "I'd fight even your father to be with you. Except that I'd be afraid that would break your heart, seeing the two of us fighting. I'd throw myself off a cliff rather than break your heart." "Then it's a good thing you don't have to fight him, because he likes you, and said we can consider it settled between us." She giggled. "And Mother likes you even better. She told Father that if he dared reject you as a suitor, he'd be sleeping on the floor in the kitchen from now on. Orest doesn't know about it yet, of course," she added thoughtfully. "Neither Father nor I told him because he'd be an idiot about it. He'd either decide you weren't worthy, or else he'd go completely the other way and want the whole thing settled immediately. And we can't have that until everything is, well, normal again. Or at least until you don't have to be wing leader and fight. Or until he figures it out for himself, which he might, since he isn't quite as stupid as he used to be. Or," Karan said thoughtfully, feeling a slow smile spreading over his face, "until I make him think it is all his idea. If I do that, he won't rest until he's got your father's consent. Besides, it will give him the chance to act important, as if you couldn't possibly consider me unless he suggested it." "That's brilliant! And that's why I love you!" Akhet-Ten exclaimed, and she rolled over on her side just as he did the same. They both misjudged how close they were to each other, and somehow, as they turned toward each other, they managed to find themselves kissing, and it was like falling into a scalding spring, except that it was good. It was wonderful, and he didn't want it to stop. And Akhet-Ten broke it off first, but not until they were both hot and breathless. "She said she loves me. We don't dare complicate things." His thoughts were all tangled up in possible consequences, even while his body wanted him to go right back to what it had been doing, and reminded him of all the times he'd seen lovers entwined by accident, since no one ever paid any attention to serfs. And that ache in his groin demanded that he do something now, and if he didn't, he flushed all over and willed himself not to move. "Not," he said, feeling as if it took every ounce of willpower he had to say the word. "Now. Akhet-Ten, I want to, more than anything, but not now." "No," she agreed. "We can't." She sounded as breathless as he felt. Well, small wonder. His body wanted one thing and wanted it very badly, and his mind knew it would be a very bad idea. There were already enough complications in their lives. They didn't need more. "We haven't the right. We have to think of the things we have to do. We can't be lovers yet, not until things are better. There might be babies, and we need every dragon and rider we have. I can't take the time for a baby right now." "But," he managed. "Yes," she sighed, and brushed his hair off his forehead in a way that made him shiver. Then she pushed him away a little. "But the moment we're free, you'd better find a quiet place big enough for both of us." Somehow, a completely unspoken agreement had passed between them. Maybe that ability of talking to animals did extend to humans sometimes. Whatever it was, he was content. For now, anyway. Maybe not forever. Probably not forever. Probably not even for too many moons. But for now. And all he had to do was convince his body of that. 12. The next morning, and for every morning after that, Nofret was waiting to be taken out to Corson without anyone having to fetch her. Akhet-Ten told Karan that Nofret had arranged all of her audiences and meetings for the evening, after she came back. And she was brought back every evening,
if not by Karun, by one or another of the other Jousters, because no one was going to allow her to remain in that deserted city unprotected after darkness fell. No one knew what might prowl there, anything from cheetah to other dragons. There would certainly be poisonous snakes and scorpions. There might be ghosts or other evil spirits. And Ari fretted, though he said nothing, and he was careful to fetch Nofret home no more often than any of the others. In a way, Karun didn't blame him for being anxious about Nofret's welfare. If it had been Akhet-10 out there alone, he'd have fretted too. And as far as he or anyone else knew, unlike Akhet-10, Nofret didn't have any special powers to protect her or help her. He'd have trusted to her good sense, but he couldn't help but wonder, did anyone who would insist on spending time with a semi-wild nesting dragon in a deserted city crawling with unknown hazards really have any good sense? There were other ways of getting a dragon. She could even wait until next year. What did she have to prove? She was already given all the deference anyone could ask for from the Altans and Sanctuary, and if the Tians didn't quite understand yet that she was due the respect of a co-consort, they would soon work it out. All he could guess at this point was that the person she was trying hardest to prove something to was herself. Still, she was clever, and if Corson wasn't exactly taming, she had come to accept Nofret's presence and food without a sign of nerves or suspicion. Nofret still couldn't touch her unless Akhet-10 was around, and still she kept her body between Nofret and her eggs. But then, Corson had watched while Karun himself stole one of her last clutch, so he couldn't blame the dragon for being cautious. No matter how many times Akhet-10 talked to Corson to reassure her, surely the first thing in her mind when she saw Nofret's eyes going toward the eggs was that the human was going to take one. It did make him wonder, though, just how much Corson was able to think, and if she was somehow able to recognize Avatra as her own offspring, and if so, was that making a difference in how she treated humans who were with Avatra? The days stretched on, much the same except that they slowly got a little longer every day as the time for the rains arrived and passed. Or what would have been rains, if much rain actually fell out here. There were brief cloudbursts, followed by an explosion of flowers and greenery, but nothing like what was happening in Tia, and to a lesser extent in Alta. More refugees arrived, still trickling in by ones and twos, or at most a family group. The Tians reported that the demonically ferocious storms that had hammered Tia consistently for the last several years had not appeared this season. Only the normal storms, the ones to be expected, followed by the general rise of Great Mother River for the annual inundation. The Great King's new advisors were taking credit for this, claiming to have found a way for all Tian priests to work as one, and also claiming that this was why only the lesser priests were still in their temples. Karun had wondered how they would explain the absence of so many priests. He'd been hoping that they wouldn't be able to. The Altan refugees reported with shudders that fear was the byword. Boys barely into their teens were being conscripted for the army, and the Magi were reputed to be examining and taking select children as young as 6. They claimed these children were going to serve in the palace, but no one ever saw them there, and who would want a child that young serving them? But no one complained because there were always terrible things happening. Murders, poisoned wells, other acts of sabotage, all blamed on Tian agents within the city. You couldn't even trust your own neighbors, said the refugees. You never knew if they were Tian agents, or if they would denounce you as a Tian agent. At least for the moment, the earth shakes had stopped, and the Magi were not lashing the earth with the eye, burning out nests of so-called traitors and the hidden strongholds of agents within the city, or so they said. So even though rain saturated the city every day, people were trying to rebuild their houses. Some of them were, anyway. Some who had nowhere to go in the Altan countryside, like the ones who had made their way across the desert with the help of the Bedu, and decided that terrible as the Tians must be, it was better to face them than huddle in terror in a wrecked house in Alta. Karun knew, or thought he knew, why the Magi weren't using the eye at the moment. He thought it rather likely that they simply couldn't. The burning lance of the eye used sunlight, somehow concentrating it into a weapon, and with the sky overcast constantly during the rains, there was no sunlight for it to use. And although earthshakes were perfectly normal occurrences in Alta, he had also noticed that every time they used the eye, there was an earthshake, as if using it somehow disturbed the earth as well, which would be why the shakes had stopped. And as he watched the faces of Akhet-Ten, Caliph, and the Tian priests, he knew that they knew why the young children were being taken. These were the youngsters that would have been nestlings, had there been anyone in Alta to train them. Those with arcane powers who had not fled were mostly comatose from being repeatedly drained to serve the uses of the Magi. So the Magi needed a new source of power, just as the advisors in Tia had needed a source of power. It made him feel sick, sicker still that there was nothing, realistically speaking, that he could do about it. Meanwhile, the Tian priests had found a way to call and direct the rare rains Camisine, to enable it to uncover still more of Sanctuary. It didn't look as if they would be running out of buildings anytime soon. Or, so Caliph confided to him, treasure. There was enough to pay the Bedu, enough to put some glory into the shrines of the gods, and give the priests something in the way of regalia again. The gods were providing still, it seemed. So the days lengthened, and the nights shortened, and the refugees came in, and what passed for the rains here in the desert ended. And then, at long last, the hatches started. The eggs in the hatching pen began cracking first, and that triggered the need to contact the Bedu to start raiding the Tian sacred herds. There was no way that Sanctuary could feed the growing population and the hungry dragonettes on hunting alone. They needed meat, and a great deal of it. By this point, the herds themselves had been moved to make those raids possible without penetrating too far into Tian lands. Those priests that had not fled to Sanctuary were colluding with those who had, and had brought the herds to grazing grounds seldom used, right on the edge of the desert. The excuse was that the herds were looking thin and sickly, a bad omen, and something that could be easily remedied by taking them to fresh pastures. And why should the advisors care what happened to the herds? They played no part in the sacrifices, cared nothing for omens or portents or other priestly matters, and probably thought that they had more important things to worry about. With the few novices that they had managed to get their hands on used up and dead, they were forced to turn their attention to other sources of power. Rumors had come via the priestly caste that one of the advisors himself was making a tour of temples, only now forewarned, the priests were making very sure he didn't find the source of power he was looking for, those few priests that had not left their posts who were God-touched. They were moving one step ahead of him, from temple to temple. And there were too few of those advisors to make a search among the Tian children for those who had not yet fully shown the hand of the gods on them. Karun had a notion that the Tians, unlike the Altans, would not take tamely to having their children taken, not after those novices were found dead. Then again, the Tians were not living in the shadow of the eye either, nor under the baleful gaze of several hundred magi. Now that the season of rains and floods were over, the assault on the Altan border, however, had been renewed. Once again, there was a steady flow of casualties on both sides to feed that unspeakable appetite for the magic and power of lost life. It was maddening to know that there was nothing those in Sanctuary could do. The first of the sacred sacrificial animals began arriving in Sanctuary about the time that the little dragonettes came into their full and voracious appetites. These were beasts sacred to the gods, however, and it was Nofret who suggested that the Tian priests actually undertake the full ritual sacrifices they would ordinarily have done, rather than simply butcher the beasts or allow them to be butchered. "I can't see any reason why not," she said, at the evening meeting after the first lot of cattle and goats was driven into the pens waiting for them, a meeting which Karun was attending in his capacity of wing leader and strongly interested party. "And I can see every reason why you should. We have a much larger temple now, the one the Jousters were going to take and don't need. It has an inner shrine and a proper sacrificial table, and I think it is a very bad idea to cheat the gods of what is, after all, rightfully theirs." "But," the Thet priest looked at her askance, They are not your gods, lady. Ha! Who was worshipped there before? It looked enough like Lord Harris as to make no difference, but it was probably called by a different name. And in 1,000 years, the falcon-headed one will probably have yet a third name. I do not think the gods care what names we use, so long as we do good and not evil. They are the gods of both Altans and Tians at this point, and it doesn't matter a hair what name you call them by, she replied instantly. You have never consulted a woman about this clearly. We women are pragmatic about such things. We call upon whoever we think might answer us, with no nonsense about whether it is your god or mine. I have even been known to invoke one of Heclatus' Akkadian goddesses now and again. The Thet priest brightened at that. It could be, he said, with some deliberation, that with the number of sacrifices from Tian altars growing fewer, and those from the sanctuary altars growing more numerous, they might be inclined to actually move their favor from Tia and bestow it here. The impression we are trying to create may become the actuality. That, too, was my thought, Nofret said briskly, as Caliph smiled slightly and Ari looked very thoughtful indeed. Even if the Jousters had needed the temple, under the circumstances, I would have said to take it, Ari said gravely, speaking up for the first time this evening. Let us give all the gods their due, Tian and Altan together. If they look with favor upon us, so much the better for us all. And so, the hatching of the dragonets that had caused so much concern about eroding resources proved to be the source of a great improvement in the lives of everyone in Sanctuary and of the Bedu as well. The Bedu made their painless raids. The only injuries were to a couple of too eager youngsters who fell from their swift desert-bred horses and broke a bone or two. They moved the herds to secret oases, and for their pains got 10% of the beasts. Only as many of the sacrificial animals as were needed were brought, moved by night to Sanctuary, to give up their blood on the altar, fulfilling their destinies. And their flesh fed not only the dragonets, but the full-grown dragons and the people of Sanctuary. There was not the overabundance of meat there had been in Memphis. That would have been a criminal waste, since there was, as yet, no way to store it in great quantity. Cold rooms, it seemed, took more effort than heating pens. And unlike in Memphis and in Alta, where there were so many sacrifices in a day that there was always some wastage, every littlest scrap was used. But the overall improvement in diet made people feel less as if they were undergoing great hardship and sacrifice to live in Sanctuary. And another added benefit, so many hides available meant that not only was there an abundance of leather for sandals and belts, blacksmith aprons, and other domestic needs, there was plenty for shields and new saddles and harnesses, and even chariot covers. For the first time, a handful of craftsmen from both Tia and Alta began to make the swift-moving chariots used for both war and hunting, to train Bedu horses to pull them, and to allow the charioteers from Lord Yatiran's household to train others. And not too very long after the last of the eggs in the hatching pen cracked and gave up a handsome little blue dragonet, Corson's clutch began to hatch. "Should I help?" Nofret asked anxiously, as Corson prowled around and around the rocking egg. "No," Akhet-Ten said immediately. "Keep away from her. She's on edge, and while she's all right with us being within sight, even I can't tell what she'll do if you try to get any nearer." Within sight was something of a misnomer. In fact, they were up on the cliff above the nest. Akhet-Ten and Rieth-Ka had come in first, realized immediately that the first of the eggs was hatching, and cut off Avatra, Karun, and Nofret, waving them up to the cliff. Karun was more than willing to follow her lead in this. He had never seen a dragon with hatching eggs before, and according to Ari, they got positively bloodthirsty until all the hatchlings were safely out and fed. He had said they should all hatch nearly at once. Dragons didn't start incubation until all the eggs were laid, so that there wasn't much more than a day or two between the oldest and the youngest. One of the 5 eggs Corson had laid was clearly infertile. She had pushed it off to one side, out of the nest. The others were moving, one violently. and it sounded like there was tapping coming from all of them. Suddenly, Corson stopped prowling, and practically leaped on the egg that had been moving the most. Tapping it between her foreclaws, she tilted her head to the side and... Karun watched avidly. He knew what must be coming. Dragon egg shells were thicker than the walls of water jars, and a great deal less fragile. They had to be, to contain the developing dragon safely. But that meant they were hard. He, Ari, and every other human that had ever helped an egg to hatch had been forced to use hammers to help the baby inside crack the shell. But no one knew how dragons assisted their young. Not even Ari, who had studied dragons nesting in caves to keep the hatching young out of the rains, and had been unable as a consequence to get close enough to see the crucial moment. He, Nofret, and Akhet 10 would be the first humans to witness the event, and it would solve a great mystery, for dragon teeth were hardly formed in a way that would have let them be used like hammers or chisels, but no one had ever seen a dragon pick up anything in its foreclaws to use like a tool. Corson tilted her head to the side, listening intently to the baby within. Then she bent to the egg and licked a spot on the top. Then she waited a moment, and with the tips of her very front fangs, she began scraping at the same spot. Then she stopped, licked, waited, and scraped again. After the third time, Karun realized that the shell where she had licked was flaking away. "Something in her saliva must be eating at the shell," he exclaimed, "or making it more brittle." And now that all made perfect sense. He already knew that a dragon's droppings would burn the skin of anyone foolish enough to touch them without gloves, so it stood to reason that there might be something caustic or acidic in the dragon's saliva. No wonder they could gulp down bones without harm, and without the bone bits appearing fundamentally intact out the other end. "I hope we aren't traumatizing the little ones we're helping to hatch with all the banging," Nofret replied, her brows furrowing with sudden worry. Akhet 10 laughed. "Ha ha! What would be worse, the banging of the hammers, or the scrape, scrape, scrape?" she asked. "It certainly isn't quieter. I don't think we're hurting anything." "They respond to the tapping," Karun assured her. "Akhet 10 is right. I don't think tapping or scraping makes any real difference. Either sound tells the little one inside the egg where it needs to work to get out." As abruptly as she had begun, Corson stopped and let go of the egg. It balanced on its end for a moment, then rolled over on its side, and with a shudder, a roughly triangular piece popped off, and the very end of a snout shoved through the hole. They were too far away to actually see more than that, and then only because the deep red snout was such a strong contrast to the mottled cream and sand-colored egg. But Karun remembered very well what that moment had been like for Avatra. After the first tremendous effort of cracking the shell, she had simply rested quietly within it for a few moments, taking her first breaths and gathering her strength to finish the job. Her then tiny nostrils had flared with each panting breath, and at that moment he had wanted to tear the shell apart to free her. But he hadn't, because hatching babies of any sort were in a state of transition. It was quite possible to harm them irrevocably by rushing things. Every farmer's child knew that. Corson now came back to the egg and began to lick it again, starting from the broken and presumably weakened spot, and working her way back from that point. The egg and the baby inside it remained quiescent for a short time, then the rocking began again. Corson confined herself to licking this time, occasionally stopping to make muttering noises at the baby. Whether these were meant to be reassurances or encouragement, Karun couldn't tell for sure. But within a much shorter time than he remembered, the egg cracked open and lay in two halves on the sand, and the dragonette sprawled out inelegantly, a tangle of ungainly wings and limbs, panting with exhaustion. Now Corson began frantically licking the baby all over, to clean it. Certainly the dragonette was clean and dry in a much shorter time than Avatra had been under Karun's inexpert care. Her ministrations had the effect of moving it away from the shell, which she batted out of the nest with her tail. She licked and nudged until the little one was in a much more comfortable-looking position, curled up with his wings tucked in around him, in the sun to soak up the heat. Then, and only then, did she begin looking around, and then looked straight up at them, and snorted. It did not take having Akhet-Ten's God-touched gift of silent speech with animals to read Corson's look at that moment. It said as clearly as could be, "What are you doing up there with my food when I need it down here with my baby?" And Nofret did not need any urging to scramble up into the saddle. Corun had already decided that if Corson showed willingness to permit Nofret close, it should be she, not he, who delivered that first meal to mother and offspring. Corson accepted all of them, but it was time for Nofret to attain a special level of trust, if she was going to be able to get near the babies. He and Avatra had practiced the concept of taking someone other than him on her back off within a reasonable distance. Now he waved at Avatra in the proper signal, pointed at Corson, and called, "Take her down, girl." Nofret couldn't control or guide Avatra yet, but she didn't have to. As she clung to the saddle, Avatra did a gentle launch, leaping up and out with wings spread, rather than diving off the cliff to snap open her wings at the last possible moment. And with Corson watching and fidgeting with impatience, she spiraled down to the ground near, but not too near, the nest. The meat had been divided up into portions manageable by one slender woman. As Corun and Akhet-Ten watched, with Akhet-Ten in Riethka's saddle, ready to fly in and force Corson off if the mother dragon turned aggressive, Nofret untied the first of the bundles and dragged it over to Corson as the dragon rocked from side to side. Tail lashing with impatience, Corson actually left the nest to come and take it from her before she had gotten halfway there. Nofret had the presence of mind to drop the meat and back up a pace or three before Corson reached her. But she showed no fear, and Corson showed no aggression. There was a moment of eyes meeting, then both of them turned and retraced their steps, Nofret to get another load, Corson to take the food to her weary infant. Akhet-Ten merely nodded, but of course, she would have known if Corson was feeling anything but hunger and impatience to get the food. Corun, however, felt a burden of concern lift from his shoulders. One less thing to worry about. Now that he could relax, it was fascinating for Corun to watch as Corson tore off the tiniest of bits with her front teeth and offered them to the baby, who sniffed, opened his mouth, it was a he by the incipient horns, and gulped it down. Corson continued feeding him, as Nofret returned with her second burden. The female dragon paid no attention to the human at all, as Nofret brought the meat right up to the edge of the nest and left it there, the nearest she had ever come to the eggs before this moment. It appeared that their plan was working. Nofret had risen to a new level of acceptance. Then again, all of Corson's attention was on this, her first baby, or at least the first one she knew of, and she had no time for anything else. Nofret was at the edge with the last of the meat bundles when Corson finally finished stuffing the youngster and looked up. Corun held his breath again, but Corson only blinked benevolently at her benefactor, and slowly got to her feet, stretching as she did so, then paced over to Nofret in a leisurely manner. Nofret stood her ground. Corun held his breath. Akhet-Ten looked entirely relaxed, but Corson's reputation back in Memphis had been that she was unpredictable. Unpredictable was not what they needed right now. Corson looked back over her shoulder at her sleeping baby, then dropped her head, picked up a shoulder of beef, and took it back to the little one, where she proceeded to feed herself. Only then did Nofret turn and go back to Avatra, climb up into the saddle, and wait for Corun's whistled signal to tell Avatra to return. It was only when Nofret got up onto the cliff with them that Corun saw that she was sweating and trembling, and any rebuke he had been planning on giving her about taking chances died on his tongue. She slid out of Avatra's saddle and her knees buckled. Corun and Akhet-Ten both caught her and helped her to sit on the ground. I didn't know she was going to do those things until she started toward me, and then it was too late, Nofret said, shivering with reaction. Coming to meet me was bad enough, but then stalking right over and taking the meat practically from under my hand, I thought I was going to die right then and there. And once she started moving, I knew I didn't dare back away, or I might become prey. I'm glad you remembered that, Corun said, awkwardly patting her shoulder. You did very well, and you were right to meet her eyes."
"You did wonderfully!" Akaten exclaimed.
"And we won't tell Ari any details. You've done it, no fret. She's accepted you as a feeder, if not a nest tender."
Yet? Karan responded instantly with astonishment. "You think Corson is actually going to accept Nofret as a nest tender?"
"She's already thinking about it," said Akhet-Ten with a nod toward the feeding dragon.
Well, not thinking about it. It's just that she's been on the nest herself for a long time without a break, and she's starting to feel impatient. She wants to fly. She wants to stretch her wings. She wants to hunt for herself and the babies. And all of that is lying under the nest tending and getting stronger every time she looks at Nofret. So when the go feelings are stronger than the stay feelings, if Nofret is there, I think Corson will just leave, as if Nofret was another female dragon or her mate."
"Would that mean," Nofret's color was coming back, "would I be able to get right in with the babies?"
"She just might push you in with them," Karan said thoughtfully.
"It's what she'd do with another dragon," Ari says.
"Younger siblings with no nest of their own, or older daughters are often used to tend the nests for mothers whose mates are inexperienced and don't know to help tend the nest. It depends on how much like another dragon she thinks you are."
"One step at a time," Akhet-Ten interrupted.
"It's enough that Corson is letting her bring the meat right up to the edge of the nest. And, oh, look!" She pointed down at the nest, where another egg, this one slightly larger than the first, had begun violent rocking that had signaled the beginning of real hatching for the first egg. Corson abandoned her meal and, with a nudge to make sure her first offspring was properly positioned, went to aid the second.
"We're going hunting," Karan told Akhet-Ten.
"Unless you want to."
"Oh no, I'd much rather watch,"
Akhet-Ten said, with undisguised enjoyment.
"If Corson finishes what Nofret brought her, I'll fly down with the next load myself."
Satisfied that his partner had things well in hand, Karan leaped into Avatra's saddle and gave her the signal to fly. Avatra was only too happy to oblige. He had the feeling she found all this baby tending and baby watching to be utterly boring and pointless. "It's all right, girl. This will be over before too long," he called to her as they angled out over the desert in search of prey. "Then things—" He stopped himself before he could finish that with, "can go back to normal again," because it wasn't likely that they ever would, or could, and he wasn't going to make a promise he would only have to break, especially not to Avatra, whether or not she understood it. "Things will let us move Nofret and her new dragonette back to Sanctuary," he said instead, because at least that was a promise he had some likelihood of keeping.